Crypto products and NFTs are unregulated and can be highly risky. There may be no regulatory recourse for any loss from such transactions.
Crypto products and NFTs are unregulated and can be highly risky. There may be no regulatory recourse for any loss from such transactions. Here's the thing about change. It's always happening. Mere fragments of time chipping away little by little at reality as we know it. Until, when we least expect, change does what it does best. It arrives. And all of a sudden, we find ourselves on the cusp of taking our next big leap. A whole new world entirely at our fingertips. Only this time, more open, more equal, more inclusive, and more fair. With the power to liberate in your hands and the responsibility to uphold its vision in ours. We are CoinDCX, catalysts of change in a new digital world. Founded in 2018, we are India's leading crypto exchange. Trusted by over 1.3 crore users. Supported by many top investors. And the hard work of more than 600 employees. Our efforts ensure equal access to a plethora of revolutionary new digital pursuits. And enable interactions with an all-new, decentralized digital world. Our products are safe, secure, and compliant. We also support many promising new ventures that help strengthen the broader digital ecosystem. And for those who seek it, we offer a comprehensive crypto education platform. A decentralized new digital world is upon us. Change is upon us. The only question is, are we willing to embrace it? CoinDCX. Change starts together. Crypto products and NFTs are unregulated and can be highly risky. There may be no regulatory recourse for any loss from such transactions.
A very, very good morning, everybody, and certainly it is time to embrace change. How is everyone doing this morning? Obviously not doing very well. I don't think the breakfast was that good. Was it good or was it not good? I'm going to come down and ask you, because nobody's answering me while I'm on stage. How are you guys doing today? Nobody? Still nobody? Okay, I'm going to go table by table. How are you guys doing today? Great. Okay, how are you guys in the back doing today? That's what I like to hear. Welcome from all of us to Unfold 2022. I'd like to welcome you on behalf of CoinDCX, Devfolio, Yourstory, Buidlers Tribe. Thank you so much. And I'm your host for the day, Beverly. And if you don't answer me from the on stage, I'm going to come down there and ask you the questions face to face, because I think that's what's going to work with all of you today. So I'm sure all of you are excited to be with us. Are you excited to be with us here today? Yes, that's because we're going to be hearing a lot about how Web3 is really going to be unfolding over the next couple of months. We have a jam-packed agenda for you today. So do make yourself comfortable, because you're going to be hearing from some really eminent Web3 speakers and also, of course, from your peers in the industry. But before that, I will quickly share with you some housekeeping tips. May I please request you all to put your mobile phones on silent so we can have a smooth conference today. If at any time you need to make an emergency exit, please note there are exits behind you and exits to the left of you. If you need anything at all during the day, you can reach out to me or to the organizers who have a badge helpfully labeled organizer, so you can reach out to any of them as well. And thank you again so much for being with us today. So let's get started. Now, first of all, I mean, this is a bit of a rhetorical question, but how many people in this room really believe in the power of Web3? I thought I would hear more woos, but all right. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. And trust me, for the non-believers who didn't woo to that, I think you're all going to be converted at the end of Unfold 2022. So that's great. And obviously, CoinDCX, which is India's leading crypto exchange, has already started the pace of this revolution by introducing several innovative and relevant products for the market. Continuing with this disruption, Unfold 2022 will unfold the possibilities that exist in the Web3 space. I'd also like to give a shout out to Yourstory. Yourstory, are you here? Yeah, there they are. And of course, that's India's leading startup platform. Hackathon experts, Devfolio in the house? Okay, very quiet. One woo. All right. And Web3 native incubators, Buidlers Tribe, who are partners of this event. Can we hear from you as well? Yeah, there we go. That's what I like to hear. So collectively, this event will set the tone for the future, giving it a conscious direction, and more importantly, help develop a more responsible internet for the current and future generations. Before we officially begin, I'd just like to ask, who are represented from the community here, from the developers community? Who do we have here today? All right, can we hear some noise from the developers community? Develop some noise. And startup founders, how many startup founders do we have here today? Okay, so those are the guys to watch hustling during the breaks. Everyone keep a note of them. It's wonderful to see so many different communities really represented here today that are shaping Web3. We're so happy to have all of you with us. And talking about happy to have someone with us, we're very happy to have Mr. Sumit Gupta, who is the CEO and co-founder of CoinDCX. Sumit, can you please join us on stage for the welcome address?
Morning, everyone. Can you hear me? At the back? Cool. Today is a very special day for me. 4 to 5 years back, when Neeraj and we were building CoinDCX, very early days of CoinDCX, we saw a dream. We wanted to bring a change. We wanted to do things. We had discussed a lot of ideas, a lot of plans, which if we ever get a chance, we would want to work upon it. And this conference today is one of that thought, one of that plan, one of that dream. It's so good to see that happening in real life. It's a different feeling in itself. I wish I could explain. But today with Unfold 2022, we want to lay the foundation of India's largest and one of its kind Web3 conference, where it's a neutral platform for everyone, all the Web3 builders, innovators, founders, investors to come together. We want to celebrate success stories. We want to share our stories, share milestones, and really unfold what the future has in store for us. So this is one really big event for me personally and for Neeraj. Another such thought that we had long back was to support the ecosystem. We launched CoinDCX Ventures, and very proud to share that we feel that with such small steps from our side, from the community, we will be able to take the ecosystem forward one step at a time. And I think while it is challenging and exhausting to run a crypto Web3 startup in the country, it's very demanding, but we are always excited. The team is always excited because we know we are working on something which is truly innovative, disruptive, and leads us to the future. So this is what we are very, very excited about. Just like I mentioned, it's special because there are thoughts that we had in mind years back, 2 years back, 3 years back, 4 years back, which we could have never imagined that it will come this far, is actually turning into reality. And we feel that still day one for us. There's so much that we all need to do together to take the ecosystem forward. And I'd like to share some of few more thoughts with all of you here that we keep discussing about in the team, in the company, and what we feel the future has for us. So with that, one of the thing that we often talk about is that we are creating a new digital world. And this is something that we keep discussing in the team. We are at a certain stage today, right? And we are going in a direction. Every key technological breakthrough has moved society forward in a significant way, right? We know like what industrial revolution did for all of us. In the last 20 years, we have seen how the digital world is shaping. The world is getting increasingly digital, and we know how it has changed our life on a day-to-day basis. Right now, what we are seeing is creation of a new digital world which has certain ethos and which we believe is going to take the society in a totally different direction, which is much better than what we are seeing today. We are imagining a digital world which is open, fair, transparent, and every opportunity out there, it is equally accessible to everyone on the globe, right? A society, an internet, a digital world which does not distinguish one person to the other. A society, an internet which is fair, open, and when we see that internet, I think the whole society will progress much faster and the world will be a better place. Now, from our experience, what we have realized is that when we're talking about creation of this new digital world, there are a few things that are fundamentally different in this. And the thought process is different, the mindset is different. You have to learn a lot of things, but more importantly, you also have to unlearn a lot of things. What has worked in the Web 2 era might not work in Web 3. So what is really important is to have first principles thinking, right? It has worked a lot in our favor, and today we are very proud to share that whatever we have been able to achieve in last 4 years, I think it's primarily because one is we were willing to change the status quo. The team was, and in fact it's applicable for the entire ecosystem, the entire community. It requires first principle thinking, right? It requires a lot of unlearning, and it requires you to think crypto native, Web3 native, and when that happens, the rate at which innovation is happening and will continue to happen, I think that's very exciting for me. And what's even more exciting is that what took 20 years for Web2 to reach a certain level of adoption, it's happening so fast in Web3. Like, 20 years in Web2 era, like now we can imagine that the rate at which innovation is happening, it can even be done in 5 years. One testament to that is like DeFi, right? In the last 3 years, the rate at which DeFi has been adopted, right? It's like, you can see the stat, it's already the 30th largest bank in the world in just a matter of 3 years. That's how fast the innovation is. And the rate of innovation is actually increasing and faster than ever. So this is very exciting, and I'll not be surprised if in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll be able to see and experience that new digital world that we all are here to build. Now, this is my favorite part, and this is what keeps me excited all the time. While we are creating that, I think India is at a very beautiful position to lead this innovation globally. And I'll tell you why I think that way. One, when you are creating a new industry, a new ecosystem, there are two things that are important. One is people who are building it, the builders, and the people who are using it, the consumers. And India has the largest number of Web3 developers in the world globally already. In such a tough environment, just imagine, and it's increasing faster than ever. Every time I see or meet an entrepreneur, everyone is excited about it. Everyone wants to work for the future. And the rate at which I can see this graph is exponential, and India is going to have the largest number of Web3 developers in the years to come. It's already the largest, but the rate is going to increase, and it's going to be faster than ever. So this is what keeps me very excited. And on the other side, in such a tough environment where it's not even regulated, right? We already have 25 million people, 25. And what I believe is that in the next 3 to 5 years, India is going to have the highest, India is obviously going to be the most populous country, but because of the masses and because of how Indians are, I think the rate at which we are adopting this space, the technology, will have the highest number of Web3 users in the world. And when you have that combination, I think that's very powerful. That's very powerful. And the dream that Neeraj and I, we often discuss about is India is going to create the highest number of Web3 unicorns than any other country in the world. And India, hopefully, will create more Web3 unicorns than possibly that were created in the last 5-10 years. That's the dream that we see. And with that dream, I want to welcome you all to Unfold 2022, where we bring all the builders, Web3 builders, developers, innovators. We want to celebrate milestones, share success stories, and unfold what the future has in store for us. Thank you so much for coming to this event. And with that note, I want to ask Beverly to invite our very first and very special speaker for the day, Balaji. It's special because, yes, it's special because Balaji, I have heard him multiple times. His thoughts are very profound. And every time I hear him, there's something new, something like deep for me to learn every time. So Balaji needs no introduction. All of you would have heard him speaking at multiple occasions. So today I'm very curious to see what's going on in his mind. And with that, please take it forward from here.
Thank you so much, Sumit. Also, Sumit, I think your passion, your persistence, and your enthusiasm has rubbed off on everyone in this room. I literally got goosebumps, I think, during parts of your speech. So thank you so much for inspiring all of us first thing in the morning today, Sumit. Thank you so much. And thank you so much. And of course, like Sumit said, Balaji sir doesn't need much introduction. I'm sure not many of you expected to hear from a rock star today, but that's exactly what he's described as by many people, a Web3 rock star. And of course, he is an angel investor, a serial entrepreneur, best-selling author of The Network State, a top crypto prognosticator, and like I said, an all-round Web3 rock star. Balaji Srinivasan, please put your hands together for his virtual keynote address.
All right, can everybody hear me? I am going to share my slides and maybe we can get started. All right, can you hear me and see me? All good? All right, great, okay. Thank you for that kind introduction. Today, I am going to talk about something new. Let's see if you all like it. I'm going to talk about what I call the on-chain census, how we can actually prove the population of an online community, like a DAO or a startup society, or what I call the network state, to actually achieve recognition from, let's call them fiat countries. Just like you've built a cryptocurrency fiat currency bridge, this is how you'd build a crypto country fiat country bridge, okay? So let me motivate this. So first, the concept of, we're gonna talk about the state of oracles, the network state, the concept of the on-chain census, and then just give a summary of what we just discussed, okay? So first, just the state of oracles. Now, people here are probably familiar with the concept of crypto oracles. Oracles today are mainly used for price data, like Chainlink has these data feeds and so on. And this is actually a pretty good thing to start with, because when you start with price data, you've got like Brinks trucks on the blockchain, right? If you can secure the information that is being used to guide multi-million-dollar trades, you can secure other kinds of information. So those price feeds are actually seemingly a very narrow area, but if you can secure that, you can secure a lot of other stuff, okay? But can we go farther from there? There's other kinds of interesting stuff that, you know, like oracles can be used for, like getting random numbers on chain, or bidirectional stuff, getting things on chain and off chain. Those are tools, but what can we use them for besides price itself, right? And, you know, so perhaps, we can do censuses for DAOs, we can do startup societies, we can do network states. And those censuses, let me talk about that. Okay, so first concept of oracles, second concept of censuses, but to motivate it, what is a network state? What would be a census for it? So second concept after oracles is the question of what we can feasibly start. Okay, we've started new companies, that's Google, started new communities, that's Facebook, even started new currencies, that's Bitcoin. And, started from a garage, from a dorm room, from a message board, started from very, very modest beginnings and touched literally billions of people worldwide, right? So if we can start new companies and new communities and new currencies, could we start new cities or even new countries, right? Is there some upper limit, or are we done? Is the internet over and there's nothing really left? And it's just, currencies from here on out. I do think we can go another step, maybe a few more steps. And, just published a book on this called The Network State. It's a best-selling book, Wall Street Journal bestseller. That's actually the real list, by the way. The NYT bestseller list is fake. The Wall Street Journal bestseller list actually reports sales. The NYT list, it's an editorial product, just for you to know. So the best-selling book, whatever, but it's also free online. So, I want anybody with an Android phone to be able to read it in Latin America and Africa and India, in what I call the ascending world, because it's not just the developed and the developing world anymore, it's the descending world and the ascending world. And I really do believe India is a big part of the ascending world. So this book is free online. It's at thenetworkstate.com. It goes into a lot of detail on how one might start new countries. And you can, read the whole book. But I've also got summaries of it. So to summarize at least some of the core concepts in one image, okay? So this is a core visual from the book. The basic concept is, imagine you had a social network, except it also had offline territory and a sense of national consciousness. It thought of itself as one community, as opposed to, let's say, the members of Twitter include, there's people from the Chinese Communist Party and the supreme leader of Iran, and there's, folks who speak all these different languages on there. Twitter is not one community. It's a bunch of different sub-communities in one giant, 300 million person, free-for-all, right? But if you did have a single community online that thought of itself as such, and that collectively owned territory, and that used their cryptocurrency to crowdfund that territory, you could build something like this, right? Where you might have 166,000 people in Tokyo and 127,000 in Mumbai and 109,000 in Delhi and so on, and network them together around the world to actually build something that had the scale and income and real estate footprint of a traditional state. And how'd you get here? Well, this is like a GIF version, okay, where you, just like Facebook started from one guy in a Harvard dorm and became a billion-person thing. In this example, you start with, one guy in Tokyo, and they expand to, the whole world. This is actually something where they get 10 people, then 100 people, then 1,000 people to agree with them, to crowdfund territory together, to start living together and start thinking of themselves as literally a new country, okay? And just like cryptocurrencies, the cognitive alignment, the alignment of shared belief actually does lead to shared value, okay? So that's a network state in one GIF. But there's a crucial thing here, and what that is that top dashboard there is basically the census of the network state, okay? It shows the verified netizens, the annual income, and let's say the subscription revenue, and the global real estate footprint. But the thing about this is it's not just the network state that has a census. The United States also has a census. In fact, it's in the Constitution. And in fact, all states really have censuses, and they use that to prove their rank, right? So how do we know China or India is very populous? Actually recently, India may have taken over China as the largest population in the world. It's not so much that countries are competing to be the biggest, but population numbers are used in many ways. They're used for ranks. And, most countries, when you actually go and look at their population numbers, most countries are actually small countries. It turns out that, 38 countries have less than 1 million in population. Reunion is not a country, it's a subunit of France really, but, Djibouti, Fiji, Guyana, Bhutan, these are countries that have less than 1 million people. Most countries are actually small countries when you go and look at them. And if you take a third concept, which is that we also know that new coins use statistics to prove their rank, their market cap, is something that helps prove the rank of a coin against other coins. It's also something where you can establish the rank of a coin against fiat currency. So Bitcoin is like the 26th ranked currency in the world against, Chinese yen and the Chinese yuan, the US dollar, and so on. Okay. So ranking here with market caps with populations is important. Putting all those concepts together, what if we start thinking of the census of a network state as helping this new country rank among the populations of the world, just as a new coin comes in and ranks on CoinMarketCap, okay, or fiat market cap, right? If you could actually do this, if you could actually rank among the populations of the world in your verified, among the countries of the world in your verified population, that's traction. You'd actually be taken seriously as something that might be a new country. Just like market cap eventually forced people to take Bitcoin, Ethereum, these other things, Solana, et cetera, forced people to take it seriously. Population, verified population, would be a way for people to take a new country seriously, okay? But the thing about this is, you establish that population, what do you do with it? Well, what you do is you get diplomatic recognition, right? Just like Wyoming recognized Ethereum with this DAO law, just like El Salvador recognized Bitcoin, diplomatic recognition is really what a state is, okay? Just like the cryptocurrency fiat currency interface is a form of diplomatic recognition, this would be the crypto country fiat country interface. And all of that depends upon this on-chain census, whether people actually trust that number, okay? Trust that number, which is the population of this network state, okay? So how do we actually establish that? So that gets to our third concept, the on-chain census. The concept is, as this network society grows, it proves its scale to others through the mechanism of the on-chain census. But there's an immediate objection, which is, just because you're putting it on-chain doesn't make it true. You might have an API that's writing this stuff, on-chain, but it could just be all fake numbers, right? Now, it is true that when you put something on-chain, you do have some proofs around the metadata, the digital signature of who wrote it to the blockchain, the timestamp that establishes when that happened, and the hash that shows like that this thing was written at this time. But the actual, so those, you can do proofs on the metadata, but not really on the data itself, at least not directly. And so how do we know it's not just an API that's saying, hey, I've got 100,000 or 1 million or whatever people, right? This is the fundamental problem we're trying to solve in this talk, okay? Having motivated it, if we could prove this, we might be able to get diplomatic recognition, prove our traction, and actually gain recognition as a state. But if we can't prove it, we can't get any of those things. People will think it's fake, okay? So how do we actually establish this? Well, first, if we do a little bit of a drill down, okay, the concept of on-chain population, what is actually going on here? You can think of this as having an underlying table, okay, with, guess that's, 1729 pi, right? 1,729,314 people. Each of them, let's say they have an ENS, okay, and there's an oracle, it's called oracle number 1, is reporting that these are all humans, okay? And so essentially the sum over all of those gives you the population. But of course, the problem is that oracle could be unreliable. As we just said, that API could be reporting, garbage data, or could have an error rate. If this number is wrong, then the sum number is also wrong. And it could be also more than just this number being wrong. This could be a 1, lots of other things could be zeros, et cetera. It could be honestly erroneous, or it could even be malicious, or it could just be like subtly wrong. Like we're thinking it means is human, but we're implicitly thinking it means is a unique human, and there's multiple repeats in this column, for example, right? So there's various issues with oracle data. And so you can't just take this on face value. You need to have an audit kind of process, okay? So there's 2 different ways of dealing with that we'll talk about. The first is to have multiple oracles, so so-called oracle network. If you have n oracles, not just oracle 1, but oracle 2, ... oracle n, if the first oracle says that this person is a human, and the second and the nth all disagree, well, that's like probably unlikely to be a human. In this case, the first guy says it's a human, and the nth disagrees, nth agrees, but this guy disagrees. So this is, questionable. It's not total consensus. This is, almost certainly not a human. This is possibly not a human. This is likely to be a human because everybody agrees, okay? And you can quantify this kind of thing with measures like, Cohen's kappa, or more generally, inter-rater reliability, okay? I won't go through all the stats on this, but if you know some stats, just look at inter-rater reliability. You can take a table like this and you can ask of each of these different raters, the oracles, how much do they correspond? You can calculate something that's very similar to a correlation matrix, except to be, contingency tables between each one of these columns. Look at chi-squared, between each pair, and so on and so forth, because these are binary variables. And fundamentally, you can ask, how frequently do any two pairs of oracles agree, and what does the overall matrix of oracles look like? You might be able to find outliers that are totally uncorrelated with other oracles, okay? So the first answer to dealing with the problem of verifying that on-chain census is use multiple oracles, and that gives you an internal measure. But even then, in a high-stakes situation, you might not even trust all of those oracles. You might want to have some ground truth. How do you get that? So the second approach is auditing oracles, okay? And so the concept here is we actually take our data, all right, and some subset of the rows, not all, 1 million, okay, but, or 1.7 million, but for some subset, we actually go and we individually check up on this profile, and we see from our standpoint, with our own, methodology, is this person a human or not? And we get a mismatch over here. We think this person is not a human, even though Oracle 1 says they are. We think this person is a human, even though Oracle 1 says they're not, okay? And you can think of this, again, different kind of set of stats. You've got an N-row data set, or an M-row data set. You're sampling a subset of N rows. You're counting the number of mismatches, and you're estimating the defect rate. And again, this is like, you could go and look at this. You can do it with the sampling distribution of a defect rate. There's various ways of doing this. But basically, it's just like if you had a batch of manufactured items and you have an unknown number of defective items, this is like a batch of claimed humans, and you audit a subset of them, and you say which one of them are mismatches and defects, okay? Of course, you could conduct this audit, or it could be a third-party audit. It could be a Deloitte, an EY, a KPMG, a PwC. One of the big four actually runs this audit. And again, they just pick 100 or 1,000 rows, not all 1 million of them, and they calculate these stats. It's actually very similar to the whole controversy between Elon and Twitter on how many are bots, okay? So anybody can commission an independent audit, like a big four auditor, and thereby determine whether an oracle is trustworthy, and coming all the way back up the stack, establish the probability that that population is what people say it is, okay? And let's say it costs you, I don't know, $5, $10 even, that's probably a lot, but let's just say to check on each of these rows, then, if you need to check 100 rows or 1,000 rows, and you can ask how tight you want your probabilities to be, that's maybe a few $1,000s to independently audit this number, okay? And to actually get a verifiable population. It's an exercise for the reader. I've just done this for a binary variable of whether somebody is a human or not. You can generalize that to continuous variables like the real estate footprint and so on, and you start looking at, correlations and scatter plots rather than chi-squareds and contingency tables. So, stats are exercise for the reader on that if you put in a continuous rather than binary variable. But the main point is that we now have two mechanisms, A, with multiple oracles, and B, with audits, to determine whether that population is what it is claimed to be. And so we put all these pieces together. We introduced the concept, the insane concept of starting a new country, okay, because we've started new, companies and communities and currencies that are at billion-dollar valuation, billion-person scale, okay? We introduced the idea of starting a new country in this book, The Network State. A key concept, a key part is proving that it's a distributed population around the world, that this is actually real, that's not a made-up number. If we could prove that population, then we would rank among the countries of the world, just like a new coin ranks among the coins of the world with its market cap. A new country would rank among the countries of the world with its verified population. We need this to rank, and hence we have the auditable on-chain census, where we are not simply taking this number for granted. You're double-clicking into it. You're seeing the raw table. you are commissioning an independent audit, you're doing some stats to determine how likely it is that this number is actually real, and thereby you're actually being able to prove that this thing that people claim as a country actually does have hundreds of thousands or millions of people worldwide that identify with it. And that means over time, you can eventually obtain diplomatic recognition. So that's the concept, the on-chain census. It's a new application of oracles beyond price. We're starting to take crypto beyond just price and other things to actually like re-engineer aspects of society digital first. If you want more concepts in this vein, go to thenetworkstate.com. It's free online. It's a V1, so if there's any bugs or typos or stuff like that, there's plenty of those. Just DM me at twitter.com/balags, and you can also subscribe to get notifications. All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Balaji. A warm round of applause for him. I think we've all got our reading material cut out for us with the network state. I think we're all excited to read a little bit more about that. And thank you so much once again. Now, Unfold is essentially about Web3 powered in 3 different ways over 3 different days. There's a conference, there's a demo day, and there is a hackathon. Now, the demo day will showcase some very exciting Web3 founders pitched live to investors with, wait for it, $1 million investment pool. So to tell us more about Demo Day, I'd like to invite Pareen Lathia, co-founder Buidlers Tribe, on stage. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause. Over to you.
Am I audible? You good? Not audible? Not audible. Can you turn up the volume a bit? Yeah, that's better. Awesome. Yeah, that's better. Great. Great to see all of you. I heard the loudest cheer when she asked for developers, and that's what we are here for, right? Whatever we see today, whatever Sumit and the amazing team, Rohit Jain, everyone at CoinDCX has been put together because one day Sumit and Neeraj decided to code up something which looked maybe like an exchange at that point in time and became into what CoinDCX is today, right? So that's where everything really starts. What we've seen in last 4 years in Indian ecosystem, just like Sumit said, a lot of dreams have come true. This did not really happen at this scale in Web 2. Having worked in Web 2 for so many years, I realized that there were a ton of barriers. There were a ton of opportunities that you could not really take advantage of as easily. When you are in Web 3, you have a global market at your disposal. You have a tech that's absolutely transparent. You have users who get their ownership. And we know why developers are so excited about this, because this is probably the first true open source moment in the history. We've had Linux and everything since then, but they've never been able to monetize this as well as Web3 has been able to do. And what we've seen here at Buidlers Tribe is a set of applications that were just so hard to decide upon. The demo day that's going to happen today in the evening is going to be probably some of the best developers, founders presenting whatever they are going to build. And this is where Sumit's idea of maximum amount of unicorns is going to come out of. But what really is happening in the background here, right? We've seen companies like DCX, even Web3 infra companies like Polygon, go ahead and create their mark on a global scale. This is what is inspiring all these developers here to say, hey, I can do this. Is this possible? Because look at Web2. Zomato's, Swiggy's, Paytm's have done some really amazing work, but they've not been able to go global. This is a very unique opportunity that Web3 presents to Indian Janta, and developers are grabbing it by the by the tail, right? So the idea here is to give all of these developers a chance to come here and present whatever they are building and get exposed. I think we have the best-in-class VCs attending today. We have angel investors from across the country flying down for this event today, and the builders who are presenting here. I will go through some patterns that we've observed and give you some intelligence on what kind of projects we can expect. But let me tell you, this entire experience of right from getting all the applications for Unfold 2022, going through them, talking to founders and figuring out what they are doing, we've realized one thing that's common in Indian builders is that we have a ton of hunger. We are hungry to take over the world. This is what Balaji said, we are ascending. And that means we don't care what we are building. We will go to the customer and say, hey, you need DeFi, I will build in DeFi. There is a use case in Metaverse, I will go ahead and build the Metaverse right there. What we are seeing here is pure, absolute passion. To give you an idea, when we started Buidlers Tribe last year, we did not know what an incubator looked like, but the entire community supported us and said, hey, go ahead and do this. There's never been a large incubator out of India. We said, hey, let's do this. And just in 11 months of our existence, we've seen more than 1,150 applications come through Buidlers Tribe. Out of these, startups have gone ahead and raised hundreds of millions of dollars of funds, not necessarily through us. Just through us, startups have raised more than $20 million worth of funds in 11 months. And what we are seeing here is a bear market. Right? People call it the bear market. I don't know what that looks like from a dev perspective, because the prices of cryptocurrencies might have crashed, but the number of people building, the developers who are learning how to code blockchain applications, the kind of people who want to get into the industry as an employee, as a founding team member, and as contributor for even a DAO for that matter, is just growing regardless of any kind of price action. Some numbers that I'll present specific to this particular pitch competition, we've seen people build on absolutely a wide variety of platforms. India, Polygon has always been the favorite. So of course, the largest number of founders building on Polygon. Then people are still building on Ethereum native chain. In spite of the gas prices, people want to use this because there is such a big factor to having transparency and ownership out there. 17% startups are building on Solana. So this is a great chart to look at. Like I said, when we see Indian founders, we just look at a really hungry person out there to conquer the world, right? And they don't care what sector they're building in. Largely, we see that a ton of sectors like NFTs and DAO tooling have been extremely hot in the last few months. We've seen a ton of applications with new use cases of NFTs. We saw the art use case last year. Next set of use cases for NFTs is going to be communities, it's going to be organization tools, and this is something that we are very early at. Not many people in the industry even understand how NFTs will become the building blocks or primitives of communities, just like we have DeFi building its own primitives. And of course, one of the biggest things that has been an innovation for Web3 is DAOs. DAOs are going to be some of the governance tools that Balaji just talked about. Some of the DAOs will hold more treasury than Apple, than Google in the next 10 years. But today, they need tools. How do you do that? Your regular accounting software will not work for a DAO. your payroll software will not work for a DAO. How do you manage this? Without these tools, DAOs cannot take off, and that's a big bottleneck. So there is an immense amount of interest from developers building DAO tools, and an equal amount of interest from VCs who want to really fund DAO tools. Those two are big. Creator economy is another big segment. I think most of these sectors that we see today, later in the day we have panels for each one of them. So you will see some of the biggest names in the industry come and talk about each one of them. I won't go into the details of what's happening, but generally speaking, NFTs, DAO tooling, and creator economy are three biggest sectors right now. This is what shows the promise of this ecosystem, right? Probably till last year, the kind of applications that we used to get were, I have a white paper, I have an idea, I have a white paper, I have a deck. That's it, which is great start, no doubt, but just within a year, Indian ecosystem has matured so much that now we can see that there are 27% projects that have some early traction, which means they might have 100 users, which means they might have 10 power users. They have something. That's actually something that will make a VC drool when they see such a startup, right? And everyone has a product. Today, we are looking at people who have at least a POC in place, so you can really see what they've built and check their development capabilities, right? So this, I think more and more as industry matures, we will see founders pitching with product, with validation, and then ready for takeoff. Most funds have now become growth funds instead of seed. Even at seed level, VCs are asking, where is the product market fit? Just like it happened in Web 2, now we are in a different cycle. You don't go ahead and launch your token today. You achieve that product market fit, figure out where this revenue is going to come from, how is India going to get its next unicorn, then go ahead, raise, and start the hockey stick curve, right? So that's extremely reassuring. Some of the startups, we couldn't present all of them. You will see all of them in demo day. These startups have been relentlessly working week on week. So one of the theses that we finalized at froze at Buidlers Tribe is that at an early stage, it's just impossible for an investor to decide this startup will work or that startup will work, because frankly, Web3 is so dynamic that people are pivoting even after Series A. So you're not betting on the play there. You're not betting on the product there. What you're betting on is a founder who keeps showing up relentlessly. Week on week, they come in and they say, hey, I did this, I did that. I had 2 more calls with customers. I got so many more insights. I validated this, I invalidated this, I built this small little feature, I did 2 more Twitter spaces, I talked to 3 more customers. Absolutely anything, but this relentlessness of a founder is what we are looking for more and more, and every VC agrees to the fact that, hey, when we see progress, it's reassuring. Yesterday we met a VC principal who's running one of the top 3 funds in the world of Web 2 and Web 3, largest funds. And they say, hey, we observe a founder for at least 3 months before getting into this deal. Their minimum check size is $1 million, but they say, hey, I will meet this founder at different occasions. I will introduce this founder to few of my previous portfolio companies, not just to get them some help, but to get their opinion of what they think about the founder. So they want to see progress. Today, we don't see many PPTs getting funded, which is a great sign, because we don't want founders who will do a short-term play or a cash grab and go away, but a founder who's showing up relentlessly. Some of these founders have done some brilliant job. They went ahead and raised some funds. They went ahead, got immense response from mentors and supporters. And today, they are going to present here for all of you guys. I think that's it.
Thank you so much for that, Karim. Thank you so much. And who's hungry to make some change? Nobody. After such a rousing speech. I'm hungry to make change in the world. Thank you so much for that. And now I would like to call on our next speaker, Aniket Raj, Community Lead, Devfolio, to tell us more about the Hackathon Day. Aniket, please join us on stage and a warm round of applause for him. So the hackathon will see builders and developers solve real-world problems and get rewarded for the same. Over to you, Aniket, to tell us more.
Thank you. Am I audible at the back? All good? Can we start? Sure. Can we have the slides, please? So, till we get started, how many of you are participating in the hackathon part of Unfold? Can we have some hands raised? That's it? Come on. Nice, nice, nice. Really appreciate, this coming up. We, as Devfolio, have been, striving to do better hackathons since our early launch in 2019. And more on top of that, we have been doubling down on our efforts for Web3, started off with ETH India. And going forward, we really saw the potential in the Web3 builders in India, starting off with in ETH India 2018, as you know, Instadap, which is right now one of the top 10 DeFi protocols across the globe, was built at ETH India 2018. So we really know the potential these builders have, and hackathons are the way for where there's not a lot of stakes involved for you. You just come to the hackathon, experiment, try to build something, meet a lot of people, talk to sponsors, partners, get some mentorship, and then the possibilities are limitless. Oh, thanks. So just to tell a few more things about Devfolio, so we are India's largest and fastest growing community of builders. We are 250,000 builders strong right now, and we have helped host 400 plus hackathons across the globe. And only recently, we started off as a hackathon platform where even student-run organizers who would like to do a hackathon at the university, we would support them. But looking at the growth in the Web3 space, especially coming out from India, we decided to double down on our efforts, and we have been running many things more on top of that. We have been doing fellowships. Just recently, we concluded the Polygon Fellowship at the Polygon Hacker House. We have also done fellowships with Ethereum, Solana, Tezos, Celo, and basically the fellowship program is like you come here for 2 months, you get paid to learn and build some cool projects, and which can be taken ahead to any level. And more, we have been running ETH India grants as well, where we give equity-free grants up to 5K to builders, who are early stage builders and want to experiment on, if they have an idea, they want to take it ahead. We have support for them as well. We also did a virtual job fair with Polygon, where we connected talented devs, 2 companies who were looking for potential hires. So as you can see, the journey is very, sort of sorted out for builders who want to experiment. They participate in college-level hackathons, then they come to bigger hackathons like, for example, Unfold or ETH India or the hackathons we do. And then on top of that, they do fellowships. If they want grants to experiment, they do that as well. Or we have also job fairs to take it ahead, in terms if you want to get hired. So we are really completing the space here. We are democratizing opportunities, especially from a personal motive of making these opportunities available even to people from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because all you need to build a cool product is to build. Coming to the hackathon, so Unfold 22 hackathon is going to be India's largest IRL multi-chain hackathon with a list of amazing partners we have. We have bounties by Solana, Polygon, Nia Protocol, Router Protocol, Filecoin, Covalent, Alchemy, Tezos, Unstoppable Domains, EPNS, Arcana, and Spheron. There are so many people involved here, which basically invites a lot more people from who are building on different ecosystems, who wish to come together and sort of build and experiment new things at the hackathon. And there's an amazing lineup of bounties as well. You can go to the Devfolio site and check out the bounties as well. So there's $60,000 worth of bounties being offered by our different partners. And talking a bit more about statistics, so we have received over 3,000 applications for the hackathon. And as you can see, most of the people are front-end devs, and like a decent amount of blockchain devs. But the point of the hackathon is we get great builders, Web 2 or Web 3, and given the kind of environment which is over here, they really get motivated to build on Web 3, and they sort of transfer their Web 2 skills into Web 3, and that's how they take it ahead. And I think my personal favorite thing here is we can see the chart over here for the graduation year. So most of the students are graduating in 2024, so a lot of young crowd coming which I also personally felt when I was in college, that when you're in those years, you do not have a lot to lose. You can experiment a lot, try to do cool things without having a lot of liability attached to it. So that is when you come to Devfolio hackathons and experiment away. Out of a huge number of applications, we have shortlisted 200+ hackers who are going to be coming at the venue tomorrow as well. This entire space is going to be converted into a hackathon space. You're going to be seeing a lot of people building, and I think a lot of Red Bulls as well. And that's pretty much about it. Basically, just to let you know, the hackathon has already started. So today's the first half of the hackathon. It's a total of 48 hours. The first 24 hours has started at 11 a.m. today, and that's going to be virtual. So people are building from their homes, or if they're here, they can do that as well. But tomorrow will be the IRL aspect of the hackathon, the next 24 hours. Check-ins will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and you'll be sitting, the builders will be sitting here and working on the project. There's going to be many things attached to it. There's going to be mentorship hours. We also have some engagement activities planned, so that even though we say never stop building, but there has to be some break where you can also, sort of enjoy a few other things. And yeah, then on Sunday, we'll be doing the judging and announcing the winners then and there. All right, never stop building.
Thank you so much for that, Aniket. And as he said, never stop building. And all the very best to all the developers, builders, and of course the startup founders. Break a leg, everyone. And now it is time for our very first panel of the day. And what a panel it is. We have so many really legends here in this panel. First of all, we have Francesco George Renzi, co-founder Superfluid, Sameep Singhania, co-founder QuickSwap, Nikki Aryasinghe, Global Head of Partnerships, Chainlink, and moderating it, we have Hamza Khan, Head of DeFi and Labs, Polygon. So I would like to also tell you a little bit more about each of these panel members. Francesco George Renzi, co-founder Superfluid, will be joining us virtually from Estonia. Francesco believes that access to finance is a basic human right. Through his work at Superfluid Finance, he's building novel ways of moving money, streaming money every second with no transaction fees or friction. The result, it allows us to do more with less money. We also have Sameep Singhania, who is the co-founder of QuickSwap. Sameep is a blockchain enthusiast who helps teams adapt their use cases to blockchain technology. One of his main goals is to bring diversity in technology and promote widespread adoption of blockchain technology. Now, a fun fact is that Mark Cuban, the multi-billionaire investor, recently disclosed that he was a liquidity provider for QuickSwap. And also joining us is Nikki Aryasinghe, Global Head of Partnerships, Chainlink. Nikki is a global strategist passionate about the frontier of distributed ledger technology and its potential to spur the development of innovative business models in financial services and adjacent sectors. He's currently the Global Head of Partnership for Chainlink Labs, the industry standard Oracle network for powering hybrid smart contracts. And finally, joining us from New York as well as the moderator on this panel, we have Hamza Khan, head of DeFi and Labs Polygon. He's working on providing cutting-edge layer 2 Ethereum technology to the global dev community of gaming, digital art, and decentralized finance. What a diverse and interesting panel. Over to you, Nikki, Francesco, Sameep, and Hamza.
Hey, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to Unfold 2022, the DeFi panel. Firstly, thank you to CoinDCX for organizing this important event in today's economic market where as you can see, macro things are very different historically, and it's very important what CoinDCX is doing to create awareness in the market and create awareness in the youth about blockchain technologies and more about crypto and DeFi technologies. So thank you to CoinDCX for organizing this. I just wanted to start with a quick intro into the space before we go to the panelists, to the speakers. DeFi is a new technology that uses the blockchain to create open, transparent, and permissionless financial systems in the ecosystem. And there's a very important tenet which DeFi follows is ownership of assets. So in today's market, you can see that you are seeing a lot of cases where national banks are getting blown up, and inflation rates are all-time high. So people in the new markets are moving a lot to cryptocurrency assets and trying to own those assets and not custody with someone else. And DeFi allows you to do that on a permissionless blockchain ecosystem, like Polygon, like Ethereum. And over the past 2 years, this space has grown immensely over the past 2 years. So yeah, that is one thing. And just a quick intro from my side. I'm Hamza. I lead the DeFi side of things at Polygon. Polygon is a layer 2 scaling suite of layer 2 scaling solutions for Ethereum, and has probably one of the largest DeFi ecosystems by users, by TVL, by quality projects, and all of that. But yeah, before that, we'll do a quick round of intro to Francesco, and we can go around. So yeah, Francesco, if you want to maybe do a quick introduction.
Yes, thank you. And thank CoinDCX for inviting me. My name is Francesco. I'm one of the founders at Superfluid. At Superfluid, we are basically creating money streaming. Money streaming is this concept of sending money from one account to another over time without making recurring transactions. So using Superfluid, you can basically do things like pay salaries, pay subscriptions, but also do more complex DeFi products like dollar cost averaging through this new way of transfer, which is money streaming. Yeah, so that's me. I'm very excited to be here. Been doing a lot in the Indian ecosystem. I'm looking forward to visiting India later this year for ETH India as well.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much. Sameep?
So first of all, I would like to thank CoinDCX team for inviting me here. Like, it's a privilege to be sitting here and like talking to all the people in this panel. So myself, Sameep Singhani, I'm one of the co-founders of QuickSwap and one of the core contributors as well. So QuickSwap is a leading decentralized exchange on Polygon. And by decentralized exchange, I mean like you can swap different crypto assets over there. And we are not just a DEX, like we are trying to make ourselves a complete ecosystem, a one-stop shop for DeFi, which you'll see in coming days. Like you'll see isolated lending markets, prediction markets, different type of DEX protocols out there. So yeah, like that's a quick intro about myself.
Nikki?
Thanks, Hamza. Hi, everybody. Nikki Arias Singer. I lead partnerships globally for Chainlink Labs. Thanks again to CoinDCX for having us here today. For those of you who don't know Chainlink, we are the world's largest Oracle provider. So what an Oracle is we bring off-chain data on-chain. So for those of you who are not familiar, what is the price of Bitcoin right now? And so we power the vast majority of the DeFi ecosystem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, just as a quick nugget of information, I think all of these projects are very big on Polygon. Superfluid does a bunch of stuff on Polygon. Chainlink has, I think, the most number of feeds after Ethereum on Polygon, and Sameep QuickSwap is all on Polygon. So yeah, thank you guys for coming in. And maybe Nikki, maybe you can start, like, how did you get into the space, and how did your journey be like at Chainlink?
So I'm a little bit from a little while ago, came out of the Web2 world, more on the banking and finance side. So literally retail banking, management consulting. And I really saw, and I think, Hamza, based on some of the intro you gave, really saw an opportunity with blockchain technology to change the way finance operates. And I think you mentioned one really critical word there, which is permissionless. And I think with a lot of the structures, the way finance works globally, it requires permission for people to participate, for people to get bank accounts at a very basic level, to learn how currencies operate, and so on and so forth. So the real fundamental belief from my perspective was blockchain is a technology that can open up finance for everybody and can drive significant amounts of innovation. And I think one of the things that I'm really excited to talk about here today is many of the examples of that type of innovation. So that's really what got me into this space. And I think really with Chainlink, it's really about making the biggest impact possible. As I mentioned earlier in my intro, we power the vast majority of the DeFi ecosystem. We're integrated with 14 blockchains. We have a list of 150 blockchains that want to integrate and utilize Chainlink services. So for me, it's a combination of being able to change finance and make the biggest impact possible.
For sure. Yeah, Chainlink is pretty big. Chainlink is running all of the DeFi, most of the DeFi for sure. Yeah, Francisco, would love to understand, like, how did you start in this space, and what drives you?
I think I've been in the space since 2017, right? So it's 5 years now. Joined randomly because somebody hired me to do marketing for an ICO back in the day. But then when things got really excited was with the rise of DeFi, right? So I witnessed a lot of the early days of things like Uniswap, Compound, right? Then I remember, as Chainlink and the Link army started growing, I've seen all of that stuff the first time around. It's exciting now because there's a new bear market. I'm seeing a lot of people building again, right? A lot less focus on coin kind of market prices and more focus on building. So that's very exciting to me. And I'm excited to see what we build that will then become massive in the next bull market, right? Because that's what bear markets are about, right? It's building for the next bull market. So what will drive the next bull market? That's very exciting to me to try and figure out, and how can we best position ourselves to be at the forefront of that. And one of my hopes is that the next bull market is driven by more real world adoption. And we see maybe less speculation and more adoption by real people and businesses, and basically see less exchange of token A for token B and more exchange of token A for work, right, or for goods and services. So that's kind of where we position Superfluid. We effectively want to become the platform for people to pay for subscriptions, for work, right, for all sorts of services. So that's where I see a lot of opportunity and hope for the future. And I guess that's what drives me to work in the industry.
So work to earn, not play to earn.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, work to earn.
Work to earn. Yeah, makes sense. Sameep, Sameep and I have known each other for such a long time, but Sameep and I have never met. We speak daily.
I mean, like that's true for not just you, for most of my coworkers. Even I've met Rob for the first time in Dubai after setting up QuickSwap, working together for 2 years. I never met each other. So that's the beauty of this space, right? It's not just about the products which are decentralized, but teams and people, everyone is decentralized. So that's the beauty, right? So apart from that, right? So it's a long story how I came into this space and all that stuff. I'll try to make it short. So I joined this space in 2017 in its very early stages, right? So I'm a developer, right? And I'm a core developer by heart. And I wanted to, basically figure out a technology which is still in its early stages, so that I can see that technology growing from its infancy to the adulthood, right? That was my goal when I was looking for a technology, and that's when I stumbled upon blockchain, right? So I started doing some freelancing stuff around it, right? I have been part of some of the biggest projects, not just in the DeFi, but in the whole ecosystem, like Open Bazaar, some of the casino games. Then I worked with Paraswap as well, right? So now with QuickSwap, right? Worked with some lending protocols, like a lot of different products out there. So, but that's how my journey started. Basically, I wanted to figure out a technology which is still new, has a lot of potentials, and I can like get into it. Like that was my dream, and I think like blockchain is, like allowing me to live that dream.
No, for sure. I think Sameep, since Matic days, like so when I had joined Matic in January 2021, I think QuickSwap was the only, along with one or two other, was the only protocol, and still is the biggest protocol. So that shows that Sameep is clearly one of the best builders and most resilient and long forward thinking. Like as Sameep said, I'll not say too much, but also I wanted to dig on that, Sameep, is on QuickSwap. Like, how is QuickSwap seeing the AMM space? So maybe you could also explain what is an AMM in like very shortly, and explain like what is a DEX, what is an AMM, and why QuickSwap. What is QuickSwap doing to push the frontier in that direction?
So in a very layman term, I'll try to explain this. Like DEX is nothing, just a decentralized exchange. Like it's like any other exchange out there, but it's not controlled by anyone, right? In case of centralized exchanges, the rules, regulations, or the overall rule of the game, or the game, I call it a game, right? So the overall rule of the game in case of centralized exchanges, it's governed by the stakeholders of the exchange, right? May it be like not just crypto exchanges, even if it's a stock exchange, BSC, NSC, or like Nasdaq, or like whatever it is, the rules are decided by the stakeholders. But in case of decentralized exchange, what makes it different is the rules are not governed by someone, but it's governed by a set of code which is already there on the blockchain technology. So whatever that particular code or smart contract, as we say it, specifically specifies, that's going to happen on that decentralized exchange. I, as one of the founders of QuickSwap, has no control on how QuickSwap will work, right? Once the contract has been deployed and is on blockchain. So I think the only difference between a decentralized exchange, any other exchange, is like how that particular exchange runs, and who defines like what kind of logic or execution or rules of the exchange would be, right? In case of decentralized exchange, the rules are governed by the smart contract. In case of centralized exchanges, the rules are governed by the stakeholders of that particular exchange, right? So that's, I think, easiest way to understand what a DEX is, right? Yeah, apart from that, I don't see a very serious difference between a decentralized exchange and a centralized exchange, right?
Just to add on that, like I think Sameep, one thing which users also, which listeners have to realize also, is that apart from the rules part, is the ownership of assets is very important, as we recently saw with with a lot of CeFi players. Just to add on that, is like, what do you think? Like, what do you think about all the CeFi trend, and like why ownership of assets, especially digital assets, which is crypto, is so important? Crypto and NFTs and everything.
Yeah, I was about to add that as well, right? So because everything is governed by smart contracts, in case of decentralized exchange, you are the true owners of your assets, or you can simply go to the smart contract, or you can hire someone to read the smart contract and figure out who is the actual owner of your assets. If you are interacting with that particular protocol, specifically in case of a DEX, if you are providing a liquidity, you can figure out like who is the actual owner of those assets, or how those assets can be utilized, right? Everything is governed by a smart contract in this case: ownership, utilization of the assets, and every other thing, which is not true in case of centralized exchanges. As Hamza rightly said, that's why like when most of these centralized entities, they went bankrupt, or like we all know what happened, right? So the most impacted users were the investors, or the users, or the retail investor, I mean, right? The retail investor, the retail users who were using those platforms, because again, the rules were not set by a code. It was not set by a smart contract. Those rules could have been changed, and that's what happened as well, right? Over leveraging happened. Like a lot of big mistakes happened, which would not have been possible in case of a smart contract. Or if possible, like I and you would have known that this is what this smart contract could do. This is the risk of the protocol. At least we would have known about it. We would be participating after doing a due diligence, after knowing that what we are getting into, right? So even if you want, I want to take a 90% risk in a decentralized, application, I would know that I'm taking a 90% risk, and I can lose 90%. But on a centralized exchange, that's not true, or a centralized system, that's not true, right? So like that's one of the biggest differences, I would say, like when you compare two type of technologies, centralized and decentralized.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now, what is an AMM? Now, again, like AMM is, so for any exchange to work, you need market makers, right? You need two. Okay, so on any traditional exchange, there is two sides. buying side and the selling side. And now you need a market maker to basically, fulfill those sides, right? In case of centralized exchanges, we have like book-based market making systems or book-based exchanges, right? Where you will have some market makers working on the buy side, some on the sell side, but it's not automatically done. But in case of AMMs, like in case of most AMMs, not all AMMs, the market making is again done by smart contracts, so that you can see, how the market making rules are being played, right? How market making algorithms are being run, right? Again, it's not a centralized entity who are doing a market making on decentralized exchanges, on most decentralized exchanges. I would not say on all decentralized exchanges, but on most decentralized exchanges. So automated market maker for a layman is nothing, just market making being done by a smart contract based on some rule which is hard coded and deployed.
Makes sense. Yeah, thank you. I think that's pretty good explanation, and would like to also, Nikki, in terms of like, what is Chainlink thinking what DeFi will become in the next 1, 2, 3 years? First question is like, also like, why has Chainlink become so big?
I think one is fundamentally the fact that this is public, decentralized, and permissionless, and we are big believers in that and enabling that. But I think what also underpins it is security. And I think, again, folks that may be a little bit more familiar with DeFi and with crypto would be very aware of particularly some of the regular security breaches, shall we say, that have occurred to various players across the sector. But in particular, I think even as far as crypto goes, over the last few months, I think it's just highlighted to everybody the importance of security. Particularly, bridges have been the kind of latest attack vector. But I think that is kind of like one of those understated aspects, but it's just so critical and it's so important for the growth of our industry. So I think for us, from a Chainlink perspective, we really begin with security. And when we think about off-chain data, so crypto price feeds, the types of services that we offer, off-chain computation, it always starts from a place of security. And then, kind of thinking forward, how will it grow? And, what is the moat, I think was the other question you asked. Yes. I think, so two aspects that are really important here as well, in terms of how we power the ecosystem and enable, Superfluid and QuickSwap and a whole bunch of other different users, is really with reliability as well, right? So if you think about, to Sameem's explanation earlier, everything is governed by code. There is no kind of centralized person sitting in the background. If something goes wrong, they'll step in and fix everything, that sort of thing. It's all governed by code. So if there's a failure, if there's some form of compromise, if there's an issue, that everything just executes as it was supposed to execute. And so when we think about pricing, again, one of the services that Chainlink provides, for us, what's paramount for us is providing reliable prices. And again, this sounds like a very simple thing for people, but what is the price of Bitcoin right now? It's really important. If you get liquidated, it's really important to know what the price is exactly, so you don't lose whatever you've pledged in terms of your assets. So reliability, I think, is a key enabler. And the final point is around the moat. So for us, we really think about actually creating a network effect. So again, we're slightly different, I think, to Polygon and many other kind of large projects out there. But for us, when we think about a network effect, it's really about trying to provide a range of services. And a great analogy, again, for folks that are new to crypto is, think of Amazon, right? So why do people use Amazon? Ease, the range of goods they provide, sometimes cost, for example. And so I think, again, when we think about Chainlink, that's what we think about in the future as our future moat, is really, what you can expect is that we'll be natively integrated with more and more chains. We're integrated with 14 now. That number will undoubtedly grow in time. We'll be offering an even wider range of feeds, so information that's important for DeFi projects, crypto price feeds, equity price feeds, information for prediction markets, et cetera, all whilst maintaining those high standards for security and reliability. And when you kind of sum all of that up, that's really what a moat means to us.
No, that's pretty good. Now, Francisco, Superfluid is definitely one of the very interesting, unique, I would say, projects in the space, and a lot of projects are using it. What is the next stage of Superfluid? Over the next 2 years, 3 years, is like, what are you guys thinking? How are you guys thinking?
I think for us, as I said, some of the major use cases are things like subscriptions and payroll, right? And the truth is, both of those are things that not many people do with crypto, right? Like how many people actually get paid in crypto? How many people pay for things in crypto, right? There's actually not that many. So we are doing a very hard thing in crypto, which is promote a new use case, which is payments. And I think it's going to take a while, right? The truth is hard things take time, right? So we are aware of that, but I do think there is a big opportunity to make, for example, all the people in this call start getting paid in crypto by the end of the year, right? And I think in the next 2 years, if we can basically onboard everyone in crypto to actually use crypto, both to get paid and to pay for things, and at the same time on the subscription side, create a lot of businesses that can actually have sustainable subscription-based revenue models, then Superfluid will become a household name, right? And conversely, I think if we don't do that, like if in the next 2 years, we still have businesses that are charging in fiat or businesses that are paying their crypto employees in fiat, then maybe the crypto space didn't make it. Because ultimately, I feel if we can't solve for the simplest thing, which should be payments, then we're probably doing something significantly wrong, right? So I hope, I hope I'm right. And I hope in the next 2 years, we start seeing these things. And, by doing that, as you said, ultimately Superfluid is permissionless. So we want to enable these 2 use cases, but people can build so many other things with it. So for example, a lot of people who get paid their salary in streams are then, especially on Polygon, they're dollar cost averaging into other currencies, right? So you'll get your payment in USDC in a stream, and then you open a stream to an exchange called Ricochet Exchange. And there you can use your stream to basically buy Ethereum every 10 minutes. So it's completely automated. Under the hood, it uses QuickSwap. So basically what's happening is it accumulates funds for 10 minutes, and then it takes those 10 minutes and a bot, which is, I think might be a chain keeper actually, goes to QuickSwap, swaps for the other currency, brings it back, and then distributes it to everyone streaming. So by doing this, you have this fully automated experience where you get paid your salary and then you dollar cost average into other currencies. So, we can enable this for businesses, but, individuals. And over time, we want to create more and more of these interconnected streams, right? So you receive a payment from someone and then you make a payment to someone else. So, if there's anyone in the audience that wants to start getting paid in a stream, and if you work for a crypto company, please send them our way. We've just finished working on an integration with CoinShift, which is actually also founder is from India. So we've built an amazing integration with them, which allows you to effectively create payroll for your whole company in one transaction on Polygon. So with one single transaction, you basically start paying everyone in streams, and everybody will always get paid every second forever, and you never have to touch it again. So it eliminates all the admin for you. It's completely automated and it's running on crypto rails. And this is the kind of stuff that we work for, right? To create real tangible solutions so that people can actually use crypto for their daily life, right? And this is something that's super important, in my opinion, if you want the space to progress and go beyond just speculative applications.
This can be pushed on to businesses, loans, like micro loans, so many other things. So just I think we are closing up now. Is one question to everyone. We can keep this short in like 5 minutes if you can. Is like, what is the one project apart from your project that you think is the most interesting from your project and Polygon, which is doing the most interesting thing in the space? And again, this is more of a technical advice or anything. This is not financial advice or anything. But what are you most interested, project or vertical? If you don't want to name a project, you can say a vertical. You're most interested for the next 2-3 years. Maybe Francisco, you can start off.
Yeah, I think obviously apart from Superfluid, I am very excited about people that are building under collateralized lending. Right. So at the moment, lending is all powered by assets, right? But we know that the majority of people in the world don't have any assets, which means if we want DeFi to actually, provide credit beyond that, we need to find a better way. And I actually feel that Superfluid is part of the puzzle here, because while people often don't have assets, they do have income.
Yes.
Right. And if that income is on chain, then you can use that to provide under collateralized lending. Right. So I feel by bringing more of those income streams on chain, we then have an opportunity to provide collateralized lending to people who actually need it. And this could be a way for us to onboard a whole bunch of people who effectively will never use DeFi because they don't have anything. Right. So I think there's a big opportunity there. And, for anyone working in that space that wants to collaborate with us or, who wants to just discuss it, I'm always open. So if anyone in the audience is interested to talk about this, reach out.
For sure. Sameep?
I think I am more interested in two different domains, I would say. And one of the domains is structured products. I think that's where the next wave of DeFi could easily be. Right? I mean, you definitely need options. You need a lot of stuff, right? So I am definitely looking out for these projects, and what they are doing, because I will definitely put my 2 cents on these projects. And apart from that, I mean, not just DeFi, I'm also looking towards NFT space. In early days of NFTs, personally, I felt is happening in the NFT space, but now NFT is turning out to be producing more effective and good use cases, which is solving real world problems. The way DeFi is doing the early steps or the baby stages of DeFi was ICO. If I'm correct, I think ICO was the first stage of DeFi, in 2017, 2016, when it all started.
Kind of, it was more yield farming. The DeFi summer, those food coins and all of that. Yeah.
Right. So that was right for DeFi as well. But then DeFi start growing up, right? And the way we have DeFi, right? I think that's what's happening with NFT spaces as well. Now NFT space is seeing some real use cases, right? Not just some happening around for millions of dollars. So I'm really excited about that space as well. And then in DeFi, I'm definitely up for structured products.
Yeah, I agree to that point also. I think NFTs and how you can unlock the liquidity out of those illiquid assets, then that will be a very big thing. Even I'm thinking of these games. So DeFi, how I feel, and maybe I'll tell that later. But Nikki, yeah, what do you think from an infra side? Maybe if you want, or maybe DeFi also is what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, actually, there's a couple of areas that I'm really interested in, and one area that I'm excited by is, people talk about it a lot, but this coming confluence between DeFi and TradFi, so traditional finance. But there's a couple of really underappreciated areas there, and the example I want to give is a bit of a twist on what Francisco was talking about earlier. So mid-sized companies, so companies that have, say, a turnover of, say, 50 million USD, something in that range. Typically will have a sizable treasury, and they'll want to invest that, particularly in short-term money markets. So they'll put it into a very safe kind of money market. They'll withdraw it a week, a month later, 3 months later, that sort of thing. So if you imagine the world of DeFi and TradFi coming together, in 5 years' time, what's going to be happening is mid-sized companies are going to be investing their, say, let's call it $5 million in their treasury into a DeFi protocol or multiple DeFi protocols. Via smart contract, highly automated. And what's going to be happening is they're going to be scanning for the most optimal yield. The $5 million will be swapped into stable coins or various cryptocurrencies. And then importantly, and again, based on what Francisco was saying earlier, you'll have a automated keeper or whatever it may be that will do an hourly scan to try and optimize yield. And that money, that crypto will be automatically moved around. And then, at the end of the week, at the end of the month, whatever it is, it'll be withdrawn. But if you think about that entire process, that's a completely different financial experience for that mid-sized company. So I think that, to me, just kind of suggests, there's a lot of different components of DeFi that have to come together to make that a reality. Obviously, KYC, UX, et cetera. But that's what really excites me is this really opportunity to take DeFi and kind of bring real world yield, real world usage to companies out there in the world.
Yeah, for sure. I think Chainlink is pretty much doing a lot of stuff. I know with credit protocols, with a lot of decentralized Oracle networks, Dawns and everything. But just I would like to just wrap this up. Firstly, thank you so much for everyone for coming and for giving your thoughts. And this is pretty interesting. I didn't know Superfluid was doing this much. I'll have to look. This under-collateralized one, which makes sense. People have an income but don't have the assets or credit to take something like this. That's a very interesting point. By that, I would like to thank you everyone and just wrap up over here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikki, Francesco, Sameep, and Hamza. A round of applause. We can do better than that for all of them. So how is Unfold 2022 going so far? What are your key takeaways? Anyone? No one wants to answer, so I will be forced to choose. What about some of the young men here? Any key takeaways so far?
The very fact that the excitement amongst the builders that we've been seeing, the constant innovation in the space, it's definitely keeping us excited, and go founders. Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Great, I'm glad to hear that. Ma'am, would you like to tell us a little bit? Great, someone is smiling at me for a change. I'm liking that.
I'm just liking how I'm hearing that bear markets are a time for building. So I'm eager to know more as the day progresses.
Lots of reasons for us to smile, really. And one more on the stage soon. We just heard a lot about DeFi. So speaking of DeFi, CoinDCX has been bringing crypto trading to the masses in India and is now looking to bring similar innovation to the Web3 ecosystem and make the world of Web3 and DeFi, or decentralized finance, more accessible to the masses. Now, without revealing too much, I'd like to invite on stage Neeraj Khandelwal, co-founder, CoinDCX, Gaurav Arora, Senior Vice President, DeFi Initiatives at CoinDCX, Vivek Gupta, EVP Technology at CoinDCX, and my friend Rishabh from Yourstory to announce their brand new offering. Neeraj, over to you to tell us more, please.
Can visit? Thank you, everyone, and welcome to Unfold 2022. It's an amazing feeling, as Sumit told earlier. This is the first time that we have organized such a massive event, and I've been thoroughly enjoying this since the beginning. Today, I have something to unveil, something we have been, CoinDCX team has been working since quite some time now, putting a lot of efforts. We are launching a DeFi platform, a Web3 platform called Okto. Okto is a keyless self-custody wallet which allows anyone with an internet connection to take participation in the decentralized economy that we have been talking about. So I'm very happy to see that a hard work of roughly 8 to 10 months is now coming to fruition, and we are very, very excited to contribute to the Web3 world in a massive manner. Let me share a few more things about this product, as well as why it's important for us and for the industry to have something like this in place. So, first of all, when Sumit and we entered into this space in the beginning of 2016, we had a dream. We used to read a lot about Web3 was not a term then. We used to read a lot about blockchain technology and how it can change the internet itself, right? And that was very fascinating for us. And we decided that we'll give our next 10 to 20 years, which represents our career, all of our career, and we'll dedicate it to changing internet and make it more open, transparent, equally accessible and fair to everyone. Now, the entry point was exchange, building an exchange. The entry point, because exchange is how people get to know about crypto. They get some bit of, customers get some bit of exposure to the crypto assets. And everyone starts understanding about crypto and blockchain technology from an exchange. That's a fact. So we started with an exchange. But we always, had that ultimate dream, the ultimate promise of Web3 and blockchain technology. And we wanted to change the internet, for that purpose. So, think of 1995, when internet was just starting up. Very early days of internet. If, on my left hand, this is the global economy. This is the global economy of 1995. This was internet. Very small, like a dot. Now fast forward 25 years later, if this is the global economy, 25% of this whole economy is powered by internet today. Just 25 years. Internet has taken over the global economy. Now think of internet today. This is the internet on my left hand, and this is Web3. I believe, and we believe at CoinDCX, what internet did to the traditional economy, Web3 is going to do to internet. And change happens faster these days. I think by 2030, there would be more than 1 billion people on Web3, and internet's backend, internet would be powered by Web3, and it's not far. Today, there are 300 million people, globally speaking, 300 million people who have already been touched by Web3, who are already in the crypto space. This is a rough estimate, looking at the exchange data, exchange user base data, 300 million. I am just expecting that it will get tripled in next 8 years. We believe it's very much achievable. But sometimes, I also, when I think about it, I see a few challenges that lie in front of us. Challenges which need to be solved if we want to achieve that vision of Web3. If we don't solve these challenges, then it will be very difficult for crypto and Web3 to reach that scale that we all have been working for. 2 challenges I'd like to state right now. 1, customer experience. It's not difficult to comprehend. Everybody, probably every one of us would have used some kind of wallets. We might have wanted to buy NFTs. We have always wanted to use some kind of decentralized application. It's very difficult. At least I find it very difficult, and I have interacted with so many people. Using a decentralized app today is not as simple as using Swiggy or Zomato. It's not as simple as using Uber. It is very difficult. There are 8 to 10 steps you need to perform just to make one single small transaction on Web3 today. You have to download a wallet. You have to write the seed phrase and keep it secure somewhere. Then you have to go to a website and connect your wallet. Then you have to perform the relevant transactions. Then you have to go to another website to track whatever you have done on the Web3 and DeFi space, and so forth. And I'm not even mentioning if you have assets on one chain, and when you want to transfer them to another chain, good luck with that. It's very difficult. Second, that was the first part. The customer experience is very complex. Second, the developer experience, the builder experience. We all are builders here, and this is the building phase. Builder experience is very difficult. You develop one DeFi application on Solana chain, DeFi or Web3, any kind of application on Solana chain, you cannot provide access to your application to someone who is sitting on the Ethereum chain. Your market size is limited to people who are just there on the Solana chain. That's it. This is just an example. If you build application on any one chain, you have very small market. You would want your market to be as big as possible. You would want your market to be the whole Web3 space. And you don't want to deploy your applications on every chain individually. That's a mammoth task. And it takes a lot of time, right? This is the developer's challenge. If Web3 is to be successful, if 1 billion people are going to access Web3, if internet is going to become more decentralized as we all want it to be. We are here because we want to see decentralized economy come to life. We want to see more decentralization of internet. That's all, I think that is what we are here for. But if customers find it difficult to access applications, decentralized applications, and developers find it difficult to build those applications, then I think it's going to be very difficult. And this is a major challenge. Very simple to understand, but difficult to solve, as well as difficult, difficult to solve. And that's what, somebody please show Okto. That's what Okto stands for. We are building Okto to solve these two challenges, the developer challenge and the customer challenge, and make Web3 a reality. Do not misunderstand Okto, CoinDCX Okto, just as a simple app where you can do speculations. No, we want to solve and make Web3 a reality, take it to billions, make it mainstream. That is our purpose. Thank you.
Thanks, Neeraj, for taking us through that. I was just recalling one of our conversations from last week, where you always stress on the end user and making the experience as seamless and as easy for the end user. And I think that's something that has been a feature of your product building right from the early days, right? So I kind of want you to spend some time telling us why now is the right time to be solving these kind of challenges. I just remember, Pareen was talking about some data just a few minutes back, wherein they are seeing a lot of startups have started seeing early traction already in terms of users. Right now, this is like a very progressive thing for us to see that users are actually curious and they're actually trying out these new Web3 products. But at the same time, DeFi is still so young. You sometimes refer to it as a 4 or 5-year-old child that has grown a lot, but still has so much more to grow, right? So why is now the best time? What is the landscape like right now? And why are we doing this right now?
Sure. One critical facilitator of Web3 is going to be the scalability of blockchains. If blockchains are scalable, only then you can expect a lot of transactions happening only then you can expect this whole concept going mainstream. I think now is the time when we are seeing a lot of layer 2 solutions like zero knowledge rollups by the Polygon team, for example, as well as Ethereum's 2.0 merge, which is going to come up, and innumerable developments on the scalability of blockchain. That is very critical. And I think we are at that, this year, 2022-23, is representing the phase where we are overcoming these challenges. So this is a perfect time to think about how to make it mainstream. Secondly, this is the first part, the scalability. Secondly, we have observed at CoinDCX, we launched CoinDCX Ventures, and we have observed that there is a massive migration happening from Web 2 to Web 3. Developers are now much more excited about Web 3. Web 2 is like old school these days, and Web 3 is the new kid in the town. People are more excited about Web 3. A lot of development is happening. For it to become mainstream and reach billions, you need thousands of lakhs of applications built on Web 3. And for that, you need massive force of Web 3 developers. I think that is happening right now as we speak. So these two factors are very important. And lastly, crypto, blockchain, and Web 3, they are now very well known. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, if you ask my parents, they probably would say, we don't know much about it. But now, the education about Web 3, the blockchain technology, people know about it. Everybody knows about it. Not just in India, but across the globe. It is a common thing now. In the last 2 years, this bull cycle, which just went by, has changed, has impacted in a very positive manner. Now, after this bull cycle, before the next one comes, we have to be prepared for the mass scale. Because the next bull cycle, whenever it comes, maybe 1 year down the line, maybe 2 years down the line, that is when you will see a lot, Web3, DeFi, NFTs becoming so mainstream, and that billion people dream will just see like, okay, we might achieve it the next month. Yeah.
Neeraj, thanks so much for explaining that. I think this brings me to the next question where I'd like to get Gaurav in, right? So Gaurav, what Neeraj has done for us is he's presented, the landscape of DeFi. He's presented us what are the challenges that need to be solved. What is the entire vision for products that can solve these challenges, right? So specifically coming to today's launch, the exciting announcement that we have for all of our users here and everyone else who's watching on the live stream as well. What is the real vision for this product? Like, how is it exactly fitting into the entire landscape that Neeraj painted for us? So if you can help us understand the larger vision for this, I think that'll be great.
Sure. I think the problems from the DeFi side, from the tech side, Neeraj pointed out really well. I just wanted to bring out like a different perspective, from the user's perspective, right? A couple of things, approaching this thing from there. See, much as all of us tech people in the room like to believe, users honestly don't care about technology, right? What they care about is applications. If you think about it, how many of us know what compression algorithm was in the iPod? Nobody knows, right? If it was MP3 or FLAC, I don't know. But I know that I could put thousands of songs in my pocket. That's what people care about, right? They care about the application. So now, like in this ecosystem, why should a user know that to buy that cute-looking Axie, I need to have USDT in ERC chain and not in TRC chain? And this is a true story, by the way. I mean, I struggle with it, and by the end of it, after one day, that Axie doesn't look any cute anymore, and I don't want to buy it anymore. But yeah, I think people don't need to know these complexities. We need to abstract it out for them. So that's one thing. And there are so many applications, like Neeraj said. The next growth will come from the applications, but we need to make it easier for the users to access it. The other core problem that users from the user side is users have a lot of decisions to make in the whole day, right? They are all very busy. We have like hundreds of responsibilities. We don't want more responsibilities being added to us, right? We don't want more decisions being added to us. So they always reward partners, solutions to simplify their life for them, who make things easy for them. So, example of that is that, just take example of a car, right? I mean, there's always this enthusiast who says, I'm going to drive this car at 1800 RPM to get the best power ratio and get the best mileage, but most of us don't care, right? If I get a car which is automatic and it just takes me from point A to point B without me having to change gears, I love it, I'll take it. And that's it. So what we want to get to is build the automatic of DeFi, make a lot of decisions simpler for you, so that we just, you go on with your life, you do what you need to do, we'll do some of the things at the back end of it. So, just putting these two very core principles to the few problems that Neeraj talked about. So let's take key management, right? That's a big one, right? So, Hamza also talked about how it's very good to have self-custody. There's a lot of power that self-custody gives you, but like we all know, right? The very wise man in the Marvel universe who said, with great power comes great responsibility. So you know what? A lot of us don't want this responsibility of managing the key. If I lose the key, I lose all my money. So we've taken that one problem and solved it. We're giving you keyless self-custody, where we say that, hey, you have all the goodness of self-custody, but we'll abstract out the key management for you. We'll give you a familiar, easy interface to log in, to control, and you don't have to manage that long key. So that's one very important part of it. The second problem we want to solve is, applications, access to applications. So right now, and it is great ecosystem. Every time I think of, hey, you know what, this sounds like an interesting dApp, it's already there. Everybody's created, like there's a dApp for everything now, I think, and that's growing at an exponential state. But you can't discover it. Even if you do discover it, you don't know if it's a good one or a bad one. Is it a rug pull scream? You don't know if it's the right spelling. You'll have chain link, but you may have chan link also. And if you type the wrong thing, you'll go to the wrong thing and all your money will go away. So, all of this comes with some risk which for the users. A normal user can't comprehend all of this. So we want to make it easier for the users to say, hey, we will curate some apps. We will bring them to you on your mobile application in a native way. You don't have to go hunting for it in a browser, don't have to link your wallet. We'll just make it natively available for you. Of course, you want to go elsewhere, we'll allow you, but we will bring it in a native, familiar interface to you. And we've selected around 100 protocols across 20 chains, which we believe for now give the user that whole gamut, and obviously we'll keep growing that. So that's one, native interface, keyless self-custody. And the third one, again, what Neeraj also talked about is a cross-chain interaction, right? There's a lot of complexities across jumping across chains, money stuck here, I can't move it here. So all of that we want to abstract out. And we want to just, remove that complexity for the user. So these are the three core problems. Like, my job is to make them sound simple. Obviously, if you talk to Vivek, he'll say it's not so simple. Every one line is like a gazillion lines of code and months of work. But I think we want to do all the hard work so that the users don't have to do all of this hard work. Right.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And I think now you've just set the floor for Vivek now. So Vivek, not to be too technical, but help us understand things from the security perspective in terms of the app that you guys are launching. And I think this is a very critical piece of the puzzle, because although crypto has so much power to give self-custody, but it also comes with a high degree of user error, user risk, right? We've seen so many things happening in the DeFi universe over the past few months, which have left a bad taste in the mouth and have kind of called for more robust security measures in the dApps that people are building. So if you can spend a couple of minutes just helping all of us understand what are some of the robust security features that are part of this app, I think that'll be great.
Sure. So like you rightly pointed out, right, when it comes to the DeFi space, one of the key challenges is security. And even for us at Okto, we always wanted to have security as one of our top priorities, especially when it comes to building your wallet infrastructure, when it comes to building your data infrastructure. And like Gaurav also kind of highlighted, one of the ways in which you do self-custody is by having a private key, right? So essentially, you become responsible for holding that private key, keeping that private key secure. But that comes with a lot of risks, right? Basically, as per a data report, 99% of all data hacks that happened or the wallet hacks that happened were due to either a stolen key or a lost key. Right? So you have a very high possibility that you will lose your fund if you do not keep your key secure. Right? And so the challenge in front of us was how do we build a very secure and a robust wallet infrastructure so that it becomes very easy for people to get access to their fund, while at the same time keeping that key secure for them without transferring the responsibility of that security onto them. And so we built our wallet infrastructure using something called as MPC, or multi-party computation technology. So multi-party computation technology is a cryptography technology that enhances the current wallet framework by adding more scalability for the users, while at the same time reducing the risks, increasing security, and maintaining the control of the assets in the hands of the users. Right? So this basically served all our purposes, right? Basically, we could have security, we could have control back in the hands of users, and at Okto, the way we have implemented our MPC infrastructure is that we have set it up on geographically distributed data centers combined with an MPC node that is running on users' mobile phone. Right? So what this actually allows us to do, it gives us isolation at multiple levels. We have data center cloud isolation, we have device isolation, and we also have geographic isolation. This completely eliminates any single point of failure, thereby making any attack vector on our wallet extremely difficult, or I would say nearly improbable. So if you were to look at it, right, net sum, what are the key features of a wallet? One, it is easy to use. Second, full control of the assets in the hands of the user. No single point of failure. Very, very easy to use. And hence, an easy to use, keyless, self-custody wallet. That's what Okta is.
Fantastic, Vivek. I think, Gaurav, now the million-dollar question, when can people access the app? How can people access it, and how do they get started?
Soon. Now, I think we are also very excited to get this in the hands of users. We've been working on this platform for a while. Like I said, I think building the core blocks so that we can build on top of it is what we've been doing for the last few months. We are launching the first version now in just a few weeks. We're actually going to set up a waitlist today. So, all of you, will show you where you can sign up for the waitlist and you get first access to the app. In the first version, we're launching one chain, couple of simple use cases, but that will rapidly grow to cover the full gamut I talked about. And you know what the team has also done is they've put together a small video that kind of gives you a sneak peek into what the app will look like. And after that, we'll just share a QR on the screen. Please scan that QR, not the ones on your table, but we'll have one on the screen. We'll have some standees outside. Scan that QR and you can get access to the waitlist. Can you play the video, please?
I think we have to move.
You can move the chairs.
Thank you.
Crypto products and NFTs are unregulated and can be highly risky. There may be no regulatory recourse for any loss from such transactions.
That's correct. Please do scan the QR, and there are some exciting prizes to be won if you also tweet and share it with your groups. Can we put the QR back so people can scan it for some time, please? Thanks.
What an exciting development to unfold at Unfold 2022. A big round of applause for all the gentlemen on stage and, of course, to you all as a team as well. I'm sure all our media friends will have plenty of questions about this new launch as well. We do have a media room in a media hall just across from this hall. So if I could request someone to escort all our media friends there for the follow-up press conference, please. All right, we'll wait for that to happen. Give them a few seconds. All right, and it's now time for our next panel of the day, building dev tools and infra layers to bring the next wave of developers into Web3. And we have quite the lineup of speakers. I'd like to call on stage Prashant Maurya, co-founder Spheron, Aniket Gupta, developer relations Alchemy, Kavya Prasad, founder Lumos Labs, and Anshuman Prasad, ecosystem partnerships Protocol Labs. Give them a warm round of applause as they come to the stage. Thank you so much. I'd like to now start by introducing Prashant Maurya, co-founder Spheron. Spheron focuses on providing a decentralized user interface for developers, designers from Web3 and Web2 organizations. An interesting fact, it helps companies deploy their full stack apps to the decentralized cloud in just 3 clicks. Please have a seat, all of you. Yes, there we have all our chairs. You can now sit comfortably. All right, I'd now like to introduce Aniket Gupta, Developer Relations Alchemy. Alchemy builds itself as the leading blockchain developer platform that aspires to bring blockchain to 1 billion people. A serial entrepreneur himself, Aniket is a computer science undergrad from IIT Roorkee and is a crypto enthusiast. A warm round of applause. And we also have next Kavya Prasad, founder Lumos Labs. Kavya is also a serial entrepreneur, an early stage Web3 investor, and an evangelist. As an early entrant into the Indian Web3 ecosystem, she's worked on several India market entry initiatives for global blockchain companies in India. She's now heading Lumos Labs as it engineers its way into a developer-centric metaverse platform focused on harnessing global Web3 opportunities into a virtual world. Next, I'd like to introduce Anshuman Prasad, Ecosystem Partnerships Protocol Labs. Protocol Labs is an open source research, development, and deployment laboratory that aims to make human existence orders of magnitude better through technology. With frontier Web3 projects such as IPFS, Filecoin, and many more, they're building the next generation of the internet. And to moderate the panel, we have Raghu Mohan, co-founder Buidlers Tribe. Can we have him on stage? There he is. And this Indian incubator and its tribe of experts are working closely with Web3 startups on funding, advisory, and community. Over to you, Raghu.
Hi. How many developers in the crowd? Yeah, man. I wish I had Steve Ballmer's thing, no? Developers, no, sorry, okay. Anyways, good to have all of you guys on stage with me. I think when I entered this space, I had come from a predominantly Web2 background. And in Web2, all new technologies were first about startups, and was first about developers, and then about startups, and then the economy came next. Interestingly, in Web3, it is kind of the opposite. The economy comes first, then maybe the conversation about retail, and then developers came, and then the startups came at the end. So as this industry matures, it's quite interesting to see that now the focus, much more than what it was last 5 years ago, is coming back to the devs. And when you say devs, you can't take India out of the picture. I think every year, 1 million developers graduate from our engineering colleges. We've got close to 6 million developers participating in the workforce in one way or the other. And what I have on the stage with me right now are people who are enabling these developers to go and build cool stuff in Web3. So I'll get straight into the questions, and I know, as Anshuman just said, that we stand in between you guys and lunch, so we will try to keep this as quick and useful as possible. So my first question is, for Prashant and Anshuman, right? You guys have built products before, and you guys are looking at products now in Web3. What would you say the biggest misconceptions exist between, developers who are coming in from Web2 and are looking at the Web3 stack?
I can answer that first because I have been building into this space for more than around 4 years now, and I'm also a developer. So when I joined Web3, for me, that biggest misconception is basically, will I be able to make into this space or not? Is it something a new world altogether? Because it has a 3 at the end, and a lot of things which also comes with that. So that is totally wrong. If you are a developer building using Node.js, if you're a developer having experience in Rust, React, or whatever development skill set which you have, you can go ahead and join the space in the Web3 space, and it is as simple as even Web2, and even it is much simpler than that when I started building into this space. That is what my take on.
It's awesome. Anshuman, for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest misconception I see is that you're decentralized if you use a blockchain. That's just part of the stack, right? Like, there are other questions like, where are you storing your data? Where are you storing your user data? Where are you storing, all of your logs, all of your keys? And so decentralization, it's more than a technology, right? It's a philosophy. And so that needs to extend through both the technical stack and then also the organization. Can the work you do live on without you and if your company goes under, tomorrow? That's the real question.
Kavya, have you, kind of a subset of that question, you've managed a large community of developers before this. How have you seen these misconceptions change? Are some things that are still there, or have they changed over the years?
Honestly, these were the 2 exact misconceptions that I was thinking about as well, right? Every developer that comes from Web2 always assumes that every bit of their product has to be decentralized, and from day one, which is impossible, right? No organization right now is completely decentralized. So the misconceptions honestly haven't changed that much. And this is something that we are building through our community, right? Letting people know that if you have if you know JavaScript, if you know Node.js, you can still contribute to this ecosystem. You can still build products for this ecosystem, because at the end of the day, like Anshuman said, it's part of the stack, and you do need a front end and a back end for an application, and you can still contribute to it being a Web2 developer, and you don't necessarily need to know how to write a smart contract, but understanding the tech stack is very important.
Yeah, all great points, guys. Aniket, you work with Alchemy, and you're probably seeing your product used in so many different ways by so many different applications. At that beginning layers, right, there's still a lot of rudimentary things that are considered default in Web2 that are still being built for Web3. What would you say those white spaces are right now for a Web3 developer to go and build something that is absolutely essential in this ecosystem?
Cool. First of all, thanks for having me. And before I start answering, just a show of hands, how many developers are there in this room? Like actual devs who code? Like 40% of you. What about the rest? How many are just getting into Web3 right now and like haven't been really involved with Web3 so far? The 20%. And so that leaves 40% who are already in Web3 and not developers, right? So that at least helps me give a better answer to that, right? So a lot of things in Web2 world have been made over the past 20, 25 years, right? Like we just assume things exist. We assume that AWS exists. It's very easy to use, and it's scalable, it's reliable, it's all of that. But when it comes to Web3, things are still being built. So very simple example, right? For NFTs, for example, right? Now, let's say you're building an NFT marketplace. Let's say CoinDCX has to build an NFT marketplace tomorrow. And it wants, right off the bat, the top 200 projects, or like the 1,000 reliable projects currently on the Ethereum blockchain. There's literally almost no providers who can give you a reliable list of that, right? It's all manually curated. There are NFT projects launching every day. And it's a very hard problem to be able to curate that list. And we get inbound daily, on a daily basis, from DeFi companies saying, hey, can you give me the top 200 DeFi protocols? I just want that list, right? I don't want to manually curate it. Or, hey, can you give me the top 1,000 NFT collections? And all of these problems are still being solved. These are complex problems. Another one is like spam NFTs, where Alchemy has launched like an endpoint, which tells you, okay, here are the 500 contracts that we think are spam. So you can, if you're building a marketplace, you can flag them off, whatever. But that's like a very complex algorithm to detect, okay, this is a spam, this is fraudulent behavior. We've written an algorithm, but then it's obviously evolving as we go, right? So a lot of such basic things, I think, on the data layer. So a lot of things are missing on the data side of things. And then, so there's DeFi providers, NFT API providers who are building all of those data layers. That's one very crucial thing that's missing. And then the second thing which Alchemy has sort of solved now was this basic assumption of using an RPC provider. Like you want to use the blockchain, the only way you could do it 4 years back was to set up a node, right? Yeah. And it's very complex. I mean, it's very hard. Even I haven't done it really properly in my life, right? And I'm a developer. So, and all of these RPC providers that were in there in the early days, I should not take names, but then they were pretty unreliable, right? Like they would go down all the time. You cannot rely on them. And if you're a company like CoinDCX and you have like 1 million customers, you cannot have an unreliable backend, right? You need something super reliable. And now Alchemy has sort of solved that. So we have a super node infrastructure, which kind of makes it super reliable for you, high uptime, high reliability, and also a little costly. So Alchemy does become a little costly for enterprises, but then it makes sure that you're always up, right? So then the basic necessities of building an application, right? The basic services partners that you can rely on the data side, on the infrastructure side, are sort of still evolving. And maybe in 3-4 years from now, we'll see that happen. One last point before I close is, right now in crypto, the time to build is in infrastructure, right? When any ecosystem evolves, you first have the protocol-based operating systems. And then you have infrastructure on top of it. And then do you have consumer apps, right? Right now, I do not feel like it's the time for consumer apps. For the next 2-3 years, I feel like it's more about the infrastructure, and hence the developers.
So we're still in the pipe building phase of things.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Still laying the foundation, right? Now, this one, and I want an honest answer, right? Privacy is something that is pretty important for a Web3 developer from an ethos standpoint. Like that, this is something that we care about, and especially with the developers of privacy applications being prosecuted for misuse by somebody else. What is something that a developer today should keep in mind while building privacy-facing applications right now? Like, how do you navigate this right now? And maybe we could start with Anshuman, and then we could go to Prashant on these things, because both are on the storage and data side of things. It's probably something that hits close to home, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, right? Like, what am I to keep in mind if I'm building a privacy-facing application today?
Yeah, it's a really tough, and it's an unsolved problem. Like, I'll lead with that, right? Especially, and we're seeing regulations change and evolve with Tornado Cash. That's a prime example, right? I think the primary thing is, one, know your legal jurisdictions, right? Know where you work, know your rights, and all of that, right? And so you have to be prepared to mitigate anything that may happen, and that can depend on where you operate. The second is have early communications go a long way towards regulators and community. And so the SEC, like Gary Gensler and all of them, they've come out and said they haven't gone after, for example, Coinbase and things like that, because there are regular communications. They are proactive about suggesting regulation. Whether they're responded to or not, that's a separate question. But that goes to show the good faith of your community, of the thing you're building. And no one but you knows your product, right? And so it's ultimately up to you to suggest what people should evaluate your product as and how they should consider it, given the risk profile.
That was very articulate. I really appreciate that answer. Prashant?
So for me, it is, being a developer, it is a major concern, always. Like after seeing this Tornado Cash incident which happened, which put us again on a question mark. Are we really doing a justification for the work we are putting on a GitHub or some kind of repository out there? So the answer to that is we are not. And we have to keep on building a more decentralized ecosystem where people have a right to push their codes, and code should be treated as a legal laws, which can be put on a contract, which can be followed via DAOs or whatever. You can build it over the time. But that is something which I personally feel from on a developer angle. Now coming to on a business side, if you're running a business and you're planning to open that, privacy is something which we at Spheron also take care very seriously. And a lot of protocols in the chains who are currently building, they all are. And seeing the Web2 infra and seeing the Web3 infra, I always get this question is from developers as well, asking us a question like, how safe my data will be if I put it in a IPFS or other chains on the private angle? And if I'm pushing the data, will I be known who I am? So the answer here is yes, you will be. The second answer here is like, if it will be more encrypted than anyone else. The third answer is if you really want to be anonymous and want to build something very private, which can be used by n number of malicious actors, then you have to be really anonymous. So you cannot reveal your identity anywhere, not even a single centralized servers. And that is where you see the adoption of, and recently if you see the decentralized user interface, decentralized GitHub repositories, decentralized all these things started taking up the shape, right? And now more and more people are talking about it. So waiting for that to come in, but at this point of time, if you're a developer building into the privacy stack, be more anonymous and build something which can be in the good for the people and restrict for the people who can use it for malicious actor.
It's just one of those things that doesn't have a straight answer, and it's still all of us kind of figuring it out. And it's quite honestly a heavy topic, but definitely one that needs to be addressed by the builder. So thank you so much for those answers. I'm coming to a section where I have specific questions for each of our panelists here. And Aniket, I'm going to start with you, right? The one question that I have for you is that the Web 2 to Web 3 jump is something that is happening. And what we are trying to see is that, hey, here is a model that worked in Web 2. Let's do it for Web 3. In the case that it works, right, how does an internet scale application work on decentralized infrastructure? And what are the cost implications of that? How do you as Alchemy think about it?
So is the question that how will Alchemy scale with a scaling Web3 world?
Yeah, while keeping with cost in mind.
In terms of scalability and cost. Yeah, no, definitely. So that's top of the mind problem for Alchemy for sure. That there's, I honestly don't even know the number, but Alchemy basically, we support 7 chains, right? So we are on Ethereum, Flow, Polygon, Optimism, Arbitrum, Solana as well. For each of those chains, you have to set up hundreds and thousands of nodes. So we have a ton of free customers who are just there for free. We have a lot of enterprises running reliable infrastructure. So all of them need like 100,000, 200,000 nodes. So with 7 chains having 200,000 nodes, we're maintaining like 1 million nodes across cloud providers, across our own servers, right? So that's a very hard orchestration problem. You get an incoming request. How do you route it to, like, you have all sorts of load balancers, and they're not just simple load balancers, they're pretty complex. So how do you route it? How do you actually serve the request real time, right? So that's number one. Problem number one is setting up nodes and orchestration of those nodes. Problem number 2 is reliable data. So just like I said, in Web 2, we assume data exists simply, but in Web 3, data does not exist that simply. You have a block being mined, which has 1,000 transactions, very complex data embedded inside it. And what Alchemy does is takes a lot of that data block by block and indexes it so that it can be served very easily to our consumers through our APIs, right? And that's petabytes and terabytes of data. It's really huge. So both of these are obviously growing exponentially. With every block being added, there's 5 ways to store a transaction's information from that block and then store it in your databases. So definitely those are complex problems. Now, there's 2 things that Alchemy and like I myself, we are closely watching. One is light nodes, obviously. So there's, for those of you who do not know, you can run a full node for a blockchain, and you can also run light nodes. And light nodes allow you to not store data right there in the node, and then verify transactions in a trustless way and have data elsewhere, right? So those are like really light, 1/10 the size, and you can run them very easily. Low space, easy to manage, low amount of data. And then the second thing, there's this EIP 4444, and now this is a little technical, but EIP is basically Ethereum improvement proposals, right? Like if you imagine how's Ethereum working, there's these Ethereum improvement proposals that go on for years. There are advocates building on top of them. So there's EIP 4444, go check it out, which is about historical pruning of data. So basically, even for full nodes, after a time, if that gets passed, historical data greater than 1 year, 2 year will be left, will be pruned away, right? So that reduces the data cost and scalability problem. So from a data side of things, these are the two things. And from a node scalability side of things, only just building more nodes, building a better orchestrator, having the best engineers, that is the answer. So, and these are the two major challenges which I see as the ecosystem grows.
Got it. Prashant, my next question is for you. You're a big proponent of decentralized storage and compute. And technically, if you are building a decentralized Web3 application, your non-chain stuff also should look at these options. But on a practical terms, given that you're seeing applications deploy on Filecoin and Akash and all of these platforms on a daily basis, how ready are they right now to, in the context of a production level application? Are they there yet? Are they ready to be used?
So let me put your question again, but let me reframe it on my angle of understanding. I'll try to pick it up like this, is if you ask the same question, most likely 2002 or 2003 to Amazon folks or GCP folks, they might have given the same answer. But we are at that stage in terms of the infra layer. But the growth at which the innovation has been taken forward in this space, it is great. So for example, take the case of Spheron, right? So we have built a global acceleration system on top of Filecoin, Arweave, Akash, and whatever. So what does that mean? If you have an application, you go today and use Vercel, you will get a performance of 100 or whatever. And if you go and use the same on Spheron, which uses underlying infrastructure as a decentralized infrastructure, you will get the same performance, which means like there is no performance difference as such as of now. There might be, depending on the loads, because there are a lot of shared resources, there are non-shared resources, there is enterprises and all those things which comes into the picture. And we are working towards that to make that happen. And if you would have asked the same question 1 year back, when I was like, we were doing the research around how we can build that global acceleration, geolocation-based rerouting mechanism and all those things, I would have said yes, they were not ready. But at this stage where Spheron is now, because we are the people who have to make sure like Filecoin scales. We are the people who have to make sure Akash scales so that, let's say, even Alchemy is also here. They might be probably be working on node infrastructure and RPC nodes. Let's imagine a scenario. If that RPC is currently controlled by Alchemy, right? So they have some terms and conditions, and it's a very open question also to everyone. Like just think about it. They can turn your RPC down at any point of time. Just imagine a tornado cache incident. What happened there? So what is the next option available you have for opening anything on a decentralized fashion? The next option is Akash. The next option is RLC. The next option is which you can build on your own machine as well. So we have to move towards that as soon as possible, or else that again there will be a GCP which will get created over the time, and then we'll again solve the same problem which we were trying to solving in Web3. So it's a spiral problem which we are kind of creating for ourselves. But at Spheron, if you see what we are doing, we are the aggregation layer. We have one philosophy in common. Over the time, our aggregation will also decentralize. But at this stage, our target is to make audience feel, let them feel about like how decentralization infrastructure tastes like. So you should have a test of it. And now if you go and deploy your Akash node, it is yours. We don't control it. You have your own server. You have your own keys. Just go and use that. So you don't even have to depend on any centralized entities so far on a mercy of them, like if they will not block your transaction or whatnot. But just don't take it in person to any one of the centralized companies out there. But this is what my take on Web3. So we are on that mission to make it happen for the developers so that they can feel confident when they're writing any piece of code.
You know, my next question was for Anshuman, but I have to let Aniket speak now. if you want to clarify that. Because see, these are two takes at the same problem. So I think you stand
for me, it is not like like when CoinDCX was speaking, I heard like Sumit and all these folks were talking about one thing is there should be an entry point, right? An entry point is the exchange, and exchange is a centralized entity again. But for us, the same thing. For RPCs, Alchemy, Morales, and all these folks out there are the entry points. Because in reality, the decentralized infrastructure is not ready for RPC, and that is the reason they have to build on decentralized infrastructure. That is what my support on them. But without them, if you try to scale the application, it is not possible. Yeah. So which means you need Alchemy, you need Morales to build the future scalable blockchain ecosystem. But it is going to happen for the next 2 or 3 years max, because a lot of folks are working, because we are in talk with Consensus, we are in talk with a lot of folks who are spending a lot of money. Even Filecoin has also started spending money into this infrastructure side. So that innovation is yet to come for scaling the blockchain RPC-based model and all those things. But let's see how that goes. But don't assume like I'm kind of against of any kind of a.
I'm not saying anything. It's your words. But did he make the point that you were going to make?
Yeah, no, so basically, something to add on top of that. What makes something centralized, right? We all say something is centralized because it's a company, 5 people are running it, 7 people are running it. What makes Facebook centralized is that if Facebook shuts down today, you cannot take your Facebook profile and go elsewhere, right? You lose all of your followers, you lose access to them, you lose the messages, you lose everything. Why I would say Alchemy is not centralized is because you've deployed your smart contract on the blockchain, you've put whatever you want to do through us. And now if you want to go away, use some other RPC, right? You don't like Alchemy tomorrow, you can just stop using Alchemy. It's not like you've made your Instagram profile with 100K followers and now you cannot go to Twitter, right? Because all your fans are on Instagram. That's not the case with Alchemy. So you can always, that's one way I'd say that at least with Alchemy or any RPC provider per se, you have the freedom to go to any other platform and you'll still have all of your data intact. All of your smart contracts, all of your transaction data, that's not gone anywhere, that's not with Alchemy, right? So, and even with Alchemy, like if you think about it, we don't even have any proprietary data. All of the data that we have in our databases is all available on the blockchain. You can go build a competitor to us, you can go use Infura, QuickNote, any other competitor, so it's always easy. So that way it's in the spirit of decentralization, in the spirit of letting you do whatever you want. And yes, to his point, which I totally agree with, is if you want to build something reliable, you have to have 100 people focusing 100% of their time on building it great, right? You cannot have it decentralized and splattered so that not everybody is focused. Like your team has to be centralized. It has to be 100 people who are heads down focused on giving the best customer experience, making sure that everything is scalable, reliable, all of that, right? So if you want to build good apps, it's not going to happen currently with decentralization. And even with Alchemy, like early on we did play with this idea of having a decentralized network. But users just don't want that. Users want a very reliable, simple to use interface. They do not want something really complex at the expense of a philosophy.
All right, let's take it down a few notches, guys. But anyways, I think that these are very, very pertinent points and kind of two sides to the same coin towards achieving the same goal, but two different approaches of reaching the same place. Anshuman, my next question is to you, right? Like, I think below all this, you exist as Filecoin, and what's in store? I see like you guys do, there's a new set of product lines that you're launching, and how do you see Filecoin and thereby the decentralized storage space itself move in the context of developers in the time to come?
Yeah, I think, I'm in agreement with both of them, which is like the biggest cop-out, but the Filecoin is basically decentralized storage. The point is, I agree with that. Decentralization means if you shut down tomorrow, can the users still have access to their content, right? And so all of our new stuff that's launching is aimed at making, one, Filecoin and storage more usable, more scalable, and then secondly, expanding its reach into what are the things you can do with the data. The goal was never to have a Dropbox where you just stick your photos, look at them once every 6 months, and that's it. So a lot of the things that are coming are smart contracts natively on Filecoin. That means you can set up storage deals, auto renewals, perpetual storage, things like that, funded in interesting ways across companies. Things like fast retrieval, so decentralized CDNs, things, when you're building an app, you can't wait more than 100 milliseconds. That's user response time. And so for that, you need to use CDNs. You need to use what Cloudflare has built, use new CDNs like Mason Network, things like that to accelerate retrieval. And then finally, things around like funding public goods. I think that's a big one for us as well, around how do you use smart contracts and things like that to fund the equivalent of HTTPS or TCP protocols or things like that, which today are funded essentially by philanthropy. How do you use some new Web3 principles like retroactive public goods funding or other things to keep those things going?
How does a developer building for this access it right now?
Sorry?
How does a developer building for these public goods access the funding opportunities that Filecoin provides?
Yeah, so Filecoin has many mechanisms. There are Filecoin grants. Protocol Labs, which is sort of the steward of this, is a research foundation. So the way to think about it is you can just come with an idea, pitch it, we'll give grants to have it grow, or you can even join our team. If you're doing a master's or a PhD, like you can come do your thesis with us as well.
Yeah.
That's
40–50% developer audience.
Yeah.
Mob him after this after this talk.
Please don't. But yeah, that's on the horizon.
No, appreciate it, man. I think there's the ecosystem level work that Filecoin does. Super useful for us. Kavya, and you're probably seeing the culmination of all of this at the ground level with the developer, right? And given that you have an outlook to Indian developers for almost 5 years now in the Web3 context, what does it look like from a ecosystem growth standpoint for the next 5 years? Where does the Indian developer ecosystem go?
Sure. So, I mean, the ecosystem of developers in blockchain was very, very nascent, right? Like about 2018 when we were running hackathons and developer engagement programs where we used to get maybe 500 to 700 odd applications for a hackathon and maybe 10 to 15 submissions. Most of them aren't even decentralized, you know, they haven't used blockchain to decentralize, you know, there was no, or the use cases of for decentralization wasn't there, right? They were just building a product for the heck of it to win probably the grant money that the hackathon was giving and submitting that product, right? But from then, the hackathons that I'm seeing now, right, and the quality of products that I'm seeing now coming in, there is an actual need for decentralization. The use cases have become so much more complex. Overall, the applications of blockchain have become so much more clearer now, right? Running an accelerator program as well back in 2018, most of the startups didn't really need blockchain for them to run as a startup, right? But right now, I'm actually seeing a lot of startups sort of building products to essentially, you know, decentralize for the need of decentralization. That's one. In terms of developers, right, in India in particular, we've always been, you know, community in number, but not in quality, right? Like in quantity, but not in quality. Like Raghu mentioned in the beginning, we have 6 million engineers coming out on a yearly basis overall. And, you know, from those 6 million developers, how many of them are actually doing tech jobs? Honestly, it would be 1/3, right? Most of them end up doing an MBA, sorry for the ones who did that out here, and joining a, you know, business job.
Why are you attacking people like this, dude?
Sorry
but all
about
true
that.
points.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? To find that quality and to be able to actually innovate and build innovative products, it's really hard. And one thing that India was lacking was exposure in terms of, you know, communities that they could be a part of and learn from people outside, right? The West is definitely ahead in terms of innovation, but we're not lacking behind right now. I think we have all the tools, the internet, knowledge, learning, and very, very smart products coming out lately in India. And I think this is just the beginning. You know, couple of smart products are Peron, for example. I think this is one of a kind of platform that is one of a kind, which is also looking at, you know, low code or no code for decentralizing your storage and your compute, which, you know, which means that you don't have to be a developer to actually do this, right? To decentralize your product, which means more people can essentially use that product and be able to build more, decentralize their solutions, right? That apart, in terms of Huddle, right? Huddle is decentralized Zoom, which is again a very, very innovative product that's come out of India. And this, we're just scratching the surface here. I think we have the quantity, the top of the funnel is there, but the bottom of the funnel is what we're lacking. And we're not far away from, you know, actually being as close to the West in terms of innovation, maybe in the next 5 years.
I was a little too honest, but I have to agree with everything that you said right now. That kind of brings me to the end of my questions. I know this is an audience that's been super engaged, I hope so, for a bit. But if there's one thing that you take away from this, if you're a developer and you want to enter Web3, whatever skills you already have are already relevant in Web3. There are tools to manifest that. And of course, there is a new learning curve. There are nuances that you have to perhaps keep in mind that are slightly different. But skill-wise, there's nothing stopping a new developer from entering the space. You have a whole host of communities and tools that will help you progress to the next level. And if you want to know more about how this is done, these are the guys. Remember their faces, talk to them, and give them a big round of applause. All right, that's our cue to leave.
Thanks so much for that panel discussion. And Raghu, a special shout out to you, I think, because even though he's obviously an expert in this space, you looked so wide-eyed while you were listening to all those answers and with such attention. Some of those answers broke your heart a little bit, I think, but some of them made you smile. So what do you want to say about it? How do you keep the enthusiasm going? You really looked like you were learning so much from this session yourself.
All friends. So I hear these kind of conversations.
So they were like, you better look interested.
Yeah, they'll pull it up with me out after this if I didn't look interested. But come on, I mean, some of those answers were very honest, and
yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think we all do. And thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. And a big round of applause for those very honest answers. I think that was great. And you can please take your seats. We're going to have a very exciting panel discussion. Not that this one wasn't exciting, but the magic is going to continue after this as well. Thank you guys so much. So now we have a little time before that starts. So I want to check out how much attention you've all been paying today. So who should I ask? All right, let me figure out. Okay, pop quiz time. I've asked ma'am already once. Who's been here since the morning? I have seen this gentleman here since the morning. Can you name 3 speakers that we've had today?
Neeraj and Kavya and Raghav. Yeah.
All right, not bad. That was a quick reaction to that. A round of applause. What's your name, sir? Vijay. All right. And 3 companies which have been present today.
CoinDCX.
That's an easy one. Anything other than CoinDCX, which is right.
I just reached 2 minutes back, but Spheron. Yeah. Then we have Buidlers Tribe. Raghu was there. Who else?
Okay, you've said 3, so that's fine. Thank you. I'm making sure everyone is paying attention. And what about I'd like to ask also about some of the key takeaways from today. Who would like to answer what has been their main key takeaway? Let me go here and ask some of the young blood here. Is anyone willing to answer my questions, or are they all just looking away from me? What have been some of the key takeaways from the day for you?
I think for people who may not be well aware of Web3 in general, it is something that is revolutionary, and people had apprehensions of nascent technologies when Web 2 was there, or even during 2000s. So those apprehensions need to go away for people to actually accept some change that is coming our way. So an event of this sort, or at this scale, sort of brings that fact to light that you need to accept change for something revolutionary to take over. So I think that would be one key to.
Would any of you like to add to that?
I think since I did not know much about Web3, now when I have heard the discussion, all the panel, so I know a lot more about Web3 now. I am still a Web2 developer, so I'm looking forward to Web3.
Wow, that's what we all want to hear. And a big round of applause for our audience today. You all have all been great. Clearly, you all have been paying attention, and we do have a very exciting panel discussion coming up. I think we will be taking a short 5-minute break for all of you to stretch your legs a little bit, get some air, get some tea, coffee, and we'll see you back with a very, very exciting panel discussion with some of the real heavyweights of this space. We'll see you back in 5 minutes. If you could please be back in your seats by 1:15, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. wizards of Web3. Can I hear that from you? Are you ready to meet some wizards of Web3? Yes or no? Yes, that's what I like to hear. It's all going to be a lot of magic. And if everyone can come back inside, you'll be able to see the magic unfold on the screen shortly. Our next panel on core building blocks of Web3, what's in store for leading blockchains, features some really heavy lifters from the Web3 space who have been doing frontier work in the blockchain ecosystem and come with unmatched insights and perspectives. Joining us virtually are Sandeep Nelwal, co-founder Polygon, Ilya Polisuhin, co-founder Near, Yuri Kolodny, co-founder Starkware, and Ganesh Swami, CEO of Covalent. I told you this is a really, really heavy-hitting panel, and this is really something to look forward to today. First up, I would like to introduce Mr. Sandeep Nelwal, co-founder of Polygon. He's widely regarded as the architect of the blockchain developer ecosystem in India. He's helped more than 100 Web3 companies to bootstrap and go. With Polygon, he's putting Ethereum in the fast lane and helping DApps race to the finishing line faster, safer, and without worrying about the gas. We also have with us Ilya Polisuhin, co-founder of Near. Once the new kid on the block, after almost 2 years in development, Near emerged as a worthy challenger to Ethereum, allowing developers to realize many of the original use cases, which got people so excited about blockchain in the first place. Ilya has more than 10 years of industry experience and is an author of several notable research papers. We also have with us Yuri Kolodny, co-founder of Starkware. For the past 20 years, Yuri has been a serial entrepreneur focused on optical communications, medical devices, clean tech, and software. His work at Starkware saw it recently quadrupling its valuation to $8 billion in 6 months. Its innovation with recursive proving is an enthralling concept as it defies what we intuitively think to be the limits of scaling. In fact, Starkware claims impressively that 60 million NFTs could be minted in one transaction. And finally, we have Ganesh Swami, CEO Covalent, who will be moderating the panel. Ganesh leads a passionate and forward-thinking team at Covalent as CEO, a leading blockchain startup that is the world's first decentralized network to provide deep, granular, and historical blockchain data via an open proof-based protocol. Over to you, Ganesh, and over, of course, to our wonderful panel of the day. A warm round of applause for them.
Thank you for that majestic intro. So I'm trying to do a great job here in front of the titans of this Web3 industry. I've known these gents for many years now, and I'm really excited to how this panel is going to unfold. I personally have a lot of questions I need some clarification from, and I'm hoping to put them on the spot here during this panel and get some solid answers here. So let's start with a big question here. I've heard conflicting statements from you gents on various podcasts. It's no secret that I'm a huge fan of your work through your projects and through your angel investments and your ecosystem. So the crux of the issue is that going forward, is block space a commodity or is it a scarce unit of accounting? Which way are you, bending forward? Maybe let's start with Sandeep.
Yeah. So in my mind, I feel that the layer 1 block space is basically something that is providing you extreme level of security as well as decentralization. And from where, the way we are building in the layer 2 world is that block space is going to provide a lot of security and decentralization to these layer 2, layer 3 chains and whatnot. So I feel for layer 1, the block space is going to be the, I think you use the word valuable or
scarce.
Scarce, and on the layer 2 and layer 3 levels, it has to be a commodity, right? It has to be extremely low cost so that millions and millions of users can use DApps. So that's how I see it.
Thank you. Yuri?
I think my view on this is quite similar to Sandeep's, actually. I think that layer one indeed is the security and decentralization layer, and as such is going to be by design a very scarce resource. And I think that as we saw with bandwidth and many other sort of examples in the past, as capacity opens up, demand that's right now sitting on the sidelines and waiting for infrastructure that could support it would show up. So the scarcity is something that we should sort of plan ahead for. That's going to be the environment we operate in for many years to come in this regard.
Ilya?
Yeah, I would actually maybe modularize what Sandeep and Nuri is saying. And there's a data availability side, which is actually probably not going to be scarce. Like already we have decentralized storage that can store, petabytes of data. There is an execution side, which can be also modularized further. And so for execution, I think the scarce resource is at time, execution. Is like, I want results now, I want to settle now, I want to know kind of if I execute this transaction now, what's going to happen. That is scarce resource. That's why there's priority fees. That's why there's always going to be kind of a race to the top. And then kind of with more latency in the way of knowing the results of executing, of settling, it becomes more and more a commodity, right? And that's where, different layer twos, sharding, et cetera, like all of those options can come in as a way to satisfy that commodity. But I think the priority of execution is always will be a scarce resource.
Fantastic. Okay, so that was a warm-up question. So let's go into some heavy-hitting questions. The big, exciting, pivotal moment for the entire crypto industry is Ethereum's the merge, right? And there's a lot of excitement around that. So let's take your read on what this means for the entire industry. Let's start with Ilya. What does the merge mean? What does it mean for crypto? What does it mean for adoption? Why is this significant, or why is it not significant? Because it's just a technological change. Would love to hear your perspective.
So I think there's kind of few sides of this, right? There's a philosophical side of switching from proof of work to proof of stake. And I think that is interesting on its own right, because kind of for a while, all of our, alternative layer ones and kind of other options that have been running, they've been all proof of stake. And it always were compared to, for example, Ethereum's proof of work as being more secure. And so now we're actually getting to a common ground and in an interesting way, kind of becoming more similar, right? And that, in a way is an interesting topic to discuss. I think the other side is the kind of people expect potentially some scalability coming from this specific event. That is not true. And so that is more, again, of a change of consensus, of ability to kind of produce blocks by stake, which has a lot of economical benefits for Ethereum token, but it does not introduce kind of scalability. And kind of what it does do, I think that's interesting, is kind of a little bit switching this idea that Ethereum is not able to execute, right, and kind of innovate, and actually kind of putting them back into this ability to continue shipping. And I think that's also interesting because it does kind of shift a bit, basic understanding, like the number of proposals for like, everything from dunk sharding to single slot finality to all of those things, like now I would say expanded. And so like I would say people were not thinking about that before. So for me, kind of to summarize, I think it's really interesting event. I think it's kind of majorly shows that, all of the networks that we've built, they are continuously evolving. They're not static, and it's not, we should not expect that, this shape of consensus or this shape of execution going to stay, but instead focus on the value that this brings and kind of what it delivers.
Fantastic. Yuri?
Unfortunately, I tend to agree with the people speaking just before me. So once again, I agree with what Ilya said here. I maybe qualify this a bit in the sense that the Ethereum community moves with caution and in a very deliberate way, but keeps repeatedly over and over again doing some very significant things. The AP 1559, I think, was sort of one such major step not too long ago. Now the move to proof of stake. I think that in terms of widespread adoption of this technology and the public perception, not only perception, the actual impact on the environment, I think the move to proof of stake is a welcome change. I agree with Ilya that now we'll be comparing apples to apples sort of in a more informed way, and that in itself is an interesting experiment. But other than that, I don't think end users will be, I hope they won't be affected in any sort of, any painful way. Should be a smooth transition as we see it.
Thank you. Sandeep?
Yeah, so I want to, first for the audience also just to, because there is a lot of kind of misunderstanding around what this merge is this merge ETH 2.0? And what Ilya was also mentioning about that, is it going to bring scalability to Ethereum and things like that? So, some of those things needs to be clarified very clearly that this is not ETH 2.0, the ETH 2.0, the design where you have sharding and all that. This is simply a move from proof of work to proof of stake. And as Ilya was also saying, this will not add any scalability on the base layer. And the third thing, what Yuri was mentioning, that hopefully 99.9%, because it's been tested well, there will be no impact on any kind of application or layer twos. There is absolutely no impact. Like you won't even know that something changed in the background, right? As a user. So these three things are very important. In terms of like how significant it is, I feel that, because my personal, goal and mission is basically to bring Web3 to the masses, right? So, and I feel that is going to happen, of course, with the Web3 startups that we have today. And, a lot of people are innovating in the Web3 native space. But I strongly feel that the masses will come when the giants of Web2 or enterprises and, big brands and everything, everybody starts choosing or starts, kind of building Web3 applications. And for them, it was a very difficult conversation before, when Ethereum was in POW mode, where it is proof of work is not very, environmentally sustainable. There are a lot of, these things around that. Obviously, it consumes a lot of electricity and all that, not good for the planet overall. So I think this move to proof of stake actually quells a lot of fears for them, right? That, this is not like a non-green technology. This is fairly green. I think for me, that's one of the pivotal points from the adoption point of view, because now that will kind of excite a lot of people who were like on the sidelines that, okay, this might not be green. The other part is also, I think Ethereum as an asset, I feel like I am also, very been in Ethereum community for the longest time and all that. So I think overall as a Ethereum as a asset, also it makes it stronger, because now Ethereum as an asset not only has a not even stable, but deflationary supply. The Ethereum as an asset becomes a yield-bearing asset, which many big, financial people also have said, like Warren Buffett and all that Bitcoin doesn't have any value and things like that. There is no use and things like that. So no offense to any, Bitcoin maxis and all that. I'm just, telling the facts. I know that Ethereum now will have, deflationary supply. It becomes a yield-bearing asset because you can put it on proof of stake and earn from the transaction fees. And Ethereum ETH always has a basic use that, this world computer that is being built or internet of value that is being built, it is used to access that world computer. So that makes Ethereum also as a very strong asset and, more stabler, I feel, because it's not only built on perception or kind of perception of people of its value. It has a genuine, intrinsic value to it. So I think that is also good for the overall, technology industry. And I feel that this is, as, Ilya was also mentioning, that, this is a very big milestone for Ethereum community to do like a major change. So it kind of reinstates people's faith in Ethereum community as a whole, that they will keep delivering these, significant updates in the rollout. And for a layer 2 or kind of this Ethereum scaling platform, that also is very helpful because a lot of future things which can make layer 2s more efficient and more secure, those kind of updates like EIP 4844 and things like that can also come in. So, that also makes it very significant.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sandeep, for that context there. Let's now switch gears, go a little higher up the stack. So one of the theses that I have is that every cycle, the applications break the infrastructure, and the infrastructure then levels up for the next cycle applications. So that has always been over the past couple of cycles. For example, in the 2017 cycle, there was no stablecoins, and stablecoin as an infrastructure piece is now pretty prevalent. So in your opinion, what would be the infra that is missing that the applications that tried to get deployed in this cycle were not able to, but now builders can focus on building that missing infrastructure so that the next cycle, the apps can actually be deployed. So let's start with Sandeep here.
Yeah, so I mean, I totally agree with that context. Like, if you see the background, like where we started from in 2017, where we were, what kind of applications were there, then, a bit of scalability got achieved in, let's say, 2020, where a lot of layer 2, layer 1 networks launched. And from there on, we saw kind of a hockey stick growth in terms of number of applications being built across the whole Web3 space. So definitely, as more and more scalability is getting unlocked, more and more it is opening up the playground for more and more apps who are sitting on the sidelines. As Yuri said, that this demand is sitting on the sidelines and it starts getting in. And also, obviously, in terms of the ancillary infrastructure products, like like you guys also at Covalent, like indexers, like things like graph protocol or wallets and things like that, everything is improving step by step. One thing I'm not 100% happy about is probably the wallet. The wallet experiences are still not that great for an average user. And mobility, like, I think nobody has been able to figure out properly the mobile, experience for the users, because, right now you have to do deep linking and it will pop up a wallet app and you sign and all that. So those things needs to be resolved more prominently. Whatever solutions right now are there, they are like fairly complicated. But I think overall, the developers have everything, like developer tooling, IDs and things like that. Everything is there. So I think once this next stage of scalability gets unlocked, more layer 2 zero knowledge technology, as Starkware has been pioneering, even we are building ZK EVM and things like that. As those things also get unlocked, I think there is everything for the apps to build more better experiences. And go to right now, I feel that the total DAU in the entire blockchain space is stuck somewhere between 5 to 10 million. It used to be before, like, let's say 2020, 500K to 1 million users, including all blockchains. I'm saying Bitcoin, Ethereum, everything. Even now it will be like 5 million to 10 million max. I think with this next wave of scalability that is getting unlocked, with a lot of layer 2 projects launching and things like that, and obviously layer 1s are also there, I think we'll probably be able to take in next 18 to 24 months to probably be able to cater like somewhere between, let's say, 20 to 50 million users. I think that I see as the next step in terms of applications.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yuri?
Yes, it won't surprise anyone that in our view, the metaphor you gave, we very much subscribe to that. And the missing link, of course, was scalability. And that's what we've been working on since 2018. We're of the opinion that validity proofs, or ZK proofs, is the basic infrastructure that needs to be built out to support this as a layer 2 over Ethereum. And that's what we've been doing for the past several years. Conceptually, this is a powerful notion in the sense that it now allows one or multiple strong computers to compute, and then everyone else in a very inclusive fashion can simply limit their computational work to verification. And this would be at the heart of the scaling approach that we propose. We're working hard to bring this to production. We've had our SaaS scaling service on mainnet Ethereum since the middle of 2020. And we are working to get Starknet in the hands of as many developers as possible. The alpha has been on mainnet Ethereum since November of last year, supporting general computation, composability, everything that a developer would expect in the context of putting any idea, any and all ideas they have in the hands of users, whether it's on their desktop or mobile phone, etc.
Ilya, I'm sure you have some thoughts about the wallet usability angle.
Yeah, I mean, our view always been that usability comes first and scalability is just a tool for usability. And so obviously that's very important. And I think all of us made, huge progress, but I think we're still, pretty far on usability if we compare to Web 2. And I think wallets definitely is a big thing. How do we make it easier? How do we make it safer for people to not feel like they're going to lose their seed phrase and lose everything they own, right? I think addressing that fear is one of the most important pieces. The other thing I think for application developers specifically that missing, I started talking about this in Korea actually, is this a notion of, I call it remote accounts. Is this idea that actually as a user, you don't really care which chain the app is on. Like you just want to make sure that your wallet with your assets actually connects to it and works, right? And so kind of this idea is we can kind of abstract out a lot of stuff now between bridging and kind of some of the meta transactions and some of the other things, and just create almost like virtual accounts on other chains that use and own things there without needing to actually register an account explicitly. And so I think that notion can create a very powerful interoperability for users, so they don't need to think like, oh, I'm on a chain A and I need to join chain B, or I'm on layer 2A and I need to join chain B to do something, right? While I want to do something on chain C, right? Like all that should not be really in front of the user. They should just use the app and kind of enjoy the value, get the NFTs, play the game, participate in whatever the communication is. And then kind of the layer underneath should just settle all the stuff, like bridge whatever is needed and index whatever data and put it in the user's perspective. And then I think the other big thing, which almost every single developer who are truly want to build something hits is privacy. Is at the end is like blockchain is not actually a privacy tool. It is a transparency tool. It's a tool for everyone to agree on the same thing. And so privacy is kind of required if you want to build any kind of institutional or enterprise applications, because they cannot put everybody's data out. Right? And for a lot of use cases, you don't want data to be outside, like visible to everyone for every single transaction. And so I think that's a big missing piece. It's also, with recent events, a very hot topic, but kind of if we think from a privacy for developers specifically, right? Like how do you communicate encrypted data? How do you use it, et cetera? Like, but there's no good tooling for that right now. There's no kind of infrastructure to deliver that. So I think those two pieces kind of came together will unlock the next kind of wave, that goes beyond just like, DeFi, which is okay-ish to be public, but actually start to build more social, start to build more kind of communities, et cetera, that right now happen actually on Discord and on other like venues that are fully centralized.
Fantastic. Thank you for that comprehensive answer. So let's go to a lighter note here on entrepreneurship and leadership. So I became an entrepreneur because I was inspired by the story of Narayan Murthy, who founded Infosys, where he went to his father-in-law or future father-in-law and asked for a loan, and also asked for the daughter in marriage. And he's like, what are you doing? I'm going to start a company. And it's like, well, that's not a real job. And then he built an iconic company. And then you have Zuckerberg, and you have Bill Gates, and you have all of these titans of the industry. And obviously, you guys are parts of very successful projects here. Now, is Web3 and leadership different from Web 2, Web 1 traditional technology companies, or is it more of the same? At some point, I noticed that some of you guys here have removed the CEO and CEO roles. You're just co-founders or project team leads, things like that. How are things different? Let's start with Uri here.
Yeah, I've been an entrepreneur for a good number of years. I think things go sort of a little deeper than whether you run the show and hold on to the CEO title or not. So I think that both internally and externally, I think that's of limited consequence. I think the challenges that are presented to us today are in many ways derived from the advancement in technology and the ability to actually operate and run a distributed team worldwide. That has actually nothing to do at this point with work. Let me put it this way. This is independent of Web3, right? This affects also Web2 companies that operate today. And that presents a significant challenge in terms of team building and maintaining sort of a unified spirit and a sense of mission and sticking to a plan and executing on it, etc. So I think these things present significant challenges. We did our best actually to remain sort of on a single site up till about a year ago when we started hiring folks around the world. At this point, there are about 100 people at Starkware. There are actually many hundreds of people building out the Starknet ecosystem, folks worldwide on an ongoing basis. So I think that's a non-trivial challenge. There's another challenge in the context of Web3, and that is that the tokenomics that are sort of injected into many of the projects that exist out there often sort of skew focus and incentives and intents and project plans, and not always in the most productive way. And that's also something that you need to sort of learn how to operate in that environment. But I think the ecosystem as a whole is figuring out how to do that.
Incredible. Sandeep?
Yeah, so I think as Yuri also said that, I call the Web3 startups as token startups, for example, right? So I always end up saying that, for at least for a mental model, ideally these should be very, combined, but for a mental model, for any, entrepreneur, they have to think, because that's the reality of our industry currently. They have to think of it as two products. Like you have two products. One is your core product, but one is also your token. You also can't, neglect it. If you neglect it, it can have, bad consequences. I've seen some good companies who neglected their token side of community and all that, and then, could never pick up. So that's slightly more challenging than the real world. When you have all the shenanigans of a startup, plus there is this, the token infused into this entire thing. And as Yuri was saying, that it happens countless number of times that this token community, imposes or kind of, there are scenarios which are not 100% productive for your long-term focus on the product and everything. But having said that, in my learning, I feel that community and token, the side of the things should also be, for all the budding entrepreneurs, they have to start building, because these are actually community-owned products. Like all Web3 products are, eventually everything should be community-owned products, right? So the community has to be there. That's kind of your founding team. Community is almost like your founding team. So you have to start building the community and focus on it from very early stages. Get people who are like long-term believers in your product and all that. So those kind of things are definitely there. But definitely it adds, as an entrepreneur, it adds a lot of pressure on you, because now not only you have to deal with the startup journey, but you also have to deal with this huge, kind of undertaking, which is the community. So, everybody who's joining this space as an entrepreneur, they should see that, they have to go through the pain that way.
So it's not just one startup, you're building two startups and two communities, two user bases, two product market fit, everything twice, two legal systems. Yeah.
They should be intertwined in some way, right? That's the even harder problem. It would be fine if it was two. It was like there's actually one.
I wanted to say two if you're lucky. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they
two
have
if
to
you're
be
lucky.
intertwined, but yeah, they have to be treated separately. They have to be given their due attention. It's like two siblings fighting for the attention. So
yeah, but actually, that's why without this account model in wallets right now, we actually need to do three because we have developers, users, and token holders at the same time.
Yeah.
So how about you, Ilya? Your thoughts on leadership and leaders?
Yeah, so I think kind of on many ways, like when we started to start Near, right? Our expectation was we wanted to build apps, right? That was kind of where we're coming from. We wanted to build something on Ethereum. We were not able to at that point, and so kind of we went ahead to build Near with expectations that we actually gonna go and build apps on this ecosystem, right, as soon as possible. And so we actually hired a lot of entrepreneurs early on who would join us to be kind of, as Sandeep mentioned, like be co-founders of this, right? And then kind of go on and build this ecosystem. And so about 6 months after the mainnet, we've actually started kind of this decentralization process. So part of the reason why I don't have CEO title, because I'm not actually CEO of anything, because we're actually decentralized. We have like the original team is probably right now like 12 different companies and projects, and we have a foundation, we have multiple infrastructure kind of companies that are built, we have multiple go-to-market companies that are built out of this, right, funds, etc. And so kind of I think that as a leader in the space, right, what you go from like running a company to in a way being the glue in some sense, right, of this ecosystem, right? And like it's not, I mean, obviously they can exist without you, but with you, you are able to create more efficiency by communicating, by creating kind of common frameworks, common value, etc. And I think that is, indeed way harder because you don't have any in many cases, you don't have any accountability frameworks, right? It's not the company. You cannot fire someone. You cannot fire anyone in community. That's a main concept, right? Like, if Elon Musk doesn't like someone, he just fire them. And then, he comes in and he does whatever he wants, right? But that's not how you do things in community, especially when your community is your product in many ways, right? They are kind of defining what should be done. And so through this, you need to be very much kind of open. You need to be very, very clear and crisp on what is happening and where everybody should be going from your perspective. You should be adjusting that as you see people in community saying that, there's other kind of alternatives that are better, and you kind of need to be this glue, right? That's kind of how I see my role.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the most one of the hardest things in this space, because you have to kind of we talk about progressive decentralization, and that's very key in going to, if you decentralize too fast, then you kind of, with all due respect, one of the best communities in the Web3 space, Cosmos, becomes too decentralized. Nobody is there to take decisions and things like that, right? So that is also problematic. But if you don't decentralize and then you become a fully centralized company, then you are not a Web3 company. Then also you will suffer sooner or later, right? So this balance between these two things, the balance between democracy and efficiency within the community, these are very hard challenges to balance many of the times.
Incredible.
Yeah, I think Maker right now is an interesting example as well to look at, because they kind of pull apart their company into a lot of sub DAOs, but then now there's a lot of kind of infighting between that, and so coordinating that is hard.
Also, Gitcoin is an example where they decentralized and they had this huge opportunity with this bounty platform, but they haven't executed against that roadmap in 6 months or so. It's like the main mission was kind of forgotten because they were sponsoring memes and all the other things because the community asked for it, right? And we'll leave it to a thing. So now let's switch gears to actual product. We're all product people here. We're building technology, and we're the reason we exist is to bring this new technology to market. So I'm going to ask specific questions to you gents. Let's start with Yuri. Now, Storkware it took me a while to understand the entire ecosystem. So you have StarkNet, you have StarkX, you have the SaaS offering, and then you have L3. I don't know if it's named yet. And then you have Cairo, and then you have this Transpiler. So there's a lot of pieces moving around. So if you're kind enough, why don't you give us a quick intro to this ecosystem? And if a developer wants to be part of this ecosystem, what should they start with, and what are these different technologies for?
Sure. So we started out with the SaaS offering, which is called StarkX, and that can scale a bunch of use cases. So spot trading and payments and transfers and minting and trading of NFTs and perpetual contracts and something very interesting called DeFi pooling. And so these things are a SaaS offering. There we offer gas reduction compared to layer one transactions that range anywhere between 700x and 20,000x cheaper than on Ethereum. So very significant numbers. And that we did starting mid-2020, as I mentioned. And in the process of building that out, we realized that in terms of feature velocity and security of these systems, what we actually need is a programming language that would allow us to prove any computational state. We realized that if we want to add some functionality to this offering, it becomes a very sort of slow and dangerous process, and that a programming language would make it much faster and much safer. And so Cairo was that layer that we introduced for StarkX. Then the obvious conclusion was, well, we don't need Cairo only in the hands of Starkware folks. This needs to be in the hands of any developer. And so the idea of StarkNet was born. And this is the decentralized permissionless layer 2 that we're building over Ethereum. And this allows, it's a smart contract platform, offers general computation, offers composability. As of a few weeks ago, the whole thing is powered by recursive proofs, which increases scale even further. And so this is the offering that today we want to put in the hands of developers worldwide. And there are many, many developers, much to our excitement. And this is really our focus, sort of catering to developers wherever they are. There are many developers building out this ecosystem, so infrastructure and tooling around that, but also many teams building out applications on top of this. So that's this public StarkNet. And just to complete sort of the stack, with recursive Starks, and because of the needs of applications and often Web 2 businesses who want to retain all sorts of degrees of control and need even greater scale and need even lower cost per transaction, we introduced the concept of layer 3 back in December of 2021. And this, we're going to see custom StarkNets, we're going to see StarkX instances settling on the public StarkNet as opposed to on Ethereum. And that in a way could be thought of as a layer 3, right? So the custom StarkNet or StarkX settling its proofs on the public StarkNet, the public StarkNet in turn settling on layer 1 Ethereum. So a stack of layers that offers each participant the thing that they need.
Thank you. And neatly fits into the initial question on whether block space is scarce or not. You just have these tiers of settlement layers from the most expensive to almost converging to a database where there's no security, but it's dirt cheap. Thank you. I think the developers in the audience will really appreciate that intro. So let's move to the Polygon ecosystem. Polygon is a behemoth, right? So there's the L2, the POS chain. There is Polygon Edge. There is the hosted where you have the shared security, Polygon Edge, which is called SuperNet. You have the ZK Hermes, right? The EVM. There was a big announcement made just recently. And I'm sure there's like lots of other stuff that you guys are building, which are also blockchains. So Sandeep, can you paint us a mental map of how do you get started? What are these different technologies and what is live today and what is going live in the next 6 months to a year and what is like the future in like 2 years?
Sure. So basically first, I mean, as I said that, first of all, our mission is very clear that, the tech always eventually gets commoditized, right? But our goal is to get 1 billion users into Web3 in next 10, 15, whatever time it takes. So all of these various tech offerings that you are seeing, that is us kind of trying to build that ultimate suite which has, which fulfills the requirement of various different kinds of developers. Like, I mean, one thing that we would have done the most is, and I personally would have spoken to thousands of developer teams, and there is one answer is very clear, that there is no one solution fits all. Like, some developers, some businesses have different needs. Some would need privacy, some would need infinite scale, extremely low cost transactions and things like that. So our idea is to map out all these kind of developer requirements, and can we offer solutions which target to most, if not all, of those categories of the developers who want to build Web3 applications. So, but as a mental model, it's very simple. So there are going to be two different kinds of Polygon chains. There are going to be public chains where anybody can come and deploy, and which also will evolve into liquidity hubs, which already have evolved actually. Polygon POS chain, if you see, currently it has all, I mean, 99.9% all the DeFi protocols are over there. The big DeFi protocols, the NFT protocols, everything is over there. And that kind of is the liquidity hub, or kind of business center of this universe, right? But apart from that, there are also these app specific chains where the businesses who want dedicated, it's basically also for all the computer science engineers, they would understand the difference between a shared server as and a dedicated server. So public chains are like the shared server. If some other app becomes really big, suddenly on one particular day has a lot of demand, your app is also going to suffer, let's say, in terms of high gas fees or network latency issues and things like that. So if you are big enough, you want to have your own chain, you can have your own dedicated chain. So that's the core mental model. Public shared chains, which become the business centers, or the dedicated chains for the businesses to have full control over their Web3 journeys. And all of this that you see, that it falls under this whole, this simple framework: public chains and dedicated chains. So for example, Polygon POS is currently a public chain, and we are doing very interesting things, the upgrades that are being worked upon on that, but I don't want to talk more about it right now. But then you have ZK EVM, which is also going to be a zero knowledge roll-up or zero knowledge powered layer 2s. And initially, they will also act as the, kind of the public chains only. But eventually we want them to also evolve into offerings where people can have their dedicated, chains with those technologies. Supernet, as you said, right? Supernet is basically, which is built on Edge framework. Edge framework, anybody can use. It's an open framework, just like Polkadot substrate. Anybody can use and create their own chains, like Tendermint, Cosmos Tendermint. So that's like a public goods kind of things. But using that Edge framework, we kind of are building these clients for these layer 2s, which can or cannot, which should have these pluggable things. Like, you can have a simple sidechain. You want to have a simple sidechain because layer 2 comes with a cost, right? You want to have a simple sidechain, go ahead and do it. If you want to plug in the zero knowledge proving with your chain in future, go ahead and just add one module and do it. So that's the future. We are trying to do it. But you asked about the core mental model. Core mental model is this only: public chains, dedicated chains. Everything else is, kind of nuances and details about it. That's immaterial.
Incredible. Ilya, so you guys have the sharded L1 chain, which is near, and you also have the Aurora kind of EVM. I don't know if it's fair to call it an L2, which is through Rainbow, and you have the multiple shards, and then you have Octopus, which I believe is also part of the Near ecosystem. So how do developers understand everything that's going on the Near ecosystem, and where do they get started?
Yeah, I think the mental model that Sandeep mentioned is very much kind of in that direction. Kind of generally speaking, I see this as a spectrum. And so there's a spectrum of security and there's a spectrum of privacy. So it's kind of, and then so you can choose in this quadrant, like which thing you need. And so there's a kind of more secure less private, which is what layer 1 is right now. And obviously, there's a lot of work on how to make it more private, but kind of generally, this is where we are right now. You have an option of, kind of more secure but private, for example, for you, if you want to run your own like ZK rollup or something similar. So you can prove, but you don't show what happened there. You can have kind of still public, but less secure. And this is kind of a sidechain. So what Octopus offers you is a sidechain capability. You literally can just like send your WASM of your runtime, and there will be boot up, like a bunch of nodes will boot it up and run it as a sidechain. And you pay with like portion of your token inflation to the validators. And so it's like a pretty straightforward path. There's like reviews kind of embedded in that process. There's upgrades, like all of that stuff is already there. And then there's a Calimero actually, which is a private shard. So this ability to run kind of near infrastructure internally behind the firewall inside specific, like some company, or for your private DAO, or for any other entity, right? And that allows you to kind of, while having the same namespace, and I think that's the most important, that's why I talk about remote accounts as well, like namespace is really important, such that you can actually do routing between all those things. You can run the same applications that you can run near public chain and then communicate with them. You can actually issue NFTs on private shard, push them to public shard, maybe trade them for a public assets on a private shard, etc. Right? So it's all kind of works as one kind of multi-tenant infrastructure, although it's run by different teams and companies. And so kind of the idea here is, as a user, you should be able just to use it, right? Even if you're like on Google's private shard, for example, you can still log in with, wallets of Near, you can sign transactions, you can do all this. Like literally, like all of this is fully interoperable. Like from a user's perspective, you should not need to think, like when you go to, inside intranet, in your company, or you go in the public, right? You don't think as a user actually, oh, it's actually behind my firewall or not, right? Like you just log in, enter your SSO, and you're gone. And so we have SSO with wallets, so like we need to make this kind of ubiquitous, and that's really what we're trying to do. And sharding again is like something that we can just continue scaling underneath the users and developers without them needing to think about it. So kind of the mental model we are going after is like users and developers just build, they select which kind of tenancy they need, right? Is like for my company, is this for public? Is this kind of more specific, like need specific parameters on the, for example, no fees or some like tuned consensus, and then kind of they just launch their app and then it runs in this environments and users can just use it.
Incredible, very exciting. Okay, so let's wrap up here, and we'll end with a final question. So this is what makes it exciting for you guys to continue pushing so hard. Ilya, when we met in Korea, you released that JavaScript stuff, right? Sandeep, you're everywhere. Yuri, I see the Starkware events all over the world, right? So you guys, you've been at it for many, many years, and you continue to push so hard, like it's day one. And let's hear some words of wisdom on how to keep trekking when you don't have to, right? I think our respective projects are very successful, but it's not enough. I'm sure I'm butchering this Chinese proverb that when the tongue tastes sugar, it wants more, right? So let's hear from you guys what makes you tick. Let's hear from Sandeep.
Yeah, so I mean, yesterday also, or 2 days back, I was on a podcast and somebody was asking me that when did you realize, or when did you had that, or what did you feel when you had that inflection point of Polygon, and it becomes. And I actually thought about it, and I realized that actually that inflection point has not come yet. So I mean, we are just at such an early stage for all of us. Like, I mean, although all the valuations in the crypto world are like, over exaggerated everywhere. Like even in these, corrected markets, the valuations are completely like, if let's say Polygon was a Web2 company with this level of scale and this level of adoption, we would be hardly, 500 million or $1 billion valuation. But in crypto, the valuations are always amplified and things like that, right? So I think it gives a false sense of that you have done something. I feel that, not only I feel, and I tell the team that, we are at day zero. It is actually the fact, like, if we remove all these delusions of crypto, it is the fact that we are all at day zero. So I think there is no question about, slowing down anytime soon. The second part is also that I think the mission also provides a clarity on that. And for us, the mission is, very different. As I said, that Web3 adoption for masses. And I think we are far, far, far away from that. Like, there's so much to be done. So yeah, there's no question of slowing down anytime soon.
Amazing. Uri?
You're on mute, Uri.
Apologies. Could have been more interesting on mute, I want to say. So the thing that actually keeps me super, super excited is the pace with which sort of new ideas and new people are injected into the ecosystem. And that's just at a human level, that's a very, very pleasant experience, emotionally and intellectually. An example I've been giving, and it's not that ideas that someone introduced years ago are now coming to fruition, which in itself is a very gratifying thing. It's this notion of people who presented ideas months and sometimes weeks ago, and suddenly they threw out the idea and suddenly it's done. And these are people who a few months ago you did not know existed. And the example I've been giving recently is there's this team out of Buenos Aires, Lambda class. We didn't know them. They showed up one day in the starting ecosystem. And they went ahead and implemented the Cairo virtual machine in Rust in a matter of weeks, and they're beasts, and they're the most wonderful and pleasant beasts on top of it all. And so, they just out of nowhere. And from my perspective, right, they were there all along, building and doing and then all that, and through this ecosystem, all these groups and individuals sort of coordinating and building new stuff together. To me, that's just a very exciting experience.
Yeah. And this is like, the beast experience. Like suddenly you will see some people in hackathon in 2 days, they would build something which are like, what? Like, and then, you see Starkware people calling people beast. Imagine, like, they are the Starkware is.
I'll say this. I'll say this. They're beasts. They're very pleasant. They're not funny, but they're very, they're very nice people.
I mean, amazing.
The only drawback is they're not funny.
How about you, Ilya?
Yeah, I mean, I second the kind of the community feels that Web3 gives is unparalleled. I think although, like people just come in and do things and kind of many times it's like, people do public, what we call public goods, right? Things that are just like good for everyone without, always like looking for something. There's like a lot of people coming in who are just excited about building things. For me as well, we also want to bring this technology to kind of mainstream. And so like seeing actual people who are not technical, who are not normally would, think of blockchain using this, right? So I'm kind of, for context, I'm from Ukraine, and we actually used blockchain, right, to help a bunch of people because we could send money directly to people. And like when the war was just starting, there was no clear, like if the banks would work, right? If the banks would just get bombed. And so crypto was the only and kind of delivery method of help you can do. And so I think that is also exciting. And just like, given I've seen that working, even though in very like, bad context, like I'm excited to actually see that working at the world scale, right? Like we still we still are at day zero of like actual adoption, right? Like if you ask, any random person on the street, like they probably use Google, they probably on Facebook or Instagram, TikTok, but they still are not like user of this. And so like that's what we should be aiming for.
Yeah.
Incredible. Let me just share a quick number stat because, I run Covalent data company. So GitHub has 30 million registered developers. So that's the benchmark. It's probably the most adopted developer product in the world. Infura is the most adopted Web3 kind of product, and it has 300,000 developers registered. So that's 1% penetration. Covalent has about 35,000 developers on our platform. So that's 0.1%. So in our mission to make data accessible, we're literally just putting our shoes on and heading to the front door. We haven't even left the house to go on our mission. So nobody is making victory laps just yet, right? So you guys are absolutely right. Like this is the traction numbers and the number of apps is I think it's just not even the start. So when the community says that this is the winner, it's not really. Right? It's so early in this Web3 space. All right, gents. So fantastic panel here. I definitely learned a lot, and I hope the audience was also able to appreciate the wisdom that you guys were so graciously shared with us. And I think we can wrap it up here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Gentlemen, have a good weekend.
Take care, guys.
Good weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye now.
Thank you. panel ahead. It's really a tremendously interesting one on Web3 game design titled Future of Play to Earn and Other Innovative Web3 Game Designs. And we have two international leaders that have a cult following when it comes to Web3 gaming. Joining us virtually are Yon Rong, CEO Steppen from Australia, and Gabby Dizon, CEO YGG from the Philippines. I'd also like to call on stage Shraddha Sharma, the founder and CEO of Yourstory Media, to moderate the panel. A big warm round of applause for Shraddha, everyone, please. Come on, you can do better than that. Step up your game for Steppen. All right, and thanks, Shraddha, so much for joining us on stage. I'd first like to introduce Yon Rung, CEO of Steppen. Steppen is a Web3 lifestyle app with socialify and gamify elements. It has a dual token system, GST, GMT, and the GMT is Steppen's governance token. Users equipped with NFT sneakers are rewarded for walking, jogging, or running with in-game tokens that can be used to level up sneakers, mint new sneakers, and more. Steppen aims to nudge millions towards a healthier lifestyle, which is what I was talking about earlier, combat climate change, and connect the public to Web3. I'm also thrilled to welcome Gabby Dizon, CEO YGG. Gabby Dizon is the Philippines-based co-founder of Yield Guild Games. YGG is spearheading the development of the Web3 ecosystem to unlock opportunities for millions around the world who are looking for new ways to earn in the open metaverse. While the guild originally focused on play-to-earn games, it's now partnering with other X-to-earn platforms that will allow the community other ways to contribute their time and skill and be rewarded by the Web3 community. Gabby sees this as a way to bridge the wealth gap and create new opportunities for people all over the world to earn, learn, and develop their talents. And now, of course, we have with us also Shraddha Sharma, founder and CEO Yourstory Media. Yourstory is India's largest digital media platform for entrepreneurship, and Shraddha is widely recognized as the de facto voice and champion of entrepreneurs, innovators, and change makers in India. With more than 2 million followers on her personal social media handles, Shraddha's network and influence have enabled thousands of entrepreneurs and change makers across the country. Over to you, Shraddha.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all of you. You know, of course, this is Web3, and I'm feeling a little nervous because two panelists हैं and they are there, and I'm sitting over here. So I'm hoping all of you will join me together to be co-hosting these two gentlemen. One is from Adelaide and one is from Philippines, I'm told. And they're very, very renowned, so we'll do it together. So, and then before I start, I just want to know how many of you are entrepreneurs here? How many? Please raise your hands. Wow. Web3 entrepreneurs. Very good. How many of you are aspiring to start up in this space? And how many of you are working, how many of you are developers working in Web3? बाकी जो हाथ नहीं उठाए वो क्या कर रहे हैं? So shall we start? And I hope that all of us are in this together. And if you have any questions, then I'll take it on behalf of you. With this, welcome Yong. And welcome, Gabby. I would request both of you, if you could quickly, so that we get to know you. We have read and heard that both of you built very successful guilds and enterprise, but it would be great if you could quickly tell us your story. Gabby, could we begin with you?
Sure. First of all, hi everyone. Shraddha, thanks for having me. My name is Gabby Dizon. I'm from the Philippines, and my background is in game development. So I've been making games for almost 20 years now. I found crypto and NFTs in late 2017, early 2018, got really interested in how NFTs and games could merge together and put real world value inside games. So this is my entry into crypto and Web3. Started playing games like Axie Infinity in 2018, and 2020 co-founded YGG as a guild that would help people play games like Axie Infinity, provide access to NFTs, and give access to earning opportunities.
Thank you. Yon?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Yong, and I started Steppen about a year ago. And before that, I started my crypto investment firm. So being a serial entrepreneur since 2010, so we built a lot of brick and mortar business. But as soon as I step into sort of Web3, we start from a small investment firm and grow basically to OTC and then start our own project. So Steppen really is what we're trying to do is to become a lifestyle app that enable users to get healthier and also building a very strong community revolve around physical exercise and carbon neutralities.
Thank you. We'll straight jump into this question, which I'm sure everyone would love to know. Both of you are building very successful guilds in gaming, and Web3 gaming is very, very different from what Web2 was. Play to earn is one of the big differentiating characteristics. So if I had to ask you, what's some of the most innovating and exciting things that you're seeing in this space? Gabby?
Is that for me? Okay. Well, there's a lot of innovation happening in the Web3 gaming space and play to earn. You've seen some of the original games like Axie Infinity come up with a new version of the game Origin that is a much deeper economy, and I think it is something that will draw in a lot of Web2 gamers. And now YGG has bought assets in over 40 games. We're also very interested in the move to earn, create to earn, learn to earn movement. So I think that a lot of people will have the chance to do things that they're passionate about and also have the chance to own digital assets like we have with Steppen.
Yes. I think we are exploring sort of a different direction. So we would always talk about, say, the bridge, the Web 2 and 3. So we were really thinking about how can we do it. So a few innovations direction we're thinking would be possible. One is that to provide a NFT that do have a real world sort of utility. So with our latest sort of a partnership with Atletico Madrid, the NFT sneakers actually will provide user in real life perks when they present to, let's say, merchant or the Atletico Madrid team for jerseys, stuff like that. And another more exciting, I think, direction is we potentially could see like a new token form where to capture users' social graph or even attentions. So not necessarily an NFT, but different token forms. So it's more like a reputation system where people can sort of grind and then gain more reputations to a certain DAO. Or the idea, or even like a soul-bounded NFT will be another interesting direction, or evolving NFT. So we're starting to see some of these a new way of NFT that could be incorporated in gaming and social apps in the future.
And if I have to ask both of you as builders in this space, to everyone here watching, listening to you here in India, in Bangalore, if they are building and thinking about Web3, gaming in Web3, what are some of the things, what are some of the challenges one should take note of, and some of the things that you are seeing as challenges in this category?
Well, one thing I'd say for people who want to build is that it's really good to try out a lot of different protocols, decentralized applications, and see where you can make a unique contribution to the space. Right before I founded YGG in 2020, I was a very active participant in DeFi Summer. I was also playing a lot of NFT games like Axie and other games. And that led to the insights that led to the formation of YGG. It's really good to play around in the space, see what you're interested in, what your passions are, what your skills are good at, and yeah, see how you can make a unique contribution to the space.
So the challenge, I think, many categorized into two sections. For the bootstrap to start the project, it is very challenging that how do you get your early users or investors. That appear to be extremely challenging, that you have to really pierce through the noise and competitions really to get users' attention. So that's one. And the second is because I would say 100% Web3 company using a tokenomic model to bootstrap their initial users, meaning that either I give away tokens or give away NFTs. So it's always involved in a token incentive model. And it's not saying that this is not the right model, but what we discover now is, yes, definitely it is easy to achieve success with a tokenomic model. But tokenomic model will eventually go back and haunt you, especially when the market cycle starts to go into the bear market. It got us a lot of thinking is, if you allow people to earn your governance token too early, it's not enough consensus, and then the token price will suffer. If you allow people to earn the game token, you will suffer the death spiral, right? That's the thing people are starting to talk about, is that you have an ultimate inflationary token. So it is super challenging to make a balance between these two. And what we discover is that we have to build a bigger ecosystem to address it.
Yeah, and you know, Yon, that answer brings me to the question that right now most of us, last 2 years were very good, euphoric, at least here in India when it came to the startup ecosystem. We were just hearing about a lot of capital flowing in, and a lot of users were coming in. And when one has to think now in terms of, you know, while you build a Web3 gaming enterprise, you have to think about users. And how do you think about user growth, user acquisition, sustainability, and also through the different token designs? What would you like to tell everyone? Because there has to be a little bit of prudence. At the same time, you need big numbers.
So I guess a question for me, right? Yes, okay. We actually put a lot of thought into tokenomic designs. And also, it's not only the tokenomics. I think people sometimes emphasize too much, say, okay, it has to be the right token model. I think it's the timing, it's the tokenomics, yes, and also a lot of luck sometimes that to make everything work. And the luck part we can't help. But going back to the tokenomic discussion, I think we refer heavily on how Bitcoin gain is consensus, and how Bitcoin sort of the halving mechanics or the difficult bound mechanics, which we all utilized with the GMT earning, which we're gonna release very soon. So that there always will be user taking advantage in a more of a prisoner dilemmas. And that brings to the timings, because a lot of, I think, crypto startup founders that didn't pay too much attention is when they allow user to earn certain, like either the government token or the gaming tokens. And the timing is very important. So for what we did is that we have to burn almost 250 million tokens before we allow people to earn the GMT, which effectively around 50% have already been burned. And also we have to look into, we always want to make sure that the amount of token being mint is always less than the amount of amount of token being burned, so that we can have a deflationary supply, and then to make the dual token work. So it's a very tricky, I think, and also situational question that sometimes we have to make a difficult judgment call in order to sort of progress.
Gabby, would you like to add?
Yeah, I agree with the points that Yon said. We're seeing a lot of different kinds of experimentation on tokenomics now, going from, for example, using one token system or having more than 2 tokens to having more of the value accrue towards NFTs. So there's just a lot of, I would say, different tokenomics experimentation going now. Just have to remember that when you're giving out a reward token, then that's giving the player the option to cash it out of your game economy and out of the ecosystem, selling back to Ethereum, Solana, or Fiat. So you also have to thoughtfully design when you're allowing the players to basically give them the option to cash out.
I also just want to chip in for one more thing is that a lot of people were saying that, okay, how about we can do this with one token? But sometimes I think with actually the design, the dual token system is a very clever thing. Is because if you allow people to earn the governance token in the beginning, it is a deflationary supply, meaning that nobody's gonna spend it. People say, or I'll hold the token so that it can appreciate more in the future. And then your economy, your in-game economy are getting into a stagnation because nobody wants to spend. And you have to provide an inflationary token in the beginning so that people can spend it. But if you don't control the economy well, it gets into hyperinflation. And then you say, oh my God, the token price goes down and then starts to sell. So it's very, very delicate. I think the project team has to be monitoring this very closely to make judgment calls.
That brings me to the question that if you have to get the traditional gamers on to blockchain gaming, what are some of the strategies, what are some of the things that you're doing and you would recommend to everyone here?
Honestly, I think it's just a matter of time. Right now, of course, it's still not a lot of what you would say normal gamers, but everyone who is in Web3 gaming now started from more traditional games. And we're starting now more on, I would say, experimenting on the tokenomics models. But as you're seeing game experiences built out that are comparable to some of the favorite games that players see today, I think it's just inevitable that you'll see like really good gameplay combined with good ownership and tokenomics models. So yeah, at our guild, we're seeing more and more people being onboarded, learning the benefits of Web3 ownership and why people should be playing blockchain games. So I think this is already underway and it'll happen faster than people realize.
So traditional gamer, sometimes we ask ourselves, do we need a traditional gamer or we just get people from like a Web2 environment? So we feel that sometimes traditional gamer have too much knowledge with gaming, and sometimes we believe that they probably have to unlearn some of these traditional techniques or gaming experience before they can sort of fully embrace of the Web3 environment. So I would say that to attract traditional gamers, the pull strategy is always better than the push strategy, meaning that the word of mouth, building a strong community that the people actively actually looking users for you, rather than you do advertising to reach to them.
Gabby, Yon, I want to ask you, is that when it comes to Web2 world or the world we've been living in so far, when it comes to innovation, when it comes to starting up, it's always said that, when there is a down market, when when there is not much of euphoria, it's a great time to start. I want to ask both of you, right now, at least, world over, it's a little slow, the market is slow. So what would you say when it comes to starting Web3 gaming venture? Is it a good time? Is there something about timing the market? People should think something on those lines. What would be your recommendation?
I always have a very strong opinion on the directions rather than how hard you work. And sometimes people say, yes, definitely bear market is the best time to build. And bear market is the sort of, it's the best time to build. But the counter argument is we are looking back on what is the most popular game or concept or tokenomics from the previous bull market. Imagine that if you copy a CryptoKitty in 2019, you're probably not going to do well. You want to be the Axie, right? So sometimes we think we really need to find, not to find, but to lead the direction of how the market unveil or unrevolve itself, meaning that it is the best time to build something new and exciting, and then you're leading that next bull market. Don't follow what happened in the past. So really just to start thinking what will happen or what will be popular and find your own sort of direction. I think that's the essence of when you say, okay, build in the bear market, because nobody's gonna compete with you on, let's say, hirings, learning more on the market, building your networks. So this is where you get the head start versus your counterparties when the bull market starts.
Yeah, I joined crypto at the tail end of the last bull market, 2017. And then 2018 to 20 were, I would say, very painful times to build. There was a lot less money in the ecosystem than there is today. But it's also where I learned the most and built a lot of really good relationships that have sustained, like business and friendships that have sustained me to this day. So I don't think that entrepreneurs should be timing the market of when they should start a startup. If you have that idea, you should go ahead and do it, no matter what the state of the market is in. But don't be afraid of the bear market, because there's actually a lot more, I guess, it's easier to concentrate on building product. Investors can see which startups are really building and there for the long haul. A lot of things can be very distracting during the bull markets when prices are going up all the time. And the bear market is really a time to build, a time to see who's serious, and then make your relationships, get your insights on product, and yeah, get ready for the next cycle.
My last question to both of you. We are at Unfold 2022 here in Bengaluru. Both of you are in the trenches building Web3 gaming ventures. Tell us, from the trenches, what are some of the things that you predict when it comes to Web3 gaming? What are some of the things that we should be looking forward to?
Okay, I'll start. I think now when people talk about GameFi or Web3 gaming, people instantly say, okay, X to earn, right? I think hopefully that in the next couple of years that we will have a more complex a GameFi system or a Web3 gaming system. So it's no longer defined as X to earn, or I think it's too much of a simplistic sort of putting the entire industry into one single genre. So I think that to really make something sustainable down the track, one is that I mentioned that we're probably going to need to tokenize social relations, tokenize users' attentions, because I always feel that in a bull market, you don't need money. There's so many money floats around. You do not need money. What is scarce in a bull market is users' attention, is users' social graph, is how they build their social identities, and that is a scarce commodity. So if we have a game in the next bull market could capture any of these, right? I think it is definitely on the right track.
Yeah, for me, because we've seen a lot of different game developers and founders starting games, you're seeing now a lot of very experienced founders who know how to create complex economies starting to make their games in Web3. So I think we'll be seeing much richer game and virtual economies that people will be basing their livelihoods, their jobs on. So I think there'll be a lot of people that will be basically making their income from a lot of these virtual worlds in the next few years.
Jon, Gabby, I want to ask you, I'm no way a Web3 expert, but what I like about Web3 is that it promises an equal world. And many of us, and I'm sure many of us here sitting in this room, We didn't grow up in an equal world. And there is this dream, there is this hope that with decentralization, everyone will have the power. I want to ask both of you, as builders, as individuals, personally, what is the purpose, what is the drive that keeps you excited about running StepN and running YGG?
For us, it's really, we want to build a larger ecosystem, more than just a GameFi, more than just a, or even bigger like Web3 apps. We want to build a Web3 ecosystems, and where the ecosystem will cover potentially new need and capture new users. So what driven us really working every day is that we wanted to build something that connect people together, especially on the Web3, utilize the NFT utilities, and hopefully leading some of how the industry would like to develop. So I think that's sort of what we want to do.
On my end, I mean, I think everyone here knows that the world is not built equally. And of course, there's a lot of talented people from their home cities and their countries that may not have the opportunity of others that are either born in some of the more prosperous cities, or maybe those that are able to move, for example, moving to Bangalore, moving to London, moving to San Francisco for greater opportunity. And what really drives me with Web3 is that we want to give people, I don't think it's equality, but it's equal access to opportunity no matter where you are in the world. We saw this with Axie Infinity, where people in the Philippines, in India, in Venezuela had access to an earning economy that was not available to the cities they were in. And they were paid at the same rate as someone who was living in some of the more developed cities and countries around the world. And I think this is really the opportunity of Web3, giving people equal access to learning skills and be able to earn assets and upside that they would normally not have access to.
Thank you. Brilliant. John, I have to ask you before we let you go. I see someone on the screen. What's the name of your dog?
Oh,
We are in an
so
equal
that's
world. We can't ignore what we see behind.
it's a Westie. His name is Tweety. It's about he's 8 years old.
Thank you so much to both of you. I don't know if we have time and if we can take questions. Puneet, do you have a question? Yeah.
Fan. Really good to see a female founder interviewing the crux of Web3, to the founders here. My question was to Gabby. So Gabby, just a quick brief. I'm Priyanka. I'm the founder of workbugs.io. We are a skill-to-earn venture, and our main mission is to incentivize students who are coming in from Web2 to Web3. And how we do this is through a reward token mechanism. So currently, the skill tokens that we issue for the students can be, traded for jobs, for career review, for the resume review, and how to actually curate a skill pathway. But we, in India, we are still at that precipice of transformation where we cannot peg our skill token to a currency value or a monetary value. So how do you, want us to navigate this complex ecosystem where we don't have to, again, bring in fiat into the whole picture, which has been like the biggest conundrum that we've been, working with on the tokenomics side. So would love to understand from you.
Right. So let's go back to, for example, a game like Axie Infinity. The reason why the original play-to-earn mechanic worked was because the reward token, SLP, had in-game use inside their ecosystem, meaning that somebody was willing to buy it and then use it within their ecosystem. And in Axie, the utility was you had to buy SLP to have the right to breed more axes, and then you burn that token currency. So ultimately, that's what gives value to your token in your ecosystem. Who's willing to buy your token for Ethereum or whatever currency, and use it within the ecosystem? That's what gives it value, even if you don't have to convert it to fiat, which can be pretty tricky in some countries. There has to be people who are willing to pay for either Ether or Solana or other currency with value, and that's what gives your own currency value.
That's great. Thank you. So then we'll probably wait for the merge on September 15th and just go all in on Ethereum. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Priyanka.
Hello everyone. Hi Shraddha. It was a pleasure seeing you for the first time, and you're looking amazing and incredible. Thank you so much for building the wonderful ecosystem, bringing everybody over here. Bringing under one roof is just beautiful to see all Web3 folks. So myself is Priya Ratnam. I'm the CEO of Avisa Games Guild, the very first India's largest gaming guild. With 30 different games which we have been partnered, alongside with ZB from co-founder of YZZ and Step-in founder Yang Wang. I'm so happy to see you over on the screen today. We are also one of the guild in Gamify org along with you, Good Guild Games, YGG, Avocado and all. So my question is very simple. If you see the, the play to earn concepts right now, today we are facing a lot of issues, right? So how do you measure the sustainability in terms of games? Like how are you choosing? For me, if you ask me, it is very difficult, to do the due diligence and all. So how, as YGG, you guys are doing it?
All right, so that question is for us. We actually take a look at a lot of games before we make the decision to invest in assets. And of course, sustainability is one of the top concerns in the economy. And if you look at sustainability, it usually means that there's more money going into the game ecosystem than it is going out. Now, there are different ways to achieve this, and I would say that the tokenomics of the field is still rapidly changing. But one of the trends that we're seeing now is that you're being more intentional with the points where you tokenize assets, meaning that, for example, a reward token may stay as an in-game currency, and then only at a certain point when you've driven enough value to the network do you allow the players to tokenize it either into a fungible token or an NFT and be able to sell it or withdraw it to your wallet. What Yon was saying earlier, that you want to make sure that a certain amount of currency is burnt before you mint more, also works. So there is this really tough balance between the input and output into the ecosystem, and think of it as a country that there are activities that people do to generate value, and people also want to get paid value out of it. And one of the key changes is that I think we're not going to give tokens out for grinding anymore, because doing that allows people to take out value almost immediately, and this leads to the massive inflation and then lowering of the value of the reward token. So we see different teams using different mechanics to combat this.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Time is over. So I was just thinking before that, see both these gentlemen, they have joined from Philippines and Adelaide. I have a request. They are not here in the present with us. Maybe we could give a big round of applause and thank them for taking out time and talking and addressing us. Thank you so much, Ron, and thank you, Gabby. Thank you for taking out time to do this. Thanks.
Pleasure talking to you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Shraddha. You certainly managed to earn the interest of all the audience members here today. I hope you had a fun time too moderating that session. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Shraddha as well. Thank you. And now it's on to our next panel discussion. Web3 is potentially the biggest technological innovation since the internet, providing VCs with one of the most asymmetric upside opportunities. It's fitting then that our next panel discussion is an investment-focused panel with some really solid names from the VC community. I would like to call on stage, once we get our seating arrangements in order, Mr. Hemant Mohapatra, partner Lightspeed, Puneet Kumar, Managing Director, SteadView, Mr. Vas Bhaskar, Principal Elevation, and Shailesh Lakhani, Managing Director, Sequoia. Big round of applause for them as they join us on stage. Thank you so much, gentlemen. First, I would like to introduce Mr. Hemant Mohapatra, partner Lightspeed. Fun fact, Hemant is a partner at Lightspeed India and also happens to be a poet who excels at math. All his life, he's been attracted to careers where he gets to use both sides of his brain. Hemant claims to love scrappy, unpolished, mad, crazy founders with a grand vision, relentless optimism, insane amounts of energy, and a passion for building products and delighting their audience. Hemant, I want a verse or a poem or something at the end of this. You have some time to think of it. At the end of the discussion, you're going to give us something. And also joining us is Puneet Kumar, Managing Director, SteadView, a keen player in the India tech investing arena. Puneet focuses on our private investments in new age tech companies and can invest in a broad range of $5 million to $100 million. His focus is on investing high quality, passionate entrepreneurs who are solving problems of the future. We also have with us Vas Bhaskar, Principal Elevation. He focuses on early stage investments in Web 3.0 and FinTech. He completed his MBA from IIM Calcutta and is an Institute Gold Medal holder and graduated with a degree in Computer Engineering from the National University of Singapore. And finally, we have with us Shailesh Lakhani, Managing Director, Sequoia. Shailesh is passionate about Web3, about the benefits of decentralization and the possibilities that it opens up. It levels the playing field for entrepreneurs everywhere. He likes to invest in a category before it's mainstream and well understood. And to moderate the panel, we have with us Rohit Jain, MD, CoinDCX Ventures, CoinDCX's investment initiative for funding early-stage crypto and blockchain startups. Rohit believes that India will be the leader of Web3 startups in the world and is extremely positive that we'll get to see way more unicorns out of India in Web3 than we had in Web2. Welcome to each and every one of you. A very, very big round of applause. And over to you, Rohit.
Thank you, Beverly. Welcome. I want to welcome all my fellow panelists. I'm very, very pleased to host all of you guys. These guys are amongst the most thoughtful VCs and thoughtful investors in India, not only in Web2, but now increasingly more so in Web3. So very, very pleased to host them. To kick it off, and just to set context, and honestly, this is why we're all here, Web3 is possibly the biggest tech innovation that the world has seen pretty much since the advent of the internet. And that gives a lot of asymmetrical opportunities for entrepreneurs, but frankly, VCs as well, right? What I'd love to hear from you guys is some thesis, some sectors that you guys are excited about, your thesis on those sectors, and some emerging trends some early emerging trends that you guys are seeing. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. To kick it off, maybe let me start with a very simple question. Even though the theme for the conference is forward-looking innovation, I did want to start with your view on what's happening now, but in just one word, and then we'll kind of move on. So if I were to ask you, in one word, how would you describe what's happening in the Web3 ecosystem today? Hemant, maybe if you can start with you.
Yeah, I get the tough one at the beginning. I was thinking about what word should I pick, and the word that came to my mind was purification.
Beautification.
Purification.
Purification. And why is that?
I think that's for a longer conversation. We should continue
Got it.
on. But
Got it. Sure. Shailesh?
Growing up or finding yourself would be how I'd say what's the stage we're in right now.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, I mean that it's been a few years and Web3's come a long way. I think,
right.
Of all tech trends to have hundreds of millions of users who are investing in it is really amazing. But what happens next and what makes this much more mainstream is still not completely clear yet.
Got it. Got it. Puneet?
adoption. Basically, we have last many years, I think people were building in the hope of that adoption, but now with GameFi, with DeFi, we are starting to see true adoption of Web3 and crypto principles in real-world use cases.
Got it, got it. And Vas?
I think audacious, because in some way, a lot of what we're building for shouldn't exist, right? I think just how you're rethinking world order, how you're rethinking tech landscape, how you're rethinking global coordination in some way where value accrues. It's not obvious that's the default. So it's a bunch of builders being very audacious and thinking through what happens if we build this.
Got it, understood. And you know, maybe if I may summarize what I'm hearing from you guys, that A, given everything that's happening in the crypto ecosystem, the Web3 ecosystem, some protocols, you know, frankly imploding. It's a process of purification. It's a process of growing up. You know, innovation is never meant to be a straight line. You know, it's always meant to be a curved road. But along with that, we are seeing adoption, you know, driven by audacious founders. So cool. You know, moving on. The other question I wanted to ask you guys is, when you think about the kind of companies that you're looking at right now, the kind of sectors that you're looking at right now, what are one or two sectors within Web3 that you're very excited about? And I'd love to hear your thesis on those sectors. Maybe this time you can start the other way around.
Okay, happy to go first. I'll probably speak about one or two which we are quite excited about. I think one is just the adoption of Web3 crypto in institutions, in companies, etc. Right? So I think it's one of those asset classes where retail came in first. But if I see through the last cycle and some of these cycles which have happened, we've had like institutions, we've had companies, we've had different organizations come in very decisively in here. And what's very exciting about this cycle is people have moved in very decisively, right? So as I look at what's happening now in these bear cycles, the investment still remains. Like the same teams are there, the teams are growing, people continue to invest across institutions, across companies. And what that means for us is excitement in 2-3 ways. I think there will be a lot of tools, products, enablers being built for these guys, which means maybe think through structured products which get built for institutions, maybe think through different forms of enablers like custody solutions, think of trading tools, analytics tools, etc., which get built, right? So I feel definitely this is one cycle where we have seen institutions, companies move in decisively, be here for the long term. And that means that opens up a bunch of possibilities, right? So that's one theme we're excited about. Maybe I'll pick another one very quickly. It's a more technological theme. It's more where zero knowledge and ZK is going. I think we've spoken a lot about scalability there. We're also very excited about what else it enables beyond scalability, right? What do you think about privacy? What does it mean for identity? What does it mean for proof of work from the offline world coming onto the online world? Even just on-chain actions getting very private. So we think there is a lot of real-world use cases which it will open up. And I think also the technology is in a place where it feels real and ready for mass adoption. So these are two broad themes we've been looking at and spending time on.
Got it. Understood. No, thank you for that. And Puneet, maybe you can answer that question next. But before you do, I did want to caveat it by saying for you, the question is slightly different. The question is, what is your second favorite sector? Because your first favorite sector and first favorite company in Web3, I'm sure, is CoinDCX. So big disclaimer, Puneet is an investor in CoinDCX. But after CoinDCX, what's your second favorite sector or company or business model in the Web3 space?
I think broadly, after CoinDCX, I would say, you know, our excitement has been in two broad spaces. And one is, I would say, personal excitement. And second one, I think more first principle. The first principle one is infra. I think anything to do in Web3 is still pretty hard. Like I see people building is still very hard. If you have 100,000 users, do you really understand those users? Doing analytics on them is still pretty hard. I think we are still in the early stages of building those tools and right sort of mechanisms, which whether you call it middleware, whether you call it infrastructure layer, that I think is a pretty exciting space. I think actually most of us have investment in Polygon. And so that obviously is like, you know, trying to solve that. But but there are a number of layers that need to be built, and I think that stack is still pretty empty. And the second one is GameFi, and that's, I think, from a personal passion point of view, I feel, I don't call it play to earn, I call it play and earn. I think games should be entertainment first, but if they have an element of earning associated to it, it can be even more exciting. It's basically redistributing the wealth from just the gaming companies to the community. So that's super exciting as a concept to me.
Got it, got it. No, thank you. Shailesh, what are your thoughts?
So we put out a blog post on this topic a few weeks ago, so there's much more detail there. But let's say broadly, NFT-based applications is probably what we're most excited about today. We think there's a ton you can do with verifiable, digitally scarce assets, and particularly as they get tied to many more use cases, things like ticketing or membership or loyalty programs or creator economy. There's tons that you could do. And I think those start to make sense today. Yeah, that's a lot of what we're thinking about today.
Got it. Understood. Hemant, your thoughts?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, there has been a lot of hype and a lot of noise around the whole crypto ecosystem for several years now. So what has at least helped me draw a very straight and narrow line, across all of these, hypey things have been the fundamental belief that, what we really need right now is a way for blockchains to perform, scale, faster, better, more cheaply. So I would day in and day out invest in companies that allow things to be built, things to be launched, things to be tested, and things to be scaled much, much, much more quickly with a low cost of failure, and iterate and launch and scale really, really quickly at low cost. Things like that, right? So that's what I'm most interested in. And in some cases, it means you build tooling that allows a Web2 developer to really switch into Web3 really quickly. And that could be, as narrow as building the right kind of documentation tools that allow somebody to learn about a new chain. And if you have written a smart contract, people are literally spending time day in and day out in a Telegram group asking questions. I have this issue with this smart contract, who's going to help me fix it? And nobody's out there to fix it for them, right? So these things that are very commonplace in Web2, where do you go ask questions? This is not available right now. So we are very interested in figuring those problems out first. What allows a developer to really quickly build, really quickly launch and test and iterate, and really, really quickly scale things and fail if they have to fail. And that's what we are focused the most on.
Got it. So seems like a lot of focus on dev tools in some sense.
Yeah.
And maybe just doing a double click on that, Hemant. And I know even in the Web2 space, you've been pretty deep in working at the intersection of deep tech, infra, even in the Web2 space. Now, particularly with Web3, as Web3 begins to scale, and let's say, for example, in the next year, we start seeing mass adoption, what kind of infra plays are you excited about today? Or are you beginning to look at infra plays that are solving for the potential impending scale that is going to come into Web3 at some point?
Yeah. So I don't know how many people have seen this very, very bandied about graph about the adoption of internet in the early to mid 90s, right? 200 million active users on the internet, and now if you have the same graph underlying that is the blockchain adoption graph, and that shows 200 million active users now. And the argument that is being made is that this is where the internet was in the 1990s, and look at where we are now on the Web 2. So blockchain is going to be in the same curve. I don't really believe that graph at all. I think we are in the 1960s, the 1970s of the internet. We are not in the 1990s right now. The companies that became big in those days were companies like Cisco, companies like Intel, ARM, HP, Solaris, middleware companies like Microsoft, Linux, Unix, HP, right? So that's what I think, is where we are right now. So it's a mistake to think that exactly how Internet 2 played out, because adoption was there. Unincentivized adoption was there. The same equivalent is playing out in blockchain right now. And if you sort of peel the layers off that, what kind of companies we think are going to be important in the next 5 to 10 years? I'm not saying it'll take 30 years. Like from 70 to 90s or 2000s, it took 30 years in the Web 2 world. I don't think it'll take 30 years now. A lot of the fundamental building blocks are already here, so it might take 5, might take 8, but it certainly won't take 30. But if you sort of begin to peel the layers back, right now it takes about a month to even just install a blockchain and start hello world. It takes a month. What will allow us to sort of create that, squeeze that into an hour? Right? So we invest in companies like that. Once you have built something, once you have built a code, it takes 3 months to go talk to a consensus to audit that code. Like, that's stupid. You can, that's like where the code world was in the 1990s, where it was a waterfall model. You write a bunch of code, gets tested, and 3 months later, you know whether it was good or not. That's where we are in the blockchain world right now. How do you squeeze that into an hour? Right? How do you do continuous integration, continuous development, continuous testing on blockchain today? We just can't do it. So we've invested in companies that are trying to do that, creating a testing and staging infrastructure that allows you to test continuously. Once you test and when you launch it, it's so hard to really set up blockchains and understand node architectures, and multiple blockchains makes the problem much harder. We invested in companies like Alchemy that allows you to sort of do that, like scale infrastructure infinitely on the blockchain side. So that's what I think the world requires right now, and that's what we are focusing a lot on across the tooling, like from building to launching to scaling, and then underlying all of that is security, security, root of trust, and many other things like that.
Got it, got it. No, I think that's a very interesting perspective, because people often equate Web3 and the evolution of Web3 to early 2000s, but that was more the application layer. What I'm hearing you say is we're really in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, where the large infrastructure companies got built out. I think that's an interesting perspective. Shailesh, coming to infrastructure, you guys are investors in one of the largest and, possibly one of the more successful infrastructure companies in Polygon. Would love to understand your thesis. When you guys did invest in Polygon, what was your thesis? What's your thesis on multi-chain in general, and how does that impact your thinking and investment strategy in other areas as well?
Yeah, as we met a lot of startups in this space, it became pretty clear to us that Polygon was increasingly becoming like the default way that you built on blockchains. I think the amount of mindshare that they have, the amount that they've focused on making things as low cost as possible and scalable as possible is still miles ahead of anything else that is practical today. So it was actually a pretty easy decision to invest. If there are going to be big apps on it, Polygon is probably the place they get started. On a multi-chain world, I'm a little less sure if that's the way the world plays out. I think like building a layer 1 blockchain is about the most complicated thing you can do. You'll have the world's best hackers coming after you, coming after your tokens, every part of your infra. Like for Solana to stabilize will take literally billions of dollars of hacks. So scaling or building many L1s in a multi-chain world, it may happen, it may not happen. It's not completely clear. And maybe to have a slightly different view, that I think infra is certainly important, and as blockchains get more used, it'll become more and more important. But the apps are what we totally need today. What people will use this for, aside from the investing use cases that the many exchanges provide around the world, the apps that end users do are actually, I think, much more important. The event, I think the merge is really important. We're certainly looking forward to that. But what we're looking forward to more is Instagram launching NFTs. I think that has much more to do about mainstream adoption. And then, look, infrastructure can be built if there's demand. Broadband came after we all exhausted our dial-up connections, and people were willing to invest behind that. These are not unsolvable problems. And there's tons of great teams like Polygon that are going to do fantastic stuff in the next few years.
Got it. And I think pretty much no one knows what the multi-chain environment is going to look like. But everyone's watching it very, very closely. I think we're all fascinated to see how the chips kind of fall there, and especially post-merge, how that's going to impact the ecosystem. I think that's going to be substantial. Cool. Puneet, you mentioned GameFi earlier in our conversation. I'd just love to double-click there, because I know you spent a bunch of time in GameFi, both from the fund and as well as personally. When you think about GameFi and you think about the entire gaming value chain, all the way from publishers, distributors, tournament organizers, guilds, etc., when you think about the game development engines, when you think about the entire value chain, which business model in Web3 are you most excited about? Are they more on the infra side, game development engines? Is it more on the guild side, getting the players together? Is it publishers? Is it distributors? How do you think about this?
I think, to be honest, everything is so early that it's very hard to pick that which one of these is where the most value accrual will happen. But if I think of it, two places which probably are most exciting is one is infra, because if you think of the gaming companies today, right, what are the large gaming companies? Either it's the Unreal and Unity, or it's the game developers themselves, which is, number of acquisitions have happened in that ecosystem. But those, to me, are probably the two most exciting pieces of this ecosystem. How the publishing pans out, roles of guild, I think that is at such an infancy that it's very hard to even call out that how it evolves. But the way I think of this ecosystem is Web3 makes every game natively real money. And what at least I have seen in my gaming journey is natively real money game. And if I take example of poker, people can play this for hours and hours and hours and even build careers out of it much more easily. While in Web2 gaming, the only way for players to earn was to do esports. And that fundamentally gets changed. You can make money from esports in Web3 as well, but it opens up an avenue for players and the community to earn while they are building the skill and they are becoming better in a game. So, but having said that, it's very difficult ecosystem to balance because, and we have seen this with from Axie to many other game, that tokenomics can look really great in the beginning and it can look pretty ugly pretty quickly. So it's a very tough economics problem, but what ends up happening is games were virtual economies, and with the help of Web3, you can make them almost like closer to real economies and so on and so forth. And as we go to metaverse, they will look even more real economies. So that's a trend which I'm very excited about. And I think, but building games is very hard. I think it's been a very challenging ecosystem, at least in the Indian context, but I'm very hopeful.
Got it. And I'm sure you're going to dive deeper into some of these topics later. Right after this, Puneet has another panel on gaming, so I'm sure you're going to dive deeper into some of the game development aspects of that and the gameplay aspects of this ecosystem. Vas, coming to you, one question. Elevation has done a phenomenal job. It's one of the few homegrown, really large, successful VCs. And you guys have bet extensively on Indian entrepreneurs, as have the other funds as well. But when you think about Indian entrepreneurs have done a phenomenal, and Indian entrepreneurs building for the globe, they've done in the Web2 space, they've done that well in B2B and SaaS. You don't see a lot of B2C examples in the Web2 space of build from India for the world. But this time around in Web3, that's what a lot of entrepreneurs are doing. I'd love to hear your take on what would they have to do differently this time around to actually build successful B2C businesses from India for the world?
Got it. I'll make a few points before I come to specifically answering your question. I think one, I can't emphasize enough how much timing is on our side in some ways to say, when the first generation of internet happened or mobile happened, in some way the talent pool in the country, the capital ecosystem, how global the world was, some of that was not true, right? But today when we see where Web3 is and the advantage we have building out of India and Asia, I think that's absolutely quite phenomenal. So timing's really on our side to catch this wave versus some of the waves earlier where we did play a part, but could we have played a more outsized part? I definitely wish we could have, right? So that's one. Second, I do think there's a very large enterprise, infrastructure, B2B opportunity in Web3 and crypto, which I think we'll definitely capture. And I think we're very well placed just in multiple aspects to do that, right? From India and from Asia. Third, I think one big narrative change which I've seen happen in sort of this last couple of years, this cycle is moving from being very tech first to becoming very problem statement, consumer first, just as an overall ecosystem, right? I think that's a very evident change which we're starting to see, and I think that's only going to accelerate from here. And as I look at the Indian ecosystem today, I think we are one of the stronger global ecosystem and just being very customer obsessed, just thinking very bottom up from customers, right? I think all of us have stories of being in the US or elsewhere and sometimes looking back at some of our consumer tech companies very lovingly saying, I do miss what a UC offers or what a Swiggy offers back home here in India. So I think we have also built that talent pool today to be very customer obsessed. Think of the product managers at some of these companies, think of the business heads in some of these strategies, right? I think that talent pool is very evident and very real today. So, and while we may not have as many success stories to talk about, I think we're also starting to see a lot of consumer companies go global, right? Again, I spoke about UC. I think they're doing very well globally as we think through what's happening there. A lot of gaming studios in India are very successfully building games out of the country for here. Global companies building very large part of their products, like think of what Coinbase is doing, some of those guys are doing here. So all that talent pool sits here to really build that out, right? So overall, quite excited to say something will get built out. Specifically coming to your question, I think there's 2-3 things. I think building consumer companies globally is building a local company in steroids, which means everything that you say needs to happen just needs to happen at the absolute global maxima, right? Whether you're thinking through teams, you're hiring a growth person, a community person, a product person, he or she has to be absolutely globally the best. You just need to be super nimble as you think through what's happening in the world, right? Like opportunities in Web3 just change by the day, environment changes, market changes. So you just need to be very plugged in, very nimble, very quick to iterate and think through things. So I don't think there's vastly anything different in building consumer. I think it's just steroids and just being global maxima and a lot of things that you do. But I think the opportunity is very real and we have the talent pool, timing, and opportunity to do that.
Got it. No, and I totally agree. It's a lot to do with timing. I think when Web2 started getting built out, some of these models were first built out in the US, and then these models were built in India. Because those models already existed in the US, there wasn't any point for an Indian entrepreneur to build them. But with Web3, I think everyone's starting at a level playing field. And it's globally a level playing field. It's open. It's so I completely hear you on that. Just switching gears a little bit, I'd love for you guys to crystal ball a little bit now. 2022 was the summer of 2022 was the summer of DeFi. The summer of 2021, roughly speaking, Shailesh, the summer of 2021 was probably the summer of gaming and NFT. The summer of 2022 is the summer of purification and a course correction, I guess, especially within DeFi. If I were to ask you to predict what would be the summer of 2023, what would you guys bet on? What are some early trends that you're seeing that you think will start seeing some interesting adoption in 2023? Go ahead, Hemant.
Well, I think at least two things becoming clearer to me. One is it'll be a summer of regulation, and it'll be a summer of infrastructure and tooling across all domains of subdomains of crypto. Got it.
Shailesh, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. Regulation will certainly become way more important. But yeah, I think we'll see a lot more people building, at least on probably using NFTs as a way that consumers are the way that they adopt crypto as a use case for the first time.
Got it. So you think there's going to be a lot more creative use cases around NFTs come out over the next 6 to 12 months? Understood. Puneet, what are your thoughts?
I was about to say the same thing what Shailesh said, but along with sort of the real use cases of NFTs, I think it'll also be the era of AAA games coming to Web3.
Understood. Vas, what's your thought?
It's a pity going last, but I'm going to again say infra and tooling. But also more specifically, as we think through what's happening in the L2 ecosystem, it's really interesting to see what's happening there. And also in the L1s, some of the challenging L1s which are coming in. And then almost to say what are new absolute use cases which get possible suddenly, right? I did allude to zero knowledge a little bit, but I do think as that technology matures, as things start to come and L2 scalability starts to come from there, it becomes very interesting to say what completely new use cases emerge which we couldn't think of. So I do think infra tooling and really L2's coming of age is going to be one of the big ones.
Got it. We probably have time for one last question. And this is a question that I think about, is that as Web2 investors, we invest more on the team more than anything else. Idea, market, everything is secondary to the team. The team comes first. In Web3, when you're thinking about building, when entrepreneurs are thinking about building decentralized companies, which are eventually going to get decentralized, run through DAOs, I think Sandeep was talking about democracy versus efficiency. How do you guys think about and how do you evaluate? Do you think about it differently in the Web3 space versus in the Web2 space when you think about team, especially given these dynamics? And there's an open question, Shailesh, maybe if you can.
Yeah, I don't think we think about it that differently. And we think a lot about the market. If you're building in a fertile place, the chances of being successful, even if you're not the smartest person in the world, are way better. And the market you choose is hugely important. While wonderful founders can often navigate to great places, if you're in a barren land, there's not much you can do. And look, I think building tech companies or protocols or projects, whatever you want to call them, is not terribly different Web2, Web3. You have to think about what the user needs. You have to think about hiring and motivating a good team. You have to think about all sorts of the regular organization stuff that happen as an organization or a group scales. And the laws of physics and business are the same. You have to find a way to make money. I think people for a long time thought liquidity mining was this magic formula to create a community or whatever. I think that's been pretty well understood. That was like handing out ESOP or stock-based compensation. We've seen this movie before. We know how it goes. The laws are the law. What is right for the customer doesn't really change in Web2 or Web3.
Got it. Understood. Anyone else? Any other?
Yeah, maybe just a couple of things to add on to Shailesh's commentary on this. I have two primary experiences growing up. I grew up as an engineer and I did a lot of work for open source communities. And those were absolutely distributed, communities, right? Thousands of people built a Linux kernel. And I was one of those random young dude trying to sort of add some code to it and hoping somebody would respond to my emails on the weekend, and that would make me very happy. I do think that distributed communities can actually build really, really high quality software, high quality products. Whether they can build high quality companies is a question mark in my mind, because Linux was not really a company. Red Hat took all of that code and then built a really massive $30 billion company out of that, and the people who contributed the code to that piece of software didn't really get any value out of it, right? So the question mark is, can you really build absolutely anonymized, moniker-led companies? I don't know. I have to see it yet. But you can certainly build very, very high-quality code, and you can certainly build very, very high-quality products that I've seen. So, so that's the answer to your question, what we look for in terms of team. Can a distributed team build a very massive business? I think there's a possibility, but somebody is going to have to come and prove it. On your question around on founders, look, I think, as Shailesh said, a lot of the stuff is very similar from Web2 to Web3. Essentially, you are trying to add value to the world, and then somebody's hopefully going to pay you for it. That's how you build a big company. One of the interesting learnings for me in investing in crypto since 2016, and as a professional investor since 17, is that one of the key things we look for in founders is confidence. Because either you gain it or you're born with it, but it's a very important part of building a high momentum, high quality company. Founder confidence is really critical. It can't be learned. And you can get confidence through two things: money in the bank and having built something of value before. And in crypto, if you're early enough, you can have money in the bank. You can have $10 million in the bank, and if you're raising out $1 million, yeah, of course you're very, very confident. And you can get misled by that confidence. But you have to really go out back and peel the layers of where is the confidence coming from. Has this person really built something of value, and has the money in the bank? That's great. But where is this person drawing his or her confidence from is a really important question that we've had to dig very hard on. And in many cases, the confidence comes from money in the bank and not having built something of value before. And those are not the founders that I personally would want to invest in, but that's been an important and interesting learning that was not easy and obvious in the beginning.
Understood.
Yes, I think just adding one thing, while the founder qualities are very similar, but I think what Sandeep was saying, and I think in that panel they talked about the role of community and role of token in Web3. And to be honest, this is a very new skill. So while anybody can learn it, but ability and openness to actually learning how to think about tokenomics, how to build community around it, and how to build community around a project is something which is slightly different from how people were used to building in Web 2. So that's something, at least, is an important factor in early days, because you're almost building what I think Sandeep and the gang was saying, that you're almost building a startup. You're almost building two startups at the same time. And I think, and so ability to do that well, and ability to evolve from just thinking like Web 2 to Web 3 is also an important skill to some extent.
Got it. Understood. Great. I think we have time for one audience question. Sorry, you had a question? Can we get him a mic, please?
Hi, this is Swaraj. If you mind, I might just ask two questions. One is for Hemant and one is for Shailesh, and it'll be quick.
Sure, go ahead.
For Hemant, every new technology to grow needs a growth. Every new technology to grow needs a growth hack. Do you think no-code tools being present for Web3 development is going to be that calling for specifically, you know, the adoption of Web3 as well as the quick development of Web3, as you mentioned?
So I didn't hear the question clearly, but let me repeat that back to you. So you're saying that will no-code, low-code tools be as helpful in building
would
out
no-code, having no-code tools, or would no-code become the growth hack for Web3 development?
I mean, look, developers behave and think the same way across Web 2 and Web 3, right? So I don't see a reason why something that worked in Web 2 wouldn't work in Web 3 from a behavioral perspective. If you're trying to add friction to a developer's life, and these are not developers, you know, that are developing in the 90s, right, where they went through friction to do every little thing. They have been used to very, very effective and, you know, like easy to use tools now over the last 5-10 years. So taking that away from them is going to be a problem. So if you're asking about whether low-code, no-code tools are going to be successful in Web3 or allow Web3 development to accelerate, yeah, I think so. It makes logical sense to me.
Yeah, okay. Secondly, with Shailesh, do you think the multi-chain model is a leveler in disguise? Will it soon make different chains moot?
Sorry, will it soon be?
The multi-chain ecosystem that is being adopted right now. Is it a leveler in disguise? Will it actually make being on multiple chains moot very soon?
I don't know. I mean, building on different chains means your liquidity is fragmented across all those chains. It's much more complicated for your engineers to be up to date and be sure you're secure across all those chains. I don't know if it's actually a good thing. I could see app-specific change happen. And I think there's a bunch of initiatives. Polygon has some great work on that. But I'm less sure if for an app, it's a good thing to be across chains.
Great. Guys, thank you so much for joining the panel. That was a very interesting, was wonderful to hear your perspective. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I've been asked to make an announcement, ladies and gentlemen. The demo section of this entire Web3 and Unfold 2022 conference has also begun. So all investors, if you could head across to the other room, which is Amaryllis, you can check out all the action happening over there. So we'll give our investor friends a little time to move across to that room. And thank you so much for that wonderful panel discussion. It was truly enlightening, and yes, we love to hear more questions from our audience, so please keep the questions coming in. Hemant sir, I haven't forgotten about your verse. All right. Well, it's now time to move on to our next session. Our next session is a panel discussion on the Web3 gaming evolution titled From Web 2 to Web 3. How will gaming giants incorporate Web3 principles? Bringing us their first-hand insights and perspectives right from the playing field, please join me in welcoming Alex Shalash, co-founder Meta Engine, Sai Srinivas, co-founder MPL, Ashish Buria, co-founder Dreamcapes, Oliver Jones, co-founder and CEO of Bombay Play, and Puneet Kumar, again to the stage, Managing Director, SteadView. If you gentlemen can please join us on stage. I'd first like to introduce Mr. Alex Shalash, co-founder Meta Engine. Meta Engine is a one-stop solution incorporating a professional-grade game engine with a complete back-end server, network, blockchain integration, and a publishing platform. Alex has been involved in the game development infrastructure business for over 12 years and works with a dedicated team working across US, Ukraine, UAE, Western Europe, and India. Mr. Sai Srinivas comes from a gaming background and spent a good part of his life building and shipping consumer products. He holds a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering from IIT Kanpur and previously did stints with Zynga and Bharti Softbank. Dreamcapes is a mobile gaming company based in India with offices in Mumbai and Hyderabad. Ashish Buria believes that everyone is a superhero in their dreams and through Dreamcapes is bringing these dreams to life through games. And Oliver Jones is the co-founder of Bombay Play, a company pioneering the hyper-social game genre. Oliver previously led game design at Glue Mobile and Zynga before co-founding Moonfrog Games, where he helped to create one of India's most successful card games. And to moderate the panel, we have with us back on stage Puneet Kumar, Managing Director, SteadView. Puneet, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel. I'm super excited because I've always been very excited about gaming and Web3, and it's my pleasure to have the most esteemed builders of the country here to talk about the topic. You know, I wanted to, while I think we are here and we'll get into the Web3 theme, I think I wanted to start from, given all of you have been building in gaming for a very long time, what is the biggest change according to you as you move from Web 2 to Web 3 gaming? And I would love to hear all of your views and what maybe got you excited about Web 3 gaming as you are building already in Web 2 gaming. Sai, maybe you can get us started.
It's not on. You can use mine.
Yeah. Okay. So I think in my opinion, I think firstly, there's honestly not that much of a difference between a Web 2 game and a Web 3 game. I think it firstly needs to be a game, right? I think as long as it's a game and people like playing it, it'll do well. The only advantage of having any Web 3 elements in a game is that you can create some form of trade, right? For example, the only reason why trade happens is because there is scarcity of resources. For example, if petrol were to be available everywhere, then there's no trade on oil, right? Oil would be there for everyone to use, right? So similarly, in a game, in a normal Web 2 game, if a game developer can infinitely produce virtual goods, why will anyone trade? They'll just buy it from the game developer, and 30% would go to Google, 70 goes to the game dev, and everyone's happy, right? But if trade has to happen, there needs to be a verifiable scarcity of an asset. And that's the advantage that blockchain provides, that you can prove that there are only so many of them, right? So that's the reason. That's actually, in my opinion, the only and the main use case of using blockchain in a game.
Alex?
So from our point of view, when we look at the difference between Web 2 and Web 3, it still has to be an entertaining experience, right? That's the only way to attract people and keep them coming back. But one of the biggest differences is real ownership, where we believe that over time there will be a significant shift in ownership from the traditional publishers of large games to the players themselves, where they will start owning whether it's digital assets or their own progress in games or anything they pick up along the way, that those assets will become tradable, they will continue to maintain the value. So that's where we see the biggest change.
Oliver?
Yeah, it feels like as Web 2 game developers, we only just got this shit figured out, and now a new model has to come along and mess everything up. So let's just talk about premium games. We never had to worry about economy because we made all the money up front. Then freemium came along, and that's where, let's call it the Zynga model came to be, where game designers really had to put monetization really at the core of their game design, right? If it wasn't there, then your game wouldn't monetize, then you wouldn't grow. And now with Web3, what we need to think about is removing that core, all those pinches that we used to put in our core game design, and now think about why in the context of Web3 people would invest into a game or look at a game from the outside and participate in the economy but not necessarily play. So it's kind of messed everything up from a development point of view. We really have to hit the reset button and reconsider what a successful game, like throughout all the meta games that we've been developing over the last sort of decade, and build from the ground up.
And Ashish?
For me, I think Web3 is the most exciting aspect of gaming. Why? Because as a avid Web2 gamer, I used to spend a lot of money in playing games. But after playing 2 years or 3 years a single game, then I realized, okay, I don't own anything here. And then it's no value to me after so many years. But Web3 brings some different aspect that I can spend my time, build something, and after 2 to 3 years, it's my own thing. And that's a complete different aspect what Web2 brings. For Web2, after spending ₹1 lakh on a game, it's wastage. In Web3, I can still hold on to that, and someone is interested. There's someone who is interested, okay, I have built this character for so long, and that is a different aspect which I believe is the core aspect of Web3.
I mean, it's not exactly wasted if you've had some fun, right?
Yeah, I think example is a RPG game I used to play a lot, but after playing 3 years, active gaming, but then after work game, it's no value to me right now. Yes, it was a good experience.
I really love that movie, like Christopher Nolan movies, but I don't think I've wasted my money by seeing those movies in the cinema, right? I would love if Christopher Nolan gave me some tokens for watching his movies, but I just know that's not going to happen.
That's a good one.
No, I think, so just to summarize, right, what I heard is, I think, ability to enable scarcity, ability to enable ownership, ability to sort of enable trading of that scarce resource is what probably makes it exciting for you guys as game developers. But I think, and Alex, I'm going to skip this question for you because I'm going to ask you the answer to this question slightly later. The next question for three of you, especially who are building games day in and day out, is what are the key challenges you guys have faced as you have tried to build for Web3 from a technology standpoint, from a thinking, like core loops were always part of gaming, you know, and like games are the most sacrosanct digital products to some extent. So as you are evolving your product, what are the key challenges you face? And then Alex will tell us the answer to those challenges.
Okay, I have a good answer for that. So I was a Web2 developer, and for me, anyone joining Web2, it was simple answer that, hey, build a game, upload on Play Store, make money. In Web3, it was completely difficult for us. Like first we have to understand tokenomics, then we have to understand what is web technology, what is blockchain. So I believe there are a lot of hurdles in Web3 right now. And I think in the previous panel, you guys discussed infrastructure is still lacking. We need a infra who can just, like Intel had done. There is a CPU, you just build programs. But still, we are in that stage. We have to learn what is a CPU. And that is the biggest difficulty all the developers are facing, especially gaming developers. They want to build games, but they have to understand first what is a blockchain. And that is the difficult what they're facing, but that is what we have to cater first.
I can answer from the gamer's UX point of view. Getting the average gamer to sign in with a wallet is immensely high friction. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody even wants to Facebook log in anymore these days. People prefer to be anonymous. And in addition, sort of educating players on how their wallet actually works and how they can sort of liquidate the assets that they can accrue in a game is really tough. I mean, it's hard enough doing a simple F2E to teach somebody a basic game mechanic, let alone how to engage in the broader economic sort of ecosystem that you're unlocking for them. So I really wish there were more frictionless ways. Preferably, preferably we would love for people to play games exactly the way they always have done. That shouldn't really have to change. And it feels like we're approaching, there are solutions out there that are trying to solve for this, especially in the casual gaming space, but we're still a long way off.
Yes, so I think I totally, just to second the point that Oliver is making here, we at Meta Engine, hopefully we are going to solve some of these problems, because we come traditionally from the last 20 years of building infrastructure for massive multiplayer online games and integrating different pieces of technology to make the life of game developer easier and to let them really focus on the content, because that's the most important part of the game. It's not how many different blockchains you integrate on, it's not how easy it is to sign up with different wallets, it's really, can you develop that great experience that the gamers are going to come back year in, year out. And that's where we believe that we are taking a lot of the burden off the developers by providing them with full infrastructure, with cloud development tools where they can come in and core develop or collaborate in a cloud-based environment by building these games from scratch without having those frictions of integrating different wallets, of integrating networking, server, database functionality. All these things are extremely difficult and they do take a lot of time. But developing games by itself is already a very, very difficult task. If you still have to pay attention and spend a lot of money because engineers, whether it's blockchain engineer or very high-level server engineer, are very expensive people to get on your team and to find the really good ones. So our task on the infrastructure side is really take that burden off and provide as many AAA quality tools to the developers that they can build that great content.
Saidi, do you want to add something?
No, I think pretty much covered everything.
Just I think as we think broadly and zooming into the Indian gaming ecosystem, one of the challenges has been low revenue per user. ARPU in India has been generally on the lower side, and that's been like game monetization has not been easy except the RMG games. How do you guys think of Web3 helping or solving that problem, and can it help, and if so, like how do you think about it?
I think Web3 games and RMG are practically almost the same thing. I mean, it's just contorted way of saying that, play and earn is what? You play a game and you earn money. Real money gaming is the same thing. I mean, it's essentially, it's just two different ways of looking at the same thing, right? It's two different sides of the same coin. I mean, I really, at least from my point of view, in India, if there is play and earn to happen anywhere, I think it'll boom in India more than anywhere else, because the customer genuinely enjoys the fact that there is an opportunity for them to participate in a game and have the opportunity to, earn something from it, right? And we've seen that firsthand with MPL. So in my view, I think there's broadly no difference between real money games and play and earn. You can put all the tokenomics, all the, fancy Web3, schmooze in between, but it essentially boils down to the same thing. That's just how I look at it, at least.
No, I think I fully agree. I basically say this all the time, that Web3 makes every game real money.
Exactly. That's actually a better way of putting it. Yeah.
It's but Oliver, Ashish, you guys.
Okay. As you asked, how ARPU is going to increase, and I believe Sai is perfectly right here that all real money is exactly play and earn, but there is a different aspect which we want to cater. As I said, the value of NFT is the biggest increment what already play and earn or play to earn is already there. Yes, people who already are interested in real money gaming, they are going to jump in to play to earn. But there are new people who really love to play good games. Now they can also come here, own these NFTs, and that extra money is going to increase the ARPU. Because I believe ownership is the biggest factor which is going to drive the ARPU in the market. Yes, play to earn is already there in India. India is one of the biggest market for play to earn. It's going to continue to grow. But the different aspect is ownership of NFTs.
I have a bit of contrarian answer. Is that ARPU is actually at risk of going much lower as you give ownership to the players and they are allowed to trade those assets. And as I think it was just announced today, like X2Y2's commission to the creators, you can now pay 0 royalties if you want, which is really bad for creators, really bad for game developers. If all of a sudden, previously we were the bank, we sold the assets. 100% of the revenues came to us, and the main problem solving was, how do we make a new thing that people want to buy? Now we can only sell that thing once because there's an aftermarket of which we potentially gain 0 commission from. So then your business model would have to change from selling to unique items to not just the top. I guess the average conversion in a free-to-play game might be, I don't know, per day 1.5, maybe 2.5%. But let's imagine that those payers are now engaging in secondary markets. You now need to cater to the 0.1 or 0.01. And you better hope that they have $500,000 to spend on your game. And they must really love it. Otherwise, you're not going to make money. So that's the risk, right?
Oliver, you make a very, sorry, Alex, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so what I would want to bring is maybe a little different perspective on this issue, and the perspective that in Web3 the games finance in a very different way. You first, unlike with Web2 where you have to develop a prototype, a demo, do a lot of going around and showing, and then maybe get some funding. Until that, you can work for years developing something that would attract somebody else's attention. In Web3, you can reverse that and actually get some funding based on an idea and then continue development. The ownership structure changes, but there are different players that come in Web3 comparing to Web2. So instead of only players, let's say, like if we were to take Kickstarter model, where you would give access to a specific account, a player account, right, to a player. In Web3, you also get investors that are buying and holding, and usually many of them do not even play. Sometimes they would stake those assets or do like in Axie Infinity's case, give those assets to scholars to continue using them in game. So by having this model totally reversed, on one side, yes, you're right, the ARPUs are going to go down, but at the same time, you're actually given a very much earlier opportunity to build something based on an idea that can create an opportunity in the future.
Yeah, I would agree. There isn't another side to the coin, where you can actually use Web3 as an extra pillar of revenue in addition to your current revenue streams.
Exactly. I think that's the biggest mistake that most Web3 game developers make. It's almost as if they believe that it has to be Web3, else it's shit, right? And I think that shouldn't be the case. And to Ollie's point, I don't think free-to-play is going away. Free-to-play is going to be making a lot of money today, and it's going to be making a lot of money tomorrow and probably 10 years down the line. And Ollie put it very well that, it's free-to-play plus, this as an additional source of revenue. And for everyone who is not aware of this, by the way, Steam has been doing this for, I think, a good 10 years, where they have their own in-game free-to-play stuff, but they also have a Steam skin store, where if, I wanted to buy a skin that he owned, I could just go to the skin store and buy. It's just that they weren't called NFTs, but stuff's been happening for like a lot of time now.
No, I fully agree. I think game is not a game if it's not fun. So it's free to play, whatever you want to call it, license, free to play. The game still remains game, and then you can add more game loops basically on top of it, which can help with gamification, as we call it. But Oliver, I wanted to go back to the point which you were mentioning, and which is a debate at least I have had in my mind, that fundamentally Web3 takes away game developers' revenue and distributes into the users. That's what it does. Like, the money is coming from somewhere. The question, or Sai, I think I see you nodding your head.
That's not
true. Let me finish the thought. I'm going to ask you first then. Yeah. There are two parts to it. One argument is that, hey, now the circulation of money is higher, and hence the revenue still goes up for the game developer. versus the second is that, hey, if you can't increase the circulation enough, then you still make less, or you probably make less money. Would love to hear your view, and then maybe Oliver as well.
I'll let Ollie go first, because I think Ollie has a stronger opinion on this, and then I'll go after.
No, it's not. I think we're all working it out, right? But it's when you distribute the revenues of your game, that I don't think that's necessarily bad a model either, because why I think the conventional wisdom goes like, why would somebody, if there were two identical games, there was a Candy Crush and a Candy Crush that paid you money, why would you not play the Candy Crush that gave you money, where the developers are giving a little bit of revenue share? So as a way to market your game, I think there is some merit to cutting some of your revenue stream in order to get acquisition. Just to be clear, Web3, the product is money. The product is not entertainment. The product is not anything. The product is money. It's like giving a loan or something like. However, I think smart developers won't just shave off revenues in order to attract audiences. There's a little bit of that. I think smart developers will do, rather similar to what Sai was saying, try and build out that extra column. I do think there is an audience of people who will want to invest in games, may not necessarily want to play games. And currently game developers are not monetizing that group of people. And that's where the additive revenue can really come from. So maybe I see there's a new, let's say Wordle. Wordle was a hit like earlier this year. I see Wordle is coming up. Maybe if there's a way for me to buy the words in Wordle, and if there's revenue that comes from that, then I get a piece of that pie. Yeah, I'm going to invest in Wordle. How is Wordle going to monetize anyhow? Show ads? Is that really the best monetization model we have right now? It's kind of wasting people's time. Like if you were spending your day sitting and watching ads, you've probably not spent your time very wisely. I'm just saying.
I think when you look from a point of view of ownership and revenue distribution, it's not actually that much different between having shareholders. Like the guys that were on the previous panel, they used to own a lot, or the guys like them, right? They were huge shareholders, and they would get those distributions anyway from profits generated by the game developers. And usually, whether you're taking, although it's difficult to call game development Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, because it's still all about entertainment. It's just about the distribution model at the end of the day. Game developers are some of the poorer part of the creative community. It's almost like being an artist in LA. You work for years, you develop something, but at the end of the day, the investors own it. What Web3 brings to this space is that much broader base of investors and kind of democratization in a way from the distribution point of view. So it's not a very small number of very large investors that own something. It's a very large pool that is consisting of investors in your NFTs, players, people that have simply bought your token, expecting it to grow because of the popularity of the game. So I see this as kind of the biggest shift from the traditional large studios owning major titles to major titles being owned by much, much larger communities of people.
Yeah, I think the conversation of revenue is the wrong conversation whenever we're talking about Web3 games. I'll ask you, and I'll ask you a question. Take a Web2 game, right? Take a Web2 game like, say, a Farmville, or for that matter, any game that you probably play on the Play Store. And let's say you bought a virtual good in that game, okay? Now, what is the value of that virtual good? Probably zero?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Now, let's say a similar construct in a Web3 game, you have a virtual good, which is an NFT, okay? And there may be 1,000 more of those NFTs, just 1,000 more, okay? So you and Ollie traded that NFT for, say, $100, okay? What is the value that you created? The value that you created is essentially all the other 999 NFTs, theoretically, are now worth 1,000 each. And as more trades happen, more depth is created in that value, right? This is not possible in your erstwhile Web2 kind of a construct. So this entire thought process of revenue. This is not an exercise in revenue creation at all. It's an exercise in value creation, and there's fundamentally a big difference between the two. In a free-to-play game, you couldn't do this because you just couldn't have depth to that value. You couldn't create you can't have trade there, right? So that's the difference between trade and a single purchase. Whenever people trade, value is created for everyone in the ecosystem. So if I bought an apple from him for $100, then all the other Apple holders now have $100 of value. So the way I look at it is it's got nothing to do with revenue. It's all about value.
Got it. Super exciting. I think would love to actually ask you the question on what is your favorite Web3 game / a game which you're really excited about in Web3?
So was that to me?
To all of you. To all of you.
I think it's a very difficult question for now because I'm an avid Web2 gamer. I'm still finding a good game in Web3. That actually motivated me, to build something rather than finding a good game in Web3. So Web3 games, I'm still finding it.
And what's your favorite Web2 game?
A lot of them. Last of Us, all-time favorite. So I don't know people know it or not, but it's a PlayStation game. So it's my all-time favorite game. And that motivated me to be a developer. So that is, I believe, the power of gaming. If it can touch you, it can, make you do something. And that is what it did to me.
Makes sense. Oliver?
I enjoy playing Alien Worlds. It's not a very good game, just to be honest. I enjoy it because of the academic.
Which game is it? Sorry.
Alien Worlds.
Alien Worlds.
I think it's in the top 5 blockchain games. It reminds me of Mafia Wars. That's why I like it so much. Old school Facebook game, but it plays like an old school Flash Facebook game. To be honest, it's terrible. It looks terrible, but the economic model of the game is interesting. You have guilds, you have players which occupy planets. Planets are DAOs. DAOs can attack each other. It really gamifies the economic construct of constructs that have been sort of developed. What I don't like about the game is that you do nothing but click on things, and there's no good action. But I can imagine that it could be actionified. As for the value of what you get out of it, though, I could spend a few hours on Alien Worlds and make 50 cents. I'm sure, there's not much value there, unfortunately.
That's not good ROI on your time, Oliver.
Yeah, my favorite Web3 game is probably still in development. So I do not play or haven't enjoyed playing the Web3 games yet because I do think that a lot of it is just about hours that you spend. It feels almost like going to work when you're playing a Web3 game nowadays. That's why I do believe that the answer to mass adoption will be through creating great entertainment. So basically bringing great quality content into Web3 space, because it's not like it was mentioned in the previous panels. It's not about play to earn. It's more like play and earn. Whether you want to earn or not, it doesn't really matter. But as long as you enjoy playing, you will bring the masses in. And going back to all the models that Web2 has adopted in the past, whether it's free-to-play or freemium kind of games that manage to bring in hundreds of millions of people into games that were not necessarily paying, but they were playing. And those guys that wanted to pay, they enjoyed the fact that there was crowd, there was activity, there was participation that everybody was part of. So being part of a much larger community, that's still, I believe, is one of the challenges that Web3 gaming has to solve. And last but not least point is about trying to put everything on blockchain. Not everything when you are developing a game has to be on blockchain. There are certain things that have to, whether it's digital asset ownership or a progress that you made that can be tokenized. But the actual gameplay, as soon as it goes on blockchain, it becomes slow. And having a shooting game or an action game in general on blockchain today, if you were to really move everything on it, will become and not as enjoyable experience as it is with traditional games. So our target in this case is actually to move or to separate kind of the two flows. Your in-game experience should not be slowed down by the frictions of writing on the blockchain.
Okay, my favorite game, and I think the only legit, well-made game on Web3 is Sorare.
Nice. I think we are on time. Do we have a question? One question from the audience? Do we have time for it?
Yes, please go ahead. Do you have a question?
Hello. I am Shodip Shaha. I am basically Unity developer. I build games and metaverse. So there are two popular game engines, Unity and Unreal. So Unity has some issues, Unreal also have some issues, some have both some have negative. So my question is, to build this metaverse, which game engine would be better, like Unity or Unreal?
Okay. You have a lot of experience, Sai. You have a lot of experience.
Yeah, so I think I can answer that because I'm already building on an Unreal Engine. And both engines are perfect, frankly. It's just how much familiar are you with what engine? I would say that only. Because both engine have power. So just be familiar with whatever programming language you are. Both, it doesn't, because people argue with a lot of questions like, this is better, but actually both have the same power. Just whatever you are familiar with, go with that engine. But my favorite is Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, does the metaverse have to be like a high fidelity 3D experience that uses, you know, Unreal or Unity? I'm not so sure. Like, why can't it be made on why can't it be made on Cocos, you know? I think I think Unity is great for developers who are just starting out and can just kind of drag and drop stuff together and really slap together a game using Unity examples. I'm not sure, like, I don't think it really has, I don't think it's very optimized for every platform, to be honest. Like, Unity Web is notoriously trash. It's like, it's slow to load, the procedural downloading is broken. I don't know why you would do that. But then Unreal hasn't solved that problem either. So, you know, they're designed for just different use cases than Metaverse, to be honest.
So my answer is meta engine. That's what you need to build your game. And a couple of words, I think we have to define first when you say we're building metaverses, right? Because there are many claims that are made today in Web3 specifically that people are building metaverses. When you dig deeper, you realize that they're building just a collectible card game. So when you start defining metaverse from our point of view, and we come from traditional MMO engine infrastructure, the way we define metaverse is basically a collection of interconnected MMO experiences. Each one of them can host millions of players, hundreds of thousands of concurrent users, you know, whether it's per session or it is, you know, an open world with persistent environments. This is the type of infrastructure that we provide to our developers. Both Unreal and Unity are great rendering engines, and they provide you with amazing opportunities. Unreal, you know, a king of rendering quality, you know, photorealistic rendering. But if you try to put more than 2 or 10 players into it, you are engaging already in additional integration of different networking solutions and so on, which still limit you to maybe, you know, between 64 and 100 players per session. So it's difficult to build games using this kind of technologies. We have been around since 2001, and our tech was built to provide to the industry a platform that would allow you to build the next World of Warcraft in those days. Today, we're talking about metaverse scale.
Yeah, thanks for your insights.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, guys, for joining us, and thanks for being a great audience. Thank you. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you so much. That was one of the most candid and contrarian panel discussions today. It had Christopher Nolan, it had Candy Crush, it had everything. If you get those tokens from Christopher Nolan, let us know. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was a wonderful panel discussion. A big round of applause. You can do better than that. There was a lot of mixed reactions over there, so that was great. I liked that. So now moving on, we have a master class for you now. The token economy adds a new idea that value can be created by an ecosystem and not necessarily an individual, and that the assets used to create this value can be managed or governed for the fair and democratic benefit of that ecosystem, which we've heard a lot about today. To inspire and inform us a little bit more on the exciting world of tokenomics, we have with us an international speaker of repute on the subject. Please join me in giving a very warm virtual welcome to Lovis Koff, Principal Tokenomics DAO, who is joining us from Germany. He's a self-proclaimed tokenomics enthusiast and a business nerd. He's also a German engineer and lover for food with an innate passion for entrepreneurship and product development. Over to you, Lovis.
I'm happy to be here with you guys in India, even though it's just virtually. We were just actually trying to work out a technical issue because I cannot currently share my slides for the presentation I've prepared for you. So we will have to hang on for a minute until that's possible. But in the meantime, I know time is limited and I'm not trying to get this event further behind schedule. I will just introduce myself. I mean, I was already amply introduced, but as was introduced, I'm a principal in the Tokenomics DAO. What is Tokenomics DAO, right? DAO, as I'm sure everybody in the Web3 space knows, is a decentralized autonomous organization. And Tokenomics DAO is about 1,200 plus members strong. We are, to our knowledge, the largest tokenomics-focused community on the internet. And the biggest focus of our effort is to create tokenomics content. And that means we're trying to uncover, simplify, and share tokenomics knowledge by analyzing current existing projects and doing deep dives. And we also, we publish these as articles. There's plenty of Tokenomics 101 articles that you can find that we have authored and our community has authored. We also release a podcast roughly every week. We author a weekly newsletter with some tokenomics nuggets, and I can share my screen now. That's great. Let's go here. And let's go into slideshow. Here we go. So I was already on the slide talking through it with you. Tokenomics deep dives, podcast, weekly newsletter, and walkthrough videos of our deep dives as well. So anybody who's interested in learning more about tokenomics and specifically doing a deep dive with us into any of the current projects that we've analyzed, please go to our website, tokenomicsdao.xyz. That's the jumping off point for all of that. Through these activities, so as I said, we're a content-focused community, but through these activities, we've also garnered some consulting interest from builders, from founders, such as yourselves. I assume there's plenty of you in the audience. And while that's not our main focus, of course, we're happy to do it. And these are some of the clients that we've worked with that have been happy with our work. There's several where we're not allowed to mention the names, the more higher profile ones. Anyway, so what did I prepare for you today? I'm going to do a general intro to tokenomics with you. We're going to cover what it is, factors affecting the tokenomics of your project, how token value increases, and we're going to cover 2 quick DeFi case studies surrounding tokenomics. We're going to briefly then talk about the difference between shares and tokens, which I think is a relevant subject for founders as well. And then if you take nothing else away from my presentation, I created this quick slide here at the end. That's a too long didn't read for founders, right? What do you need to know to be successful? All right, let's dive right in. Tokenomics, right? The word is often defined. It's a little bit boring, right? It's a little bit boring definition. People are like, oh, it's the combination of tokens and economics, but that's a pretty meaningless definition. Tokenomics really describes the financial policy of a token. So the beautiful thing about tokens is that they can be programmed. And that means that a financial policy parameters are given to the token ahead of time, and then they can be published, right? And so that means that both builders have a lot of decisions to make, and then investors have a lot of data to analyze about tokens. But more from a macro perspective, tokenomics is really about incentive design. We're trying to define the policy of a token in such a way that it helps a project to achieve its goals. And typically this goal is value accrual, right? Number go up, right? We want the token value, the nominal token value to increase over time. And so we're trying to study this as part of tokenomics. So what are the factors affecting your tokenomics? Well, unfortunately, it's everything, right? And that's because it's very nuanced and there's lots of layers to this. I always think about it from the ground up. So at the very core, before we even think about token design, let's worry about getting your unique value proposition very, very clear and crystal clear, distilled, because that's really what everything builds off of. If your value creation process is unclear, like what are you actually offering to the market, then it is impossible to design a token ecosystem that will help you achieve these goals. Then from the policy side, right, of course there's always supply and demand. But so we're going to talk first about the easy side, which is supply, and that's the part that can be programmed. So here, this financial policy that I mentioned before, right, it's about token supply, vesting and distribution schedule. So that means who owns these tokens and at which point in time are they able to move them or sell them or, use them, spend them. And then what are mechanisms that are designed into this policy that would impact the first two? So maybe there's a burn or minting process involved, for example. So as we said before, this is the easy part, and yet many projects get this wrong. I say it's the easy part because this is the one that is deterministic. Either it's set in stone depending on the smart contract that you use, or if it's part of a DAO, if maybe you have a DAO token, then maybe it's not set in stone in the smart contract, but maybe it's by the agreement of the contributors and it would take a governance vote to change it. But either which way, it's a pretty strong programming for this token, right, the policy. And as mentioned before, right, so again, it depends on what your goals are, what are you trying to achieve in the market. And typically that's value accrual. But so we want to trim everything on this side, on the supply side, in your favor, so that value accrual is possible. And so, but this leaves a big part open, right? And it's arguably the bigger part and the harder one to figure out. Because when supply can be programmed, that means demand is king, right? So demand modeling is very, very difficult. There are some approaches that use very technically involved agent-based modeling. So these are AI trained models that try to simulate behavior of humans. But everybody who thinks about that for a minute will realize that human behavior is not that easily determined. And so demand side modeling is very, very challenging. But there are a couple of simple anchors that we can still look at, right? So what is the utility of a token? Why would anybody even want to buy it in the first place? Outside of speculation, right? For now. So governance voting has emerged obviously as a strong point, and one of our case studies, actually both of our case studies will also look into that. Then a token can be a store of value, right? So if I want to store value, if that's what I want to purchase, then that's what I'm going to use it for, right? So this will create demand. Then a token can be a medium of exchange. So a quick example is the oracles of the Chainlink ecosystem. If I want to access them, I need to have the link token, right? So it's a medium of exchange. I exchange token for SaaS, for service, right? In the case of Ethereum, most famously, I think probably the second most famous L1. If I want to buy an NFT on the Ethereum blockchain, I need to pay gas to do that, right? So gas fees are obviously a demand driver. In this case, if I want to transact, I need to have some Ether. And then for many DAOs, for example, also use membership fees or membership structures. So for example, Bankless DAO, you have to own a certain amount of token to be considered a contributor. And so these are simple mechanisms that you can build in to help you estimate demand for your token. And then, of course, there's this whole category of return on investment, right? So many people want to buy a token solely to increase their capital. And so here we're talking about staking, possibly sharing revenue that the project creates and distributing it to token holders, right? There's models that do that. And then there are even more so that do this buyback and burn strategy, right? Binance Smart Chain did that, for example, with BNB. So they take part of the revenues, buy their token, and then they just burn them. So that reduces supply. And when supply is reduced, that doesn't automatically increase demand. But what typically happens is if an asset becomes more scarce, the price will increase. And there's some reflexivity, which means higher price often then gets more people to buy, right? Because most investors are actually terrible at their timing. So they will see the number go up and they will jump in later, hoping they're still early. And sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. That's, you know, that's for anybody else to figure out. But yeah, so having these minting and burning mechanisms built in is also an interesting point when estimating your demand. And then, of course, there's a whole thing about community, right? So if you have a strong community, and I think it's more and more clear in the Web3 space, even more clear than in the Web2 space, that when you launch a product here, you really have to have a strong community. And strong communities, I mean, I don't know how to measure the strength of memes, but if you could, that would probably be a good indicator. So we want to have a good grasp on what are the hype and what's the hype required, or what are the memes, so to say. The project with the most dank memes might go to $1, right? If we're talking about Dogecoin, for example. So this is my super brief summary, right, of Intro to Tokenomics. We don't have much time, but we're going to jump in this quick case study. So here on the right side, you can see one of these tokenomics diagrams that we create as part of our analysis. And these diagrams always try to capture the whole tokenomics description of a project, basically in one single slide. When you go to our website, you can see these and find these as zoomable images, and interactive. You can turn on annotations and so forth. But I'm not going to walk through this whole diagram, it would take way too long. But so we're going to look briefly. This one happens to be from Uniswap, right? So we've written an article on Uniswap. And we're going to briefly say, okay, what is the purpose of Uniswap overall? Well, there's several sides to it, right? But let's say the main purpose is users want to swap tokens. And then there's another aspect of it, and that means people want to earn fees. So they become liquidity providers, right? And so it happens that if you are a liquidity provider for Uniswap, then the trading revenues that people pay to swap tokens are actually paid to the liquidity providers. However, there's also this Uni token. As it turns out, it's a pure governance token. So that means Uni does not entitle you to a share of trading fees at all. It purely entitles you to help make decisions in guiding the Uniswap DAO. And there are, I think, some parameters that governance can influence, such as how high these fees might be. But it's not entitlement to revenue share. Yeah, the treasury itself in this particular protocol also does not earn trading fees. They're all purely paid out to the liquidity providers. But so if you think about incentive design, right, that makes complete sense for the Uniswap app, because you want to, the most important thing for its success, for the success of Uniswap, is to have really broad and deep liquidity. And so it makes sense to spend all your incentive cash, so to say, all your marketing bullets, if you so want, if you put them all in that place, because that's what ultimately will bring the biggest success to this project. And then people who also want to take influence on this and have a say over how the treasury is spent, then they can become token holders. But as I said before, there's no direct impact, right? If the trading volume on Uniswap increases, that does not necessarily mean that there's an increase in Uni price, only through an increase in awareness, but it's not a programmed feature. Oh, that was the wrong direction. So secondly, another DeFi case study that we'll look through quickly is MakerDAO, right? So this is one of the OGs. The purpose of MakerDAO, there's two tokens involved. One is DAI, it's a US dollar stablecoin, and the other one is MKR, Maker token. The purpose of MakerDAO is people want to borrow DAI against collateral, right? So they can put up Ethereum and then usually take about 50% of the Ethereum value out in DAI stablecoins. And so Maker is also a governance token, similar to Uni, but there's an interesting mechanism in here because the overall purpose for the Maker DAO is to make loans that will actually get repaid as scheduled, right? So that means they prefer to have loans that don't default. Obviously, with digital collateral being the underlying, this is difficult because prices are so volatile, as everybody knows. But then, you know, a borrower could always add more collateral, right? So basically, it is the goal for MakerDAO to find borrowers that will handle their mechanism, use their tools responsibly. And so over here, we can see 3 different modes of repayment. So, I mean, basically the loan will get repaid either which way, right? There's no way around it. Either it's a regular repayment, and that is the ideal case for Maker holders because here, a portion of Maker tokens are burnt, reducing the supply of Maker, right? Which is a good thing, as we've discussed before. Then there is a scenario where the underlying collateral drops below a certain threshold in value. This is a neutral case for Maker holders because here just the underlying collateral gets auctioned off to repay the loan and any remaining balance is paid back to the user. And then there's kind of the worst case. It's called a debt auction. And this is when the loan value is already higher than the collateral. So this means there must have been a massive drop in collateral value really quickly so that the collateral auction didn't have time to take place. And in this case, if the collateral value is too low, then Maker token is minted. So they create it out of thin air to make up the difference. And so that means that the supply of Maker increases. And that is obviously a bad thing for people who are heavily invested in Maker. Interesting tidbit, and also the trigger why we did this analysis is the announcement from MakerDAO that they're now onboarding not only digital assets for collateral, but also real world assets. So they're partnering with at least a bank or maybe several in the United States to be able to offer DAI loans for real world collateral. And I think, this is speculation, but I think the MakerDAO is doing this because banks are good at making loans, right? That's their business. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. And I think that the hypothesis is that by giving loans for real world collateral that has been vetted by banks, the chance that these loans will be repaid regularly is higher. And so that means it'll be a net benefit to MakerDAO and Maker token holders. So this is a typical kind of analysis that I just walked you through that we do from the side of Tokenomics DAO. And as you can probably tell, it's helpful both for builders to understand these mechanisms, but also for investors. But obviously we don't give investment advice, right? We purely stay on the side of doing this analysis, and then it's up to you to decide what this means. All right, so this is the second point. We're already more than about 2/3 through my total presentation. Shares versus tokens, right? So people in the startup world all know kind of like the value of shares or having stock options in the startup. And so I just wanted to briefly touch on what the differences are. And so first of all, this was a question that I've been asked recently and I thought was interesting. What is the difference of tokens and coins, right? So this is a really subtle difference. Coins have their own blockchain, tokens do not, right? Tokens typically run on another blockchain, on another layer 1. If you ever ask yourself what's a coin, what's a token, the litmus test is, what am I using to pay for gas fees if I need to transact? And so in the case of Ethereum mentioned before, even if you hold DAI, for example, stablecoin, to transact them, you will have to pay Ethereum if it's on the ERC20 tokens. Like if it's an ERC20 DAI token, which I think there's some other ones. But so now that we've defined that, we know what a token is. What's the main difference between tokens and shares? Tokens are programmable, right? That is the key difference. And shares are usually equities, which typically makes them a security. So you got to be careful with that. Not careful, but obviously there's a regulatory impact to that. And then tokens can be programmed to be whatever you want. Right? So that means tokens can be shares as well. However, you need to be careful with that, right? So that means you need to stay high to the Securities Exchange Commission. at a minimum, because that would mean that your token can be an equity.
Hello,
Be a
check,
security.
no, my mic.
I'm getting some background noise. I'm not really sure if you guys can hear that as well, but it's very annoying. The advantages of tokens are that they're permissionless, borderless, right? They're global. They have very low friction for transaction, and they make boundless innovation possible. One minor thing, like this is not legal advice, I'm not an attorney, but what I have found in my research is that if there's an expectation of profit by holding a token through managerial effort of others, then that is typically what makes a token a security. So just be mindful of that. So wrapping up here, the last 60 seconds, right? What do founders need to keep in mind? This is the one slide that I want you to take away, if nothing else. We were on a call with Pantera Capital at one point, and they said, "Oh, we realized that tokenomics is evolving as fast as technology." So, and actually, our opinion is it evolves even faster because each iteration of technology allows so many more possibilities for different tokenomics. So that means if there's a technological innovation, there's probably 10 or more tokenomics mechanisms that can now be implemented because of it. And so what that means for you as a founder is there are no copy and paste solutions. Everybody thinks, oh, I'll just do it like this project and it'll work. And typically it will not, right? So you can do with that information what you want. You can say, okay, then I'm going to go the super basic route, kind of like Uni, and just do, it's just a pure governance token. And that's a very valid route to go. Or you can say, I want it to be more complex and I want some burn and minting mechanisms involved that affect supply. And that's great as well, right? It needs to be customized to the goals you're trying to achieve. So first, clarify your value proposition. Second, clarify your community goals, right? Community is the lifeblood of every project. And then third, worry about value accrual. Design a token that will help you to achieve number 1 and 2. Ideally, get it in such a way that it makes token value go up over time. Nail your supply and demand distribution, right? Make that public, make it very known who owns which tokens and when they can distribute. Investors are getting more and more sophisticated and they start looking at this more and more, also thanks to our work, because I think they need to. So this is the easy part, right? Supply and distribution, nail that, make it perfect, make it transparent, make it watertight. And then quick tip, right? This is going into like a stack of deeper knowledge that I didn't touch on today. But if you have no other ideas, then program a mild deflation into your token over time that advances in lockstep with achieving major milestones for your project. And if you don't understand what that means, then reach out to us, right? And we'll explain it to you. So I hope you enjoyed this quick masterclass. Actually, I have no idea if this really was 20 minutes or not, but I think it should be pretty close. Please follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, Discord, Substack, or go to our website, or feel free to reach out to me personally at my email address listed here. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Have any questions from the audience? Yeah, 1 second.
Hi, Lewis. Thanks for the lovely presentation. So one question is, you mentioned that tokens are like shares, right? Is there any way that we can connect the tokens to the share value, like whether it's in India or any other country? Because even shares also come with certain specific, I would say certain kind of rules or certain kind of stipulated, you could call it protocols or whatever, right? Like whether it is your preference shares or non-preference shares, equity shares. So when you look at tokens and shares, tokens also have some kind of stipulated rules. So is there any way that you can connect it, first thing? Second one is, if at all you're burning tokens, is there any equivalent for that in shares?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. So hypothetically, yes, you can. The mechanism that you would use to connect, so assuming you have shares in a company and you want to kind of tokenize them, right? You would have to create some sort of exchange where where you allow people to swap tokens one-to-one for shares. And there was examples of this being built in the Terra Luna ecosystem, which of course is now flamed out, famously. But Mirror Protocol allowed to do the synthetic trade of shares, pretty much any stock market traded share, as a token, right? And they were called synthetics. So it is possible to do that. It might be pretty complicated, but I'm pretty sure that there's a technology stack to do that on other chains. And if it doesn't exist yet, then I'm sure somebody's building it. And then your second question was the minting and burning, if there's an equivalent to that from the stock market. And there is, yeah. So, stock buybacks essentially are, they're not burns, right? But they're very similar to burns from the effect. So for example, Warren Buffett's fund, they've actually, there was always funny headlines in the news. They said, oh, they found their favorite new share. Well, it's their own share, right? So they just buy their own shares out of the market. They might not necessarily retire them, but if they just hold them, then they're out of circulating supply. And if you reduce circulating supply, that means all the shares in the market currently available for sale. That has a very similar effect than burning tokens. And then minting is akin to, say a company goes public offering 20% of the equity value as shares, but then maybe they need to raise capital, right? So they maybe offer another 10% of equity value in shares. So while they cannot create more equity value, right, 100% is the cap, they can, of course, decide to sell off more and more of it as shares. And that will be somewhat akin to minting.
Right. At least in India, we have something called as an authorized share capital, right? So you'll be able to have that kind of delta. And whenever we need to mint new tokens, we'll be able to allocate the shares from that end. At least that's what I'm kind of assuming right now. At least that's where it can fit in.
Yeah, so I'm more familiar with the US stock markets. I'm unfortunately not very familiar with how it works in India.
Sure, thanks.
Sure.
Lois, we have another question for you. Just 1 second.
Hello, my name is Prasad, and I wanted to ask you that we had seen that Axie Infinity performed exceptionally well in recent 2 years. But then in recent days, we are seeing downtrend in daily users of them. Where did they made mistake in managing their tokenomics so that we are seeing downtrend in their token?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I get asked about Axie all the time. I have not done the full analysis on Axie, but I know a couple of things about them. And I suspect that that's the cause of pain for investors. When you look, and this is actually really simple. So this is a very entry-level concept that I want people to understand and why tokenomics is helpful when you're an investor. Look at total supply and then compare it to circulating supply. So total supply is all the tokens that will ever exist, right? Usually this is a programmed cap, although it's not always true, right? Ethereum is currently still technically unlimited cap. Bitcoin famously is capped at 21 million. But this is a pretty easy number to find when you do online research. So in case of Axie, I happen to know that there is a hard cap for total supply. I don't remember what the number is. And then there's circulating supply. So all the tokens that are currently available for trading, so they're in the hands of people where they have vested, they're not currently locked. And it's only about 20 or 25% of total supply is circulating. So that means there is a gap of about 80% of the total supply that has yet to enter the market, right? So that means, let's say it's 1 million tokens and 200,000 of them are currently in the market. That means 5x, right? 5x of the circulating supply increase over time. How long is that time frame? That we need to find that out, right? We need to do the research and find that. And then what is the rate at which they enter the market? And I don't know for a fact, but I suspect that in case of Axie, let's say they're entering new tokens to the market, probably at a little bit too high of a pace, and the growth in new users is not keeping up. And therefore you end up having net selling pressure of the token, and that drives down the price pretty quickly. So this is hypothesis, right? As I said, I didn't do the full detailed analysis, but this is what I suspect is going on.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Lovis, and thank you for all those wonderful questions. And now if I could ask everyone who is standing outside the hall to please come back inside, because we have some truly interesting panel discussions, which we will begin in just a few minutes from now. It's going to be very, very exciting. We have someone who's going to tickle your funny bone as well a lot. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I'm going to get everyone from outside as well to come back in, because we want all the support possible for all our panel discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, nobody can hear. Check, 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 check. Can I ask you all to please go inside? Because we want to just, support everyone. Yes, please. Yeah. Check, check, check. If I could request everyone to please join us inside. We have a very, very exciting panel discussion coming up with some true heavy lifters from the industry. We'll just give our friends outside a little bit more time to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, outside the hall, could you please join us in the hall? It's the last 2 sessions of the day. You will have an extended tea break to network later as well. Please do join us inside. Extends far beyond digital art, encompassing digital identities, secure health records, finance, sports, and more. And to discuss our next topic, NFTs, new ways of engagement, we already have all our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for making my job much easier. Welcome on stage, please, Anshum Bhabri, founder of FanCraze. He's currently building digital asset marketplaces and experiences in the metaverse. Before founding FanCraze, a metaverse platform for cricket, Anshum worked for 6 years at investment banks in New York and London and was involved in trading derivatives and structured products. He's a graduate of Stanford University and the University of Chicago and holds degrees in computer science, financial mathematics, and business. Thank you so much for being with us today. A big round of applause for Anshum. Come on. Co-founder co-founder of Stan, a blockchain-based fan engagement platform. He's always been a keen lover of building tech products from scratch, a huge fan of mobile gaming. He has formulated the blueprint of a system that provides a one-stop platform for gamers with a number of different gaming options. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Prashant Agarwal, co-founder and CEO of Fan Tiger. He's a serial entrepreneur with extensive experience in all relevant aspects of consumer internet businesses and tangible business models. He's an innovative leader who excels in building sustainable business operations from scratch in a rapid growth environment. A big round of applause, please, for Prashant. And to moderate the session, I would also like to welcome Nitin Sharma, General Partner, Antler India, currently building Antler India as a General Partner and co-founder. Nitin also heads Antler's Web3 initiatives globally. He's a day zero backer of Mudrex, Onjuno, and many others. Welcome one and all, and over to you, Nitin.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, one of the last sessions, but I want to make sure this is fun and interactive for everyone and we all get something out of it. So we start with the audience. Raise your hands if you own NFTs. Okay, wow, more than I thought. Raise your hands if you believe NFTs were overhyped last year. Okay. Some overlap actually. So some people, kuch logon ne kharida bhi and now they're regretting it. And how many people believe that NFTs will actually make Web3 mainstream to 1 billion people? Oh, there you go. That's what I thought. That's why you're here. That's why you're sitting here. And this is the most important panel of the whole conference. So really excited to have 3 amazing founders who are each working in a different area. Overall, of course, the volume traded, if you think of that as NFTs, has crashed quite a bit. Probably even 90% globally if you look at OpenSea volumes, daily trading. I think it reached something like 250 million a day and is now down 70% and so on. So you see a lot of, and you saw the jokes about like JPEGs and people who didn't get the idea. But I made my first NFT investment in 2019 and it was called ERC 721, then it wasn't even NFTs. And I believe that people miss the big picture of what this is about. Right? It's not about pure speculation, that's how it starts, but there is a very deep underlying change of philosophy. And 3 use cases that we'll discuss today: cricket, gaming, and music, from 3 of the best founders working in the space in India. So I want to first start, guys, with just if you could each cover your origin story for NFTs. Like, what, you were all doing something slightly different, or you were working on your ventures with slightly different ideas. And I've gone through those conversations with you. What made you think of NFTs as the focus? So maybe, Prashant, we can start with you.
Thanks, Nitin. So see, as my journey as the CEO of Ghana, India's leading music streaming app, I was pretty much dealing with artists on a day in, day out basis. And what I saw was the struggle, and what we did at Ghana was something called as Ghana Originals, where we launched about 200 odd songs, where we supported artists in terms of getting them a distribution reach. Not much beyond that, but I think at that point of time in 2016, independent music, even Punjabi music, was not heard across India. Hardly 3% of the overall consumption was Punjabi music. So we played a big role in terms of getting Punjabi music to the fore. Songs like Lamborghini, songs like a lot of hit songs that you can think of, including Tera Ghata from Gajendra Verma. All these were artists who were discovered through that journey. And so as kind of I moved out of Ghana about a year back, very new to the crypto world, started investing on Bitcoins, Ether, just as a kind of a hobby, investment hobby. And that's where I realized the power of NFTs and what it could do for the independent artist ecosystem that, I had already kind of worked with. And so I think, the independent artists essentially to come to the fore need 3 things. They need funding, they need marketing, and then they need, distribution. And I think the idea here was that can we use the community of fans that these artists have in terms of being able to give them an independent kind of career where we help them on funding and on marketing and distribution. I think the larger thing is that most of the artists in India they hardly make any money from the content that they create, because most of the content is actually sold to music labels, and then the music labels pretty much work through the, the upside of the success of the song. You'll be surprised to know that artist P&L, if you see on a yearly basis, 90% of income comes from events, whether it's a concert or a marriage function or whatever you take. But essentially, he's earning less than 10% from the actual songs that he creates. And so our idea is to flip that so that the artist takes control of their career, owns 100% IP, and kind of, also participates and creates success for himself along with, success for his fans. And, that's the broad idea.
Thanks, Prashant. So for me, I think I came from Wall Street. I was involved in trading products and also as an investment banker, advising the top tech companies. So Web3 was very fascinating. I was studying at U Chicago, had studied economics before at Stanford. So it was very innate for me to get into Bitcoin. It's the biggest economic experiment that we've seen in the world. It's a live experiment that's going on till date after more than a decade. And, I was extremely fascinated, and my true calling, in a sense, was not really trying to build a better financial system, which a lot of my Wall Street friends have done. It was a very natural extension for them to go from Wall Street to DeFi or to a crypto exchange. I had also built a video game in business school. It was a shooting video game where there was this cowboy that would go around shooting bandits all over Texas and collecting gold. And we built it for US and UK consumers as a paid product, and we priced it at $2 and $1. And we knew how difficult it was to get people to actually start spending. And that was where I felt, games are mainstream. Sports are extremely mainstream too. So let's do something, that can actually get normal people to use blockchains. I wanted my mother and my father, my brother and sister, my wife and my kids, all to actually use a blockchain. The one thing that sadly is true is that there are a lot of crypto investors. There are very few crypto users. And we felt, NFTs could scratch the surface of getting crypto usage possible. That's what got me into this space. And
so for you, sort of democratization came first, and cricket sort of was the thing you found later.
As an Indian, especially as an Indian who's lived in the US for 15 years, kept a lot of lonely nights interesting through cricket, watching YouTube videos, it was obvious that there's a mainstream appeal to that. And I think secondly, what's very less understood is the business model of cricket as it stands today is very ripe for disruption with a Web3 kind of use case. So cricket, as not a lot of people know, has a very B2B monetization model. The money is made by the federations and the teams from brands and sponsorships and broadcast rights. The biggest protagonist in sport, however, are the creator, which is the cricketer or the sportsman or the sportswoman, and the fan. And sadly, there's no direct economic relationship between these two actors. Fans can go and buy stadium tickets, but even that does not flow to the cricketers. So that was the classic creator economy problem that Web3 was solving. And we felt that's like a great starting point. I think secondly, in addition to that, derivative products came around in cricket, and they were able to capture consumer wallet share. But then again, they were built in the Web2 world, very tightly controlled cash flows. Nothing going back to the cricketers that were actually going and performing on the field, but a lot going back to the platforms and the, So we felt there was something that NFTs could do as building blocks of a new gaming system built on top of sport. And those were the first principles, to be honest.
Makes sense, Parth?
Yeah, I think for me, gaming comes from school days when we used to be in those cafes with, those big consoles and joysticks playing Tekken or something, right? So I've been into building games. I got sucked into the rabbit hole of blockchain when I started investing back in 2015-16, made something decent around in Ripple and Ethereums. That's something, caught my interest, and then started, watching Vitalik, obviously Sandeep and guys from Polygon, and started loving this space that, I have to study at least and see where it goes, right? So somewhere last year, I started building my thesis around NFTs. Obviously, gaming has multiple buckets, right? I personally admire the esports genre, which is like the mid-core games which people kind of play. Pretty much the FPS games like PUBG Mobile, Free Fire, Counter-Strike these days, right? So these gamers have become celebrities, right? I mean, I have been a fan of these guys, like the likes of Mortal, Scout, Jonathan in India. I don't know how many of you would know these guys. These guys are 25, 26, by the way, and they are earning crores. Yeah, so they are the next gen celebrities. They are the ones who are gonna promote Bonvita and stuff. You won't be seeing Amitabh Bachchan and others, right? So I got fascinated by these guys. So I felt that, and their fans are like crazy. I'm one of those. I mean, obviously, you know, no offense to cricket fans and music fans. Gaming fans just go crazy when they are, you know, on the live streams, watching these guys play, and they'll just, you know, raid. They'll just throw super chats like $100, $500 on live stream, right? So, but these fans were spending time and money across different platforms, but not getting that essence of it that, you know, hey, I am the craziest fan of this guy, right? That caught me, you know, interested to build something around this fan layer. And obviously, last year when PUBG Mobile got banned, a lot of my friends were, in fact, it's banned even now, right? So sad part of the country, right? So a lot of my gaming friends felt, you know, shattered that because people spend so much in the game, buying guns, skins, and, you know, all these assets in the game. And then suddenly, due to some reasons, the game gets banned and, you know, everybody's like, hey, I'm just going to lose this money, right? So I started liking the decentralization aspect of NFTs. So these two things got me into, you know, building Stan, and that's what we are solving in Stan right now.
Got it. So I think the common thread, right, with the three examples are two things that I see. One is, if you look at the value chain, the party that is creating a lot of value is actually not capturing it. Right now in music, you know, I remember our conversation where it struck me that most of the money that all the hit Punjabi singers, most of the money, as you said, they actually make by singing at weddings, not from their music. That was quite a realization for me. And I think cricket, although it's apparently people think that all the cash ends up going to the players, is actually quite more complicated than that. And even within gaming, I guess there is a value chain which can be, where more value can be between the user and the player. And second is engagement, direct connections, right? So more value from the value chain for the actual players creating value, and just more engagement between the user and... So maybe we can go into a little bit more depth on each of them for the audience. So we'll start with music, Prashant. So what, you know, a lot of people want to understand, beyond all the hype, what is actually working right now, right? Or what have you learned in the last few months which gives you conviction that it will work? So what is FanTiger right now trying to do, first of all? Is it about getting communities to crowdfund the creation of new songs?
Yeah, so see, that's an interesting question. I think it comes down to the very first principle, I would say, that customer is king. And so what happens is when we start thinking about, you know, community building, especially in the Web3 world, essentially community building is more kind of incentivized with tokens, with coins or whatever. And that basically creates a community which is kind of tied together because of the money. So we need to kind of, you know, while that's an interesting use case to follow, but, you know, most of the customers don't know, you know, about NFT or Web3. And so when we are building a community, we see that, you know, while there is a, you know, decent amount of early kind of people who've joined us who are Web3 enthusiasts, the music community has fans who don't even understand English, correct? And forget about. But when you explain them the concept, which is essentially, you know, that you are supporting the career of the artist and you are owning a piece of music that you love, and of course you will also get some returns from it, I think they then understand it. So I think the biggest thing that we need to do as a platform, and maybe all of us, is education, correct? When music streaming started 2015-16, when I came into the industry, people were not streaming. it took, Ghana, Sawan, Wink, and whoever else to kind of educate the customer through, whatever means, be it marketing, be it community building, be it whatever. But essentially, you have to educate. And I think that's the biggest job, is that instead of kind of confusing people with fancy words, we need to educate them the value proposition. Right. Because once they understand the value proposition, it's very easy for them to join the community and kind of build.
And I know you're still getting started, so not expecting you will share a lot of details, but help the audience understand, like, what will it look like when you actually come out? Will it be, online a platform where somebody who's a Diljit Dosanjh fan, what will they see?
So essentially, see, we have already launched 2 NFTs. We launched one with the Punjabi singer superstar called Sunanda Sharma, where her song is now available on Fan Tiger, where, the fans can own up to 30% of the song. So essentially, the idea is that the artist is looking for funds to create music video and for marketing. And we helped her raise about, currently we have already helped her raise about 24 lakhs. The idea is to get her about 30 lakhs. And the fans essentially get a lot of privileges, which is, online listening party with her. They get to meet her, a couple of them. We do a video call, especially for the platinum NFT holders who are kind of, a few NFTs. So the way it's structured is we have released about 2,300 NFTs, priced between 800 rupees, 4,000 rupees, and 40,000 rupees. And we are a fiat platform. We don't have a crypto leg at this point of time. And fans who essentially buy these NFTs, they become part owners of the song. So it's like, while you will continue to listen to the music on a Spotify or YouTube or Ghana, you are now a owner of the song. And how a song earns money is that every time a song is played on these platforms, there is a certain amount of money which could range from 1 paisa to 4 paisa, which comes through to the, as a royalty income to the artist. That is split, in this case, 30-70, so 70% goes to the artist, 30% of that income goes to the fans. And how big a song can become is the biggest song, can earn upwards of $3-4 million. And that's the potential that gets unlocked, because now the artist owns the IP and he's kind of able to move the needle in terms of his income and get it to a more even kind of balance between events and, money from songs.
Got it. Very, very interesting. Thank you. That's hopefully quite clear to the audience. Anshum, you've been very visible, large fundraisers, obviously cricket, huge opportunity. Same question, right? What is happening on the platform, and what's working well?
I think before I answer that, I'll take a step back. And if you look at sports and collectibles globally, and that's where the inspiration for a lot of products that are building is coming from, the NBA Top Shots and the So Rares of the world. The West has always had collectible culture around sports, whether it was Topps and Panini cards, or it was Air Jordans in basketball. And in Europe, people buy season tickets, people buy jerseys, which are costing $200, $300. And that market didn't really exist in the big cricket countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. So that was, the first starting point where you had to think really hard as to what the customer do you think will want. Because cricket, even though it's global, we're sitting in Bangalore, we're in India, we're a cricket crazy nation. We had to think of what would appeal to an Indian customer. And we had to get into the psyche of what Indians like. I think 2 behaviors really stood out when we were doing our research. We are a very aspirational set of people. And that's true across all emerging markets. When there's a very large population and where resources are limited, you want to be very aspirational. It's just the way the society fabric is kind of structured. If you look at all of our journeys, people in this room are between 18 and 40 years old. Education, you all want to get into the IITs and the IIMs. They're the ultimate NFTs of educational degrees. When you're getting married, it's a very big event. You want to showcase it to the world. It's, at least traditionally, right? How Indian weddings are supposed to be. They're supposed to be, social events where you want to wear the best clothes, you want to have the best food, you want to have the best drinks. And lastly, in your Instagram, when you're an adult, you're married, you go to college, you want to showcase your life. And research shows Indians are very big users of social platforms, whether it is YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and the like. And the second behavior that we felt, which was very interesting, was that we're a very value-conscious customer. We're very value for money. We actually collect. We think we don't, but we do. We're hoarders. We cover remotes with plastic. We have attics and attics full of stuff. And we never knew any of this had value. And what FanCraze wanted to tap into was these two behaviors. Behavior number one, where we are aspirational. So we want to own something that we want to talk about to our friends, to our family, to people on the internet. So a bragging right, basically. And the second thing was it had to be value-driven. A lot of NFTs started off as pure collectibles. And that, to a society which is value-conscious, is an alien concept. So having those building blocks in place, we actually architectured the product. The product today, it's been live for around 6 months. We have a pack drop today as well. It's on two pillars. Pillar one is ownership, where you get exclusive ownership of assets, which are premium quality assets, ICC moments, player cards of leading cricketers.
So just like Top Shot is about moments and So Rare about specific. So in India, you're seeing that consumers are buying both. Can you give us some examples of moments people are buying?
Yes, so we have around 700 unique moments on the platform at the moment.
What's an example?
A great example is Sachin Tendulkar's first boundary in an ICC World Cup. So he scored his first 50 in 1992, and that was against Pakistan. It was just a 50. But it's the only moment of Sachin we have on the platform, and we've only released 6 of them. And in the secondary markets, they've traded up to $22,000. And there have been 4 trades of that moment, anywhere between $14,000 and $22,000. So that's like a marquee moment. But you have MS Dhoni's last 6 in a World Cup, the 6 he hit over cover just before he got run out by Martin Guptill in the 2019 World Cup semi-final. You've got a great punched-up cover drive by Virat. You've got an amazing pull shot by Rohit.
So even though India, we discussed, doesn't have that same culture of tops, etc., people are buying moments.
People are buying
these cards.
People are buying cards.
And are they, is it basically bragging rights, or are you also seeing some kind of gaming behavior?
Yeah, so we launched our first game, which was a strategy game with these moments and NFTs, a couple of months in. And a lot of the secondary value is centered around what utility you're offering. So we have a game that's live. We have a bunch of games and real-world utilities that are coming. And I think that's absolutely essential. I think entrepreneurs in this space, and we were lucky that we launched almost when the bear market hit. And we had this ethos of being value-conscious and utilities-driven from day one. But we believe the space is going to move to these utilities.
What's the average price?
The average price, so if you look at our drops, we have 3 rarities. Common NFTs trade anywhere between $10 and $40. Rare NFTs trade anywhere between $30 and $300. And epics trade anywhere between $150 and $2,000.
Got it.
And the legendary is the Sachin. That's Sachin, so all rules are...
Makes sense.
Don't apply.
Fantastic. Parth?
Yeah, I think in our case, we were definitely sure that collection would not make sense. I mean, although there are a lot of moments in the game where people love it, like, there's a clutch when there's one single guy, 1v4, and he just finishes off everybody in the game, right? But India, I mean, these gamers are not going to buy these moments and stuff. That's what the point one was. Second, like, Prashant mentioned that in terms of the blockchain, the Web3, there's a lot of education that needs to be done. So we had that paradoxical situation that, hey, should we start educating gamers, or should we do the contrary, that don't talk about NFTs, don't talk about blockchain, and just do it the gamer way, right? To give you an example, a gamer comes and starts for free, and then, as you build the trust with the game or the platform, you put in some bucks, and then over a journey, a period of, a month or 2 months, you start adding more money into the game and buying more stuff in the game, right? So taking these 2 points into consideration, we kind of cracked the model where we are building trump cards of these guys, of these gamers, esports athletes. They are also athletes and gaming content creators, by the way, like who just have fun on the live streams. Like they would have the likes of 20, 30 million subscribers on YouTube. Their fans would. So building their trump cards, which is something inspired by the WWE trump cards, which we used to play in 90s, right? And so a fan would come on the app, and it's a mobile app, by the way. While everybody is building web, we're still fighting that we need to be mobile first because our gamers are on mobile app. And I'm a very avid mobile advocate because India's story is all mobile, right? I mean, it's a big hassle to go to the web, install a MetaMask, extension, put some Matic or Ethereum there, buy an NFT, get into the game and do, all this loop. We just crossed it the day one. So you come into the app, you buy regular Stan coins, which are normal coins, by the way, today. We are not jumping into FTs right now. With those coins, you can buy on-chain items, which is NFTs, right? When you get these NFTs, we don't sell it for vague numbers, like the prices are not like, $1,000 or $500, because again, like I said, a gamer, right? You start selling it for low price, make him spend money over a period of time because these NFTs are dynamic in nature. What I mean by dynamic is there are levels on the NFT. So as a gamer, you level up those NFTs, and for leveling up, you need to spend time and money. And then when you do that, you unlock real world, virtual world experiences like, a game with the streamer, signed merchandise, or a fan meetup, unlocking those rewards. And obviously there is that digital property scarcity element where, a Mortal or a Jonathan having like a 10 million subscribers or a fans, and his hardcore fans being like, 5-6 million, and only like 50 such NFTs on the system. So there's always like flipping happening where there's too much demand and very less supply, right? So kind of crack like multiple things.
Is it still about, we said the two things, value and engagement.
Right.
It's really about engagement, right? Or do you actually think that folks are buying it as an investment?
People are buying it for realizing...
Exclusive access.
Yeah, realizing their fan dreams. I mean, definitely utility is something which we wanted to build first. And then, as compared to any NFT projects out there, which just throw some drops and then they promise that, I'm going to give you this and I'm going to give you that. We are building these clubhouse kind of experiences in the platform where if you're holding, let's say, a esports player like Jonathan's card, he's going to come on the platform and chat with the holders who are holding his NFTs. And let's say if you have leveled up it to a certain level, you can be a speaker and ask questions and stuff, right? So it's sort of engagement plus value creation. And I mean, end of the day, we are chasing that creator economy cycle as well, where creators and these gamers treat Stan as a platform that they can, start their own.
For you, NFTs are a way to strengthen the overall engagement because you're an engagement platform, and NFT is a tool, right? So guys, I think when I think about the two things, right, value/investment and engagement and access, the three cases are a little bit of a mix, and I think in your case, it's a lot more about engagement and access. I think in the music case, maybe it's a mix. And in your case, it's probably nostalgia/bragging rights. And so now we talked about what has worked, what we've learned. I think we want to have two quick questions, so short responses, and then open it up to the audience. Last two questions. One, what hasn't worked? What was an assumption that you started with about NFTs which you believe has not actually come true?
So you see, we've been very slow, in terms of a company. We've just been kind of thinking through in terms of going deep into Web3. Because, while Web3 comes with a lot of promise, there's a lot of stuff that we learned in, Web2. And so you need to really kind of pick the best between the two. And so we started off thinking that, we wanted to build our community on Discord. But early on itself, we figured out that that might not be the best use case, given that, one is educating common user to use Discord is pretty difficult. And second is most people don't understand what Discord is or Telegram is in India. Most of the people who join Telegram, even most of us, maybe, just because of Web3. And so the idea has been now that we are building the community within the platform, much like, Clubhouse, as he said. And the idea is to capture the entire engagement within the platform because that's where you create value and create kind of the funnel to go from engagement to a purchase.
Got it. So create your own community. Yeah.
I think from our perspective, hundreds of things have not worked. but they've been fixed within 2 days.
They've been what?
They've been fixed within 2 days.
Okay.
So we've adopted this approach where we put product out, we put our thesis out, we listen to what users have to say on Discord, and we take their feedback, use our judgment, and make minor fixes and changes. So far, touch wood, knock on wood, we've not made a big mistake yet.
There's nothing that you started with
No,
last year.
we've not made a big mistake yet. And the reason we've not made it yet is because we are correcting the small mistakes. I think so that's been, it's kind of like a trick answer.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not trying to be
No, more
smart,
power to
but
you.
I think that's the one biggest learning I have because most Web2 founders haven't built in public. Building with your Discord is something that's extremely new, but it's extremely, you get real-time feedback. I'll give you the best example. Like we priced a pack at $75 and we announced the pack drop on Tuesday. And a lot of our very engaged users that typically are sitting on Discord 4-5 hours a day said, we think the pack drop is $15 too expensive. We think it should be $59. And a large part of users were saying that, and we dropped the price.
Got it.
So, things like this help us, basically test our hypothesis out. And it's purely been because we're privileged that cricket already has, just like gaming, a set of very passionate fans that give the amount of time into our product, into helping us iterate it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, for us, I think it's been a closed beta, which is live in like last 40 days only. So it's a little less to evaluate. But though there's a lot of time which we spent before making that beta live. And thankfully, we are very much in close touch with these creators, the gamers, jinka, we are creating the NFTs. So a lot of insights we are getting from them, how to price it and what will work, what will not work, what they have tried on YouTube. And interestingly, in gaming industry, Discords have been always there for long. So community has always been proactive and feedback driven, right? But the thing which we are spending a lot of time on today is how we can leverage smart contracts, like the power of smart contracts. Because, creating an NFT and just giving it to the user is just one use case of the smart contract, right? I mean, there can be n number of things which we can do, like royalty sharing, which Prashant just spoke about, and all the creator economy loops which can be solved with that technology. Because I believe that that's the superpower which we all are leveraging today in our platform, right? So that's about it, yeah.
Got it. All right, so before we turn it on, one last thing, and one sentence from each of you. You've worn your company hats so far. Drop that macro. Next 2 years, not 10 years, because everybody has a big NFT thesis. Next 2 years, what are you most bullish about when it comes to NFTs?
So I think, what I'm bullish about is that the structure of the industry itself is ready to be kind of disintermediated. And so we are very excited to kind of create this opportunity for artists. And for, the audience here, well-educated audience here, I think we are essentially building a angel list kind of a platform, or seed investor, platform for fans to invest in the creative talents. And I think over the next 2 years, the idea would be to take it to all the creative fields beyond music. So the first 12 months is really about kind of getting it right for music, and then the whole world about movies, web series, all that, which is copyrighted IP, which comes with some royalty income, can be brought into the platform.
I think two things. It's a meta game, almost a new asset class of sorts. Investing in musicians, investing in gamers, investing in budding cricketers. But I think gamification is going to be the key takeaway in the next 2 years. NFT platforms that don't gamify and just overflex on the ownership and collection piece are going to not survive. I think you have to gamify irrespective of the vertical you're in.
Got it.
That's
So
going to be extremely
if
important.
it remains about speculation, then it will not. No. Okay.
I mean, for me as a gamer, would love to see PUBG Mobile skins being used in Free Fire and Call of Duty, like that decentralization, where I could, I mean, everybody's building metaverses today, but we already have these metaverses, right? We always jump into these games and we are in that virtual reality, right? But the cross-platform aspect of things is still being questioned by the publishers whether the ownership has to be given or not. Like, Oliver and others were talking in the last panel that it can be a chaotic situation when we just give away all the control to the, the gamers or the buyers, right? So that's one aspect. And second is obviously would love to see that sharing of wealth happening, the actual sharing of wealth.
Got it.
Apart from all the speculations which are there.
Awesome. Sure.
Following up on Parth, I think your avatar is going to be extremely critical. I think people are going to cross-use their avatar across different NFT apps. Yeah. And it's a great idea, right? Like if you own a Virat Kohli NFT, you'd love to take it when you play into a PUBG game stream. If you own something from PUBG, you'd love to get it here. I think we're spending a lot of our time in digital identities, right? And there's a great use case that Polygon's built with Polygon ID, which handles KYC, right? Where if you've done KYC once, you don't need to keep doing it again. You can use it across Web3. But why do you need different avatars for your different streaming platform, NFT platform, football platform? That unified avatar could be really cool, especially for the Roblox and Minecraft generation.
I can imagine some 25-year-old in some part asking his parents for money and going across your metaverses in one day.
They're not going to ask. They'll just put your debit cards and credit cards and just use it.
They'll just follow some gamer, buy some music, or invest in some music and trade cricket NFTs. All right, guys, a few questions. Anyone? All right, maybe start with you. Sorry, we won't have time for every question. I think I'll let the organizers guide us. But we'll try to cover as many as possible.
Thank you very much. My question is for Prashant. So when you are trying to include normal people who are not aware of Web3 and NFTs, what is the interface? Like, how do they access this? How do they invest in NFT? How do they get royalty? Like, is it like just a mobile app and they just register their bank details, and then how it is actually interfacing with the blockchain NFT?
So see, how we are structured is we are pretty much a web company, which is essentially a Web 2 company now, where the user doesn't go through the vagaries of Web3. And we essentially use a custodial wallet, and we do all the fancy stuff on the back end. So the user pretty much comes in like a Web 2 kind of a user. He uses his login, password, OTP, and we have a website, and we are just launching our app. I think today was the day, maybe it's already on the Play Store. And you just come in and you use your credit card or your UPI to essentially buy the NFT.
Okay. So the trading feature, that is one of the critical thing in Web3, right? I own something, I trade.
I'm not able to hear you. If you please be louder.
I own something and I trade. That is one of the biggest thing in NFT Web3, right? So the same feature is you are providing in your platform.
Yeah, so two things here. You see, we come with an NFT which has embedded value. So unlike the NFTs which are more demand supply, we actually have an NFT which is royalty bearing. So if you invest, you will earn some money because of the royalty coming from the song's success. That is one. And the second is, of course, you can trade the NFT, but that will be on our marketplace, which will launch, I think, end of October. So then at that point of time, you can also trade the NFT on our marketplace with other fans.
Okay. Thank you.
Right here.
Someone else had a question?
Okay. We'll follow her.
Hi, my question is mostly to Anshum and Prashant. So athletes and artists, they're some of the most exploited people. Either they are not making any money or they're making lots of money. So now whatever your currently addresses for the people who are making certain amount of money, like athletes, you're talking about Sachin and you're talking about those people, and artists also to a certain extent. What can we do in this space to address the grassroots level talent?
See, we are a discovery platform. I think the success of any platform will come from grassroots, which is kind of, the bottom of the pyramid in the artist ecosystem. If you see songs breaking out, I'm not sure if you've heard this song called Barishe by Anuv Jain or Chand Balia, which has become a recent hit. No one knows the name of the artist. The reason is that the content speaks for itself, but the content needs to be able to kind of be created and produced in a well manner, and it needs to have some kind of a presentation, marketing that. So what we do is we enable that. So we help artists raise anywhere from 1 lakh rupees up to 50 lakh. And so pretty much I think the euphoria moment will be when we actually discover a Web3 artist who just breaks out, much like Shirley Shetty of YouTube way back 2015-16 when YouTube created a lot of new artists. So I think we are a discovery platform. Of course, big artists also come to us because they help, build engagement on the platform. They also are looking at kind of, getting independent from the labels because they don't want, see, labels should not be gatekeepers. So one of the things of decentralization is, can you do curation which is decentralized? Can you select the next song, which, we'll support? And so if you are able to decentralize curation, then essentially the gatekeepers are not needed. The crowd does a blind testing of a song, funds the song, it becomes a hit, you create a new artist. So, I think grassroots is where the real change will happen.
I think talking about cricket, Sachin was just an example, but if you look at what's happening on FanCraze today, there are, as I said, more than 700 cricketers that have NFTs. There's a very long tail of cricketers that are under 19, that are playing domestic at this point in time, that we've signed up. And, if you think about it, there are two ways to look at such cricketers. One is from the investor fan standpoint. Buying that cricketer's NFT almost becomes like venture capital for cricket, right? It's like you're taking a view that David Brevis is going to be the next AB de Villiers. You're taking a view that some young boy from the Delhi Ranji team is going to be the next Virat Kohli. So as an investor, if you've got that hat on, you're seeing this NFTs trading at $5, you take a 5-year view and you start buying their NFTs. From the player's perspective, they get revenue share from the NFT sold. So that's why I said it's a Web3 way of actually giving money back to the creator. Because if you think about it, these creators are living in our minds currently rent-free, and they're getting no rent for it. So that's already happening. Of course, the headlines will be grabbed by the Dhonis and the Sachins of the world, but that's extremely essential because that is what gets hundreds of thousands of people to FanCraze in the first place.
And I think just to add to that, you obviously start with the big guys first, get the community in, and then it becomes an autopilot thing that all the budding cricketers or let's say gamers can essentially want to jump on these platforms, right?
Next question, maybe something from someone from this side.
We have a lady this side who had a question. So this is the final question.
Yeah, so this is a question to Prashant. I think everyone's been asking you. So I understand that anyone buying an NFT of a song can own the rights. But I want to understand technically, how do you ensure that the streaming revenue comes to that owner? How do you manage that technically? Because, I mean, if that song is streamed on Spotify and Ghana or whatever, how do you enable that? And how is the owner assured that he's making money on a regular basis from that?
So two things, one is from a rights perspective, the IP goes with the artist. So we don't take any rights because we think, IP is kind of belongs to the artist, should stay with the artist. So we take an economic right for 5 to 11 years, depending on, the artist, the song, and the likes. And the good thing about the industry is, one is that the data is pretty transparent. The number of streams, the number of views on YouTube, etc., is transparent. We are publishing it on our website for the songs we are doing on a weekly basis. So you understand that, okay, what is the performance of the song? And then, the money that comes from these platforms comes to us, directly. And we take, it's basically split at source between the artist and us. So the artist doesn't have to come to us for collection, neither do we have to go to the artist for collection. Once it comes to us, it essentially flows down to the fans. Now,
so do you distribute the content to those streaming platforms?
Yeah, we do the distribution.
So you're like an aggregator there?
Yeah, in some sense, yes, yeah. But we don't take any IP right. That's the only difference I would say, yeah.
Understood.
All right, well,
I think
thank
we're
you so
out of
much.
time.
Yes, we are out of time. And thank you so much for all your inputs, gentlemen. That was a really informative panel discussion. We've heard a lot about cricket fans, music fans, but what about fans of comedians? Tanmay, say hello to everyone. Tanmay is trying to maintain a low profile in the front, but we'll be hearing more from Tanmay after a very, very short tea break of 20 minutes. We'll see you back shortly. discussion of the day. So how has everyone enjoyed Unfold 2022? Have you enjoyed it? Only one person has said yes. Nobody else has enjoyed it. Can I hear a big yes? Yes, only one person is still saying yes. We've got his echo. For 6 people said yes. Wow, that's something of an improvement. And it's now time for our last panel discussion, and what a panel discussion is going to be. We've heard this from several experts over the day, that more Web3 unicorns will come out of India than Web2 unicorns. And our final panel for the day is all about unicorns and building for the world from India. On the panel, we have several successful Indian Web3 founders on the kind of challenges they face and how they've successfully managed to navigate these waters. Please join me in welcoming on stage Yeshu Agarwal, co-founder and CTO Transact, Ankit Wadhwa, co-founder and CEO Rario, Mr. Priyeshu, CEO Router Protocol, Edul Patel, co-founder and CEO Mudrex, and Tanmay Bhatt, comedian, YouTuber, investor and founder. Can I have all you gentlemen on stage, please? Come on, you can do better than that. Put the fun into NFTs. First, I'd like to introduce Mr. Yeshu Agarwal, co-founder and CTO Transact. He's been programming since he was 12 years old. He's a serial entrepreneur and has launched 4 ventures over the past decade with 1 successful business exit. We next have Mr. Ankit Wadhwa, co-founder and CEO of Rario. He's a licensed cricket non-fungible token company created on the Polygon blockchain. Ankit's work at Rario is helping power its ambition to build the largest cricket NFT ecosystem. Next, we have Mr. Priyeshu, the CEO of Router Protocol. Router Protocol, an infrastructure layer enabling communication between blockchain, bills itself as the future of cross-chain. A product of MIT Sloan School of Management and Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow. He is currently focused on growing Router Protocol, a cross-chain liquidity aggregation protocol and defined network. And we also have Edul Patel, co-founder and CEO of Mudrex. Edul brings with him over 10 years of experience, deep-rooted in finance, entrepreneurship, and building tech-driven applications. He previously co-founded Nifla, a $1 million funded startup. Nifla was acquired by Tapzo, where he led the product team to build core infra and app. I can already hear the laughter, so that means there's only one person on the stage who's putting the funny into NFTs. Hello, Tanmay.
Hi.
Hello. And over to you to moderate the session. Tanmay, of course, does he need an introduction? Does anyone here not know who Tanmay is?
बस आपने पूरा Wikipedia पेट पढ़ लिया सबका. Thank you very much. और तारीफ नहीं सुन सकते. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, can we have a round of applause for CoinDCX and the whole team for putting this event together. And more importantly, for surviving the bear market so far. Please, that's more critical than anything else. Sumit, please keep it going. My funds are on your exchange, please. Nice to have you guys. I'm going to keep looking at the phone just to, keep a score on the present, on the questions. Your answers aren't boring. I'm just keeping up with what the next question is in case you guys are concerned. All right, before we start, I just want to quickly get the panel to tell us, how do you get into crypto? That story is always fascinating. And who is the friend who introduced you, and do you pay 5% commission till date for your whole portfolio? Please, we'll start from there, Edul.
Yeah, so I think I got into crypto way back in 2013 for the first time when we were at Deutsche.
2013?
Yeah. When Bitcoin crashed, then went up, then crashed again. And my friend who bought in the crash enjoyed and laughed with us when he was rich and then was crying again. So that was the first time.
Yeah, if you say that out too loud, the ED sends you a notice. You know that?
I know. The exit is the key.
I think the correct answer is this cycle only. Just now I got in. That's the best way to answer. And who was the friend who introduced you?
There's a guy called Nikhil. He's right now in Singapore doing a lot of crypto trading, actually.
Got it.
Yeah.
And is he still your friend?
Yes.
Okay. Yeshu?
I came into crypto in 2016. I started doing algo trading. That was the price where crypto was booming. So that's how, and then started this company, Crypto Exchange Aggregators.
And who was the friend who told you about it, and what did he tell you?
No friend, just news and all. So
just news and that's it?
Yeah.
You don't have a friend who was into it? Oh, That means you were the friend who was selling other people.
It was reversed in that.
Got it. Okay. Ankit?
Well, we are a cricket business and we are not in crypto.
Fair. But when did you first hear about crypto?
A while back, but again, we are more NFTs than crypto. And
okay, who told you about what an NFT is the first time?
There was a gentleman who talked about it, who is also one of our investors.
Okay.
And he's made some good money, I think, so far. So
Got it. So he told you what an NFT is, and then you decided that I'm going to take this man's money and build a company.
Basically, we talked about cricket and how, there are interesting things. There are like so many cricket fans in the country. Do something, it makes money.
Got it.
And then NFT was a great thing to add to the portfolio. So that worked quite well.
Understood. Ram?
So I first got into crypto when I heard about it in 2013. It happened, I used to be in affiliate marketing back then. And then
in affiliate marketing?
Affiliate marketing. So there used to be a forum called Wikidfire, and there we had an anonymous account like we have on Twitter now. His name was Luke P. And he was a very big supporter of Bitcoin back then, and he envisioned that how Bitcoin will change the world for good and how crypto will evolve. And he was the one who gifted me like first Bitcoin, and I still have that Bitcoin.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's been a journey so far.
Are you sure it wasn't Satoshi's? It sounds a lot like that man. Interesting.
Could be.
All right. The topic we're supposed to speak about is: Are we going to see more Web3 unicorns than Web2? I mean, first of all, like the definition of unicorn keeps changing depending on what the next VC thinks you're worth. But I wanted to first address saying what are some of the challenges you guys are facing building a company in the Web3 space from here, and how you guys dealing with it? Open for the whole panel. Whoever wants to jump in first, feel free to.
Yes, I think I can take that up. We are setting up a lot of entities across the world, trying to acquire users world over. And from a challenge perspective, I think the first and foremost challenge that we see is just, there is this general trust deficit across the world amongst people who are wanting to build businesses in crypto. And that's fundamentally, I think, just a consequence of everything that we've gone through over the few years. But solving for that trust deficit is for us the biggest problem to solve for. And there are a bunch of things that we are doing for it, but that I see as like one of our biggest challenges that we see while we are building out Mudrex.
For us, it's all about expansion in different countries. So when it comes to on-ramp, we launched recently Metaverse, Decentraland Metaverse ATM, right? So basically, we have to expand in different countries. So being a remote company, working from India, and my co-founder is from UK, so it's hard to expand in other countries, let's say Southeast Asia. So that's something we have to do Web2 thing. So hiring people remotely, especially people who are interested in crypto. We see that there are many Web2 developers out there, Web3 developers are there, but there are not many Web3 BD guys or Web3 people who are not into
non-technical
non-tech Web3 people should be there in the industry, but there are not many people, and we have to train them. We have to, that kind of kida should be there inside, Web3 kida should be there inside them. That is not there, right? We have to build that kida. So that's one of the problem also we see. Yeah.
Ankit?
I think the biggest challenge is we approach the business from a crypto Web3 lens. End of the day, all businesses are about what you're building for the user. User को चाहिए तो वो खरीदेगा. अब वो crypto हो या NFT हो या Web2 हो. So I think that disassociation has been great because there's a massive sort of growth in the sector. But when it comes to the real users, when you're taking it to the billions in the country or outside as well, and when you talk about cricket scale, which is many billions of excited fans globally, then it's not about Web3 for them. Then it's about what am I getting out of this? Is this more fun? Is it, if you're talking about a cricket fan, and there are some people from our team here who keep our eyes always focused on the goal, they come back and say, is this what the fan wants? If you love cricket, then can I be more associated with the game? what is it delivering for me other than being an NFT? Right? Great, it's an NFT. There's some value appreciation, great for a trader. But what is it doing for the fan? And that's the classical, I mean, it's Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, doesn't matter.
You get a lot of like, kya kharidu, Dhoni kharidu, ki nahi? Like, do you get a lot of that from your friends? Like, Edul probably gets, what should I buy in my portfolio? Do you get like, which cricketer should I buy?
It is very exciting because people are also, there are people in the office before anybody else who want to meet all the celebrities. We've now signed up. We've got more than 80 cricket celebrities on our roster. And it's exciting to, sometimes meet your heroes. So there are lots of pictures getting clicked on that.
Ram, what are some of the challenges and, how are you dealing with it?
So the primary challenges which we are dealing with would be to getting adoption and competing with our Western counterparts. It's hard, it's not easy, and it's really a battle because not being in places like SF and Silicon Valley, I mean, it's hard to compete with them. And there are only very few firms which have been able to actually compete, like Polygon, and the playbook is like really hard to follow, and I'm sure like we'll figure it out. But one thing...
Hard to compete in what sense? Like is attracting talent? Or?
Exactly. I would say like the talent follows mostly other talent and capital. And from the capital point of view, if you look at the average seed round valuation of an Indian Web3 startup, and if you look at the same for the Western counterpart, it's a lot, like there's a magnitude of difference between them. And most of the bridges in our space have been raising in terms of hundreds of talent we are able to attract. And primarily a lot of our talent is coming directly from India, directly from universities, tier 2 universities, tier 3 universities, and even tier 1s. What we have here is like a lot of hunger to actually succeed and make a difference, which I don't think we could have got anywhere else in the world. So I would say we are very fortunate to build in India.
Speaking of hiring, what's some of the, give us some alpha on how are you guys hiring? There are many founders in the room. What are some of the clear signals of top quality Web3 talent, both technical and non-technicals? Anything that stuck out for you guys? Anyone that you hired? What are some of the signals that you saw?
Yeah, well, firstly, it's cheaper hiring outside India than India now. Like it's become really, really expensive. Just to double down on that point.
It's gotten cheaper outside India?
Yeah, we are hiring community managers sitting in Netherlands who are charging us lesser than folks sitting in Bangalore. So it's insane.
I don't even know if I should be happy or sad, but maybe it's good news in general, right?
Works
Indian talent is crushing it.
Yeah, but I think on that point, the one hack that at least we've used is always get that person to do an assignment. Always. Because there is just so much fluff out there. Just so much fluff. And all of that goes away as soon as you get them to do work. So we always do assignments.
Have you seen a lot of talent come in because of the hype? Like so you're saying the fluff is because there's a lot of folks who are interested or are LARPing as...
No, the fluff is that they are not capable and they speak too much. That's the fluff.
Thank you for keeping it very precise.
But we've actually seen a lot of talent come in because they are actually very inclined with what the underlying fundamentals and philosophies of Web3 are. So more talent is coming in because of the hype, genuine good talent, but identifying good is the difficult part.
I just wanted to quickly, just a broad question, right? Like, have you guys seen a difference in Indian talent from the last bear market to this time? Like, what's the difference that you guys are seeing?
Just people are no longer afraid of telling their parents that they are working in crypto.
Got it. Ram, what's the difference you've seen from the last time? Are you guys able to hear everybody clearly?
Yeah, the quality of talent has gone, I would say, a lot of notches up. And earlier, people used to be very hesitant about joining a crypto company, and they used to think whether it's illegal or whether their career will only last for a couple of months. Those kind of concerns are no longer there, and we are able to attract top talent from good and decent universities alike.
Ankit, both questions to you. Challenges in... Have you seen a difference in the talent, and if you do, then how are you hiring? Are you just testing for their cricketing knowledge, or are you testing for something deeper?
I mean, we definitely test for cricket knowledge. That has to be the central thread that kind of brings everyone together in the organization. I think we have a lot more talent now than we had about 5 or 7 years ago. I'm sorry, I'm not comparing cycles of highs and lows on crypto value, but like my previous company and this one.
Got it.
Yeah, so the level of maturity, product understanding has completely changed. We started in a world 7 years ago in the previous ventures where, you know, product was like founders बैठे हैं साथ में draw कर रहे हैं कि कैसे बनाना है, screen कैसे बनेगा. Now people understand this space. There is a science to it, and I think that has changed. Yes, that also means that, you know, people are charging that kind of money, so things have become more expensive as well. But I think the quality of talent in India for sure has dramatically shifted. Bangalore has led to a lot of that. I mean, this has become such a big hub. I mean, I'm sure you've been here for many years. You were in Bangalore, right?
I've moved here now, yeah.
Yeah. So with an influx of people coming from all over the country, I think we've shaped the quality of talent, and that's something that in India will continue to be in abundance. Yeah. So I'm hoping we don't have to all move to, you know, hire people from Netherlands, at least maybe in the short term, maybe not in the long term. Yeah. As more people come in, more people learn all the skills.
When you come to Bangalore, and I came to Bangalore is when I discovered the new term. You know how there's B2B, D2C, there's VC to D, which is VC to developers. Yeshu, I wanted to lob the same question to you. Your co-founder, you said, was in the UK. So is most of your team remote? Is it global team? How much of it is, you know, Indian folks and from abroad?
Yes, so we are global team. We started with global team, but now majority of the people are in India. Though we realize that working in a basically same office is much more productive. But yeah, like I would say, like definitely sales should be, if you are B2B company, your sales should be global because you need to build relation with them, right? So it's not only like a product and development, right? So that's something outside India.
What's the composition on your sales team? How many Indians are on the sales team?
There are like 10 people, like one in UK, one in Europe, one in US, one in India, like that way it's distributed.
Got it all over. Nice.
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of what he's saying, right? Like, we started talking about why this will create more unicorns than what has happened before. Well, for the first time, Indian ventures are now thinking global scale first.
Got it.
Every person sitting here on the forum is not talking about I'm selling to India. You know, I'm going to build for one state, one city, right? Or first I have to cover my PIN codes in the country.
Especially if it's like a B2B play, right? India has already seen global B2B plays. Yeah. Speaking of unicorns, right? Like, I mean, बातें तो चल रही है कि, you know, Web3 unicorns आएंगे India से, etc. What space is exciting for you guys, and what do you see? You know, what sectors do you think are going to produce? Is it infra? Is it the NFT space? Is it DeFi? Is it, you know, just consumer?
No, so I think I would like to double click on what Ankit was saying and then follow up with trying to answer this question, right? There are two parts to this. Firstly, like the reason why there should be just way more people coming out of India wanting to work for Web3 is this. Web3 is this natural progression of the internet, and as more and more services goods move toward the internet, naturally you would have more money flowing, and as a consequence of that, simply you should have more large companies coming out of Web3. The reason why it makes sense for India is because A, we've got a massive amount of tech talent coming out. We are fundamentally a services country that tries to always make sure that those services are catered for, and we've just aced this in the internet stage 1, right? With TCS's, Wipros of the world trying to solve for all of that. The problem over there simply was that they couldn't capture value. The reason why Web3 is just so much more powerful and it helps solve for a lot of this is because Web3 enables capture of value in the right places. That enables companies to become large, and with India, with such a large tech demographic and also a very, very large English-speaking population, both of those things enable creation of value over the internet at scale, right? So I wouldn't necessarily focus on a particular geo. I personally think that we've not even scratched the surface as to what can be enabled with crypto, and we are far, far, far away from that. So I wouldn't go down sectorially, but directionally, yes, and simply because everything just aligns well. We are a large country, a lot of people know English, we are good at tech, and we are great at services. And value capture is the core of Web3. Yeah. That's basically why it should work.
Indian parents disowning their children if they're not an engineer is finally paying off, I suppose. Yeshu, what are you excited about? What space do you think is gonna produce our unicorns list?
I see that in Web3 there is a big problem with onboarding here, and we see that once this onboarding problem is cracked properly, there are big scope with B2C DeFi app. A DeFi app with having a very good user interface where app will be having a very, just like Web2 onboarding experience. Log in via Google, just invest your money in different DeFi protocols. That's a very, very big opportunity out there, leveraging decentralized. Yeah.
If I may, the way I see this, Web3 is the third wave, because in the previous waves of the internet, or in technology development, we decentralized various aspects of what we used to do without technology. Right? Computing, 70s and 80s, when we got desktops on our tables. You look further, 90s was all about the internet. And what did the internet do? It decentralized information. Now, information was available to all of us, which was not there earlier, and a lot of businesses were created. Now, when we look at Web3, which is now, what's happening is the decentralization of trust. Right? The third archetype of trust is getting decentralized, and that is becoming available in a technology domain for entrepreneurs like us to create businesses on top of. Right? So money business is a trust business, and that's probably the first example of how Web3 has shown how things have changed. Right? So now people could come in and say, you know what, ye mera paisa, maine bana diya. अब इससे पहले कौन? RBI would make it, or so there is a fundamental change, and when you expand that concept of trust, it's not just money, right? Collectibles are a business of trust. What did NFTs do? At least last year in the beginning, collectibles, And where can this go in future? Think trust and think which businesses have not yet been affected or disrupted by technology. If I have to think really wide, academia could be one. It's a business of trust. You trust certain institutions, people go to that institution. Is it possible that you have all your research papers as NFTs, right? Registrars' offices, etc. We've talked about many such examples. It could possibly be consulting, which is a business of trust. Law, legal professions, all the big companies that are still there, and they are big because of the trust associated with their name. Guess what? With Web3, entrepreneurs are coming in with a much smaller footprint and creating the same businesses. But this time, the world will be able to trust them because there's a blockchain layer which is helping them provide trust. Right? So the disruptive advantage of having 100 years of history for an XYZ university, maybe it's over. So maybe that's what's changing, and that's where the next set of businesses will come out.
Interesting. Ram, obviously, the Web3 infrastructure sector is clearly exciting for you. Maybe double-click on that a little bit and talk about it.
So our thesis is that the most value will be captured by projects which are directly solving problems of the people who are already involved in Web3. And for that, infrastructure is a very key component. Because let's talk about our product, which is router protocol, a cross-chain interoperability layer, and we solve the problem of trustless communication between two different or n number of different blockchains. So there's always a need for an ecosystem to expand, and as we know, blockchain is a siloed ecosystem which has no formal way of communicating to other blockchains. So once you solve for that trustlessly in a secure way, it automatically almost becomes a unicorn or even much more beyond that. So I think the first wave of the unicorns will be those who are fundamentally solving problems which exist for the current set of users. The current market is big enough to accommodate a lot of unicorns. Our crypto market cap is almost more than $1 trillion. And I would say that the first wave of unicorn will be those who are solving for existing problems which the current users are facing, and then there would be a second phase of unicorns which will be more consumer focused and solving for problems of the general users and communities, like the say decentralized maps or say decentralized trust problems like mentioned, and say decentralized music. So problems like these I would say are like second order problems. First order problems need to be solved, and I would say that bridges are a very new industry which has hardly any key player who is like established dominance here. And there are multiple other infrastructure projects also, like Alchemy, which is solving for your RPCs for communication. So these products will evolve and they'll become more censorship resistant. I mean, some of them will. And then I think all of them are very good contenders for unicorns.
Ram, I want to ask you, every cycle brings with it many more layer ones, right? At Router, how do you go about figuring out your next products, identifying which layer ones are the ones that you want to make compatible with the other chains? How do you go about choosing that?
So we have a very simple policy. We go where our users are. So whenever there's a new chain,
so Twitter. Are you seeing your Twitter mentions?
Yeah. So I would like to add on that our policy is to integrate chain which are able to attract certain level of TVL, certain level of on-chain activity, certain level of users, and we are very quickly able to integrate most of the chains. So we move fast, and if the chain is not getting much adoption, then we can also remove the chains from the system.
Got it. How are you looking at, Mudrex is making crypto consumer friendly, right? How are you looking at going global from here? What are some of the insights that you've had so far, getting a global retail into crypto? Is there anything that we can learn so far?
Yeah, a ton actually. We've been doing this for the last 3-4 years now, and so just to give you guys a background, at Mudrex we are building investing products for crypto that make users invest in crypto easier. We are not focused on the trading side of things. So for example, we don't have buying and selling coins, but just like investing in equities requires you to, let's say, invest in things like mutual funds, index funds, and so on and so forth. Mudrex has built products similar to that. And what we've seen are two things actually. And I would like to talk about it in two dimensions. One is time and the other is geos, right? Over the last year and a half, we've seen this large wave of users come in, and most of those users are primarily retail users. Like whoever was a trader by 2020, early 2021 was already in crypto. And everyone was building products for traders. Like all the Binances, FTXs, Coinbases, and BitMEXs, and so on and so forth of the world were built for traders. The next wave of users that we saw coming in early 2021 is when we started to build more and more of what we are doing today on Mudrex, was just pure retail. And these are like the average mom and pop folks, right? Like they've got some amount of spare change, they think crypto is interesting, they want to create long-term wealth, but they just don't know where to invest, what to park their money into, and they literally ask a friend to get their investment advice, right? That's not how it should be done, and we felt that that's the problem to solve. So that's what we started targeting, and our products are built on that. Two things we've learned globally. First thing is that investing is actually very, very broken in most places, and the problems are the same. World over, people don't know how to invest their funds, leave alone crypto, anywhere else. World over, they primarily rely on their first level relationships, maybe some friend who runs a WhatsApp group, maybe some uncle who got lucky and made a few bucks in stocks, and so on and so forth, right? For their primary investment advice, right?
Awful. Yes, go on.
And vast majority...
This is the worst way to buy.
Yeah,
go on.
Vast majority just don't follow systems and just don't know how to invest. So that's one part that, the level of investing is broadly the same world over. Everyone
What do you mean level of investing? Like, do you mean...
I mean, it's just
average ticket size?
Education around how do you invest.
Education.
What kind of rules do you follow, what principles do you follow, and so on and so forth are kind of sort of the same. The second thing that we realize is that actually from a savings culture perspective, India is just way, way higher. Like we are just taught inherently ki save for a rainy day. That's just an alien concept in most other countries, right?
Well, monsoon is a big season in India, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the other thing that's different, right? Like savings as a culture or investing for a rainy day as a culture is very different. So as a result, geo-wise, why do you invest is a big question that people try and answer for. So in some cases it's for goals, in some cases they just want a big house, in some cases they want to retire well, or in some cases they just want to gamble with their spare change. So the philosophy with which people invest is also very different world over. So
got it.
Education is the same, but why do you invest is very, very different world over. So products are we are evolving our products to suit them as we move along.
And how many, if you can divulge any detail, how many non-Indian users are you seeing success with?
Oh, so as of today, Mudrex has maybe 300,000 investors on our product. About 70% of them are India, because we've been India focused primarily since the last few years. But over the last 3 to 6 months, we've started to roll out our services to multiple geos. We've got our license in Europe.
What countries are you seeing a lot of growth in?
Oh, so actually, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, Turkey, these are some very large, these are some of the countries where there are a large number of users coming in from, and this is where we are focusing as well as we scale up.
Got it. Yeshu, 2020, 2021 saw Transact grow 30, 40x. How do you, just simply put, not break when you're growing that insanely fast? What are the tips you have for founders to prepare for the next cycle in a way that, they're able to keep it together when you're growing that quickly?
Right. So I will share my story, but this may be not used for everyone. So my co-founder is from UK. So it was a crazy story how we met. We met in a DevCon conference. That was a crypto conference.
Bonding over Lagan.
2019. But the thing is, I was focusing on product tech, building in India. We have very good talents in India, leveraging that. And he was focusing on closing big deals like distribution, right? Which is the end. We are B2B2C, like we are a crypto payment gateway, like solving the onboarding problem. Just to give context, like we help you to onboard into basically from Web 2 to Web 3. Basically, we help people to, let's say if you create a DeFi app, we help where you can just integrate our widget and you can, your users can buy crypto using your app. They don't need to leave your app and go to the exchange to buy cryptocurrency. So this is what we do, starting with. This is an onboarding problem. So we cracked it by having a team apart from India, like focusing on business development in other countries, and yeah, going to conferences and getting the local payment methods in those countries. Now something like we did this hard work, but here, whoever builders are there in this room, they don't need to do these things now again. Is like we basically got the license in different countries to sell cryptocurrencies. We basically got all of these hard problems, we solved it. Now, basically, the people who are here, they can just use different on-ramps and they can just go global during first day. So that's something we solved it, and yeah.
Yeah, he says it lightly, but I can tell you one thing. I mean, some of the hardest problems to solve are related to on-ramping. So
yeah,
this is where all policy and everything else gets involved. So yeah, I mean,
Ankit,
I think we've all
I actually have a different point of view. I think they're not hard. They just take time and money. They're complicated.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, like it's doable. Basically, most legal problems are solvable. You just pay someone enough, they will figure a way out and do it for you. But it just takes time. That's, I think, the bigger challenge.
Yeah, one thing I want to add, when I speak with developers in India, they think like, hey, like I know Indian market, but I don't know about outside India. Like, how can I expand outside India if I don't know about outside India market, right? How I will promote my app? Like, okay, I created a DeFi app. How I'll promote it? Like, how I'll get customer base there? There's a big problem out there right now, and everyone is thinking, okay, I have to build a whole legal team, compliance team, marketing team, business development team, and all these things. Guys, like there are also solutions out there where you can like use different solutions like on-ramps. Also, there are very good solutions where you can just use something like magic auth login kind of solutions where users doesn't need to understand what is private key, what is like wallet seed and all, and your user experience, your app user experience, just like Web 2, like login via Google.
Shout out to Okto, which was launched today, I believe, by the CoinDCX team. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But that is more like B2C, B2B side, where you can do integrations, like, and you can basically just like log in via Google, create a wallet under the hood, and then open up on-ramp, and user experience will be very seamless experience. And you can just focus on distribution in that case, right? So
ये चलता कैसे है सुमित, मुझे बाद में समझाना कि ये बिना की सीड फ्रेज के, ये मैं बाद में पूछता हूँ. Ankit, I heard that the Rario player card drop sold out in 90 minutes, and in like this, I was fascinated with it's a competitive market, right? The collectibles NFT marketplace sector. What is the key to success here? And what is the secret sauce? Spill it for everybody.
I mean, it's a sport that is followed by hundreds of crores of people globally, and there are like a handful of cards coming out which can make you money because you participate in various forms of games that have rewards. So why should it not work? I mean, there are like the platforms like MPL, Dream11 and others who have these 10, 20, 30 crore people who are actually on this every day. Now what we are doing is changing that lens a little bit. So far we all had the same teams that we were kind of creating with within the fantasy platforms, for instance. Yeah. And in this case, you're actually making a team. You're buying player cards just like the fantasy team owner. No, not the fantasy, the franchisee owner, right? So now you have to take that hat on and say, you know what team should I put together? Which one will perform better? So it becomes smarter. It's all about, enjoying your cricket even more, making it a part of your life. So of course, with so many cricket fans, I mean, yeah,
have you thought about what next in this space outside of cricket? Are you thinking about it right now, or do you think that you got some more?
Let's win this, then we'll go to the next one.
All right.
Yeah, and I think we talked about why India should win, right? Like India should win in cricket first.
Got it. All right. Ram, wanted to ask you, from a tech point of view, what are some of the design approaches that people are taking when it comes to building bridges, and what kind of trade-offs can people expect?
So one of the first lessons they teach in the data structures and algorithm class is of trade-offs. So whenever you take a decision in computer science, you have to give up something to get something. And similar is the problem of bridges, like everything adds something or removes something. So there are a couple of ways bridges can be built. The most popular would be the ones which use external validator sets. How that works is there's a group of federation of validators who are watching over transactions on both the sides, and then they build a consensus on what transactions can go through and which ones should not go through. The example of this would be bridges like Wormhole, Router Protocol, etc. But there's one key differentiator which Router has with others, and that is what we do is something called on-chain validation. What that means is the validation of the transactions actually happens on the destination chain network instead of happening off-chain or on some other middle chain. So that is where Router adds more security, but that comes at a small trade-off, which is our fees is slightly higher than others. So, but the transaction speed is very fast and it's very secure, but it comes at a small trade-off of a little higher cost. So far, we have seen that a lot of users have started to prioritize the cost of security, and they want a secure bridge instead of something which is cheap and which may get hacked. A lot of our competitors have got hacked in the recent days, and it's not the best feeling to see others in the same industry getting hacked. For example, to put things in perspective, bridges accounted for almost 1/3 of the entire hacks of the year 2022. In fact, more than 1/3. So, but one key thing to notice is that if so much value is getting drained and still bridges are continuing to function and come back and rinse and repeat, it is that it's a problem which actually needs to be solved, and the people are betting their lives on it. And I'm very sure that the problem is going to get solved soon, and very confident that we are the ones who are going to solve it first.
So watch out for those bug bounty programs on these bridges Twitter accounts. Gentlemen, before we wrap up, quick word for founders who are here on how to fundraise. Already there are some great examples in India. We've got Polygon and CoinDCX themselves raised from global VCs. What are some quick hacks to raise from the best VCs? तूने गलती कर दी वो पहला सीट लेके, तेरे को सबसे कम टाइम मिलता है सोचने के लिए.
अरे मतलब ये तो आंसर्स पता होने चाहिए यार, कम होने तो यहाँ नहीं होना चाहिए. तो no yaar, I think there are no hacks as such in general. You are susceptible to timing, market cycles, and the love of your users, right? Two of these you can't control. One you can. Try and go for it.
Race during bull run. That's a great hack. Yeshu?
Yeah, hammer the rock every day and not only think about Indian VCs, go global, right? So, yeah.
Got it. Ankit?
I mean, if there is money to be made, people will put money behind you. The question is, are you able to convince people? I mean, it doesn't really matter whether that's a top tier VC or otherwise, as long as you have something that talks about, look, this can be global scale. I mean,
are you saying that if there's a good business model, people will be willing to invest?
It's a good business model.
What a shocking thought you made in Bangalore. Have a business model? That's crazy.
Sometimes you forget the basics.
Ram?
So I would say, like, to attract the globally top VCs, it takes a lot more than just a good project and a good team. You actually have to go out and get good referrals and attend conferences and network with them and find out some warm intros. Router has got investments by some big behemoths like Coinbase Ventures, Alameda Research, QCP, and one tip I would like to give everyone is to just continue building in public, and all of these venture capital firms are watching out for projects who are doing well, and things get easier when you build in public and you talk about it.
Awesome. Don't worry guys, the brown premium is coming very soon.
One quick thing, we realize that individuals are more open to invest than big investors. So maybe like focusing on individual who understand crypto and like try to sell your vision, that's something that helps.
So go to Tanmay.
Maybe get Tanmay Bhatt on your cap table first.
Individual comedians especially are open to investing. On that note, gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking around and sharing your insights with everybody. On that note, I think that's it for today's panel. If there are any questions for these lovely gentlemen here, feel free to, this would be a good time to lob them. Anyone, please go for it.
Any questions, anyone? All right.
We covered such a wide range, sabki bolti band ho gayi. I love it. There's a gentleman there. There's a gentleman there. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if I was supposed to open it for Q&A. I just assumed. It's fine. It's too late now.
It's too late now.
Yeah, so I have a very basic question, is that the base crypto economy, especially stablecoin sector, nobody talks about it.
Can't hear you. Can you hold the mic closer?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so what I want to ask is, especially the stablecoin sector. So people talk about NFT, metaverse, and multiple other things. That is great. It's going good. But what about stablecoins? Not much of the people are talking about. There are a few different types of stablecoin: fiat, crypto collateralized, algorithmic. Terra Luna scam that happened, I don't want to talk about that, but what's the near future for that? And USDT and their audit reports create a very dangerous situation right now. So what are your views on that?
Stablecoins, gentlemen, any thoughts on any trends that you see with regards to stablecoins?
I think we are yet to see a stable coin which is completely decentralized and which is like not prone to censorship risk. For example, even USDC, they have the permission to freeze balances if they get a court order. USDT does. And some people would argue that DAI is safe, but I would say even DAI has own inherent risk because a lot of DAI is actually backed by USDC. And what happens if, say, court gets ordered to freeze the USDC on DAI's reserve pools? So we have seen some experiments fail terribly. For example, UST, it didn't work out. But I mean, I think that the
उसी की वजह से तो सवाल पूछ रहा है वो. As soon as he asked the question, I was like, Luna user spotted.
Exactly. So we are yet to see that, and I think it's a great problem to solve. But I don't know a solution. I mean, if I knew, I would have been busy solving it.
No, so I think stablecoins market is the largest market in the world. Like there are like $60 billion worth of stable coins out there, and they form the basis of everything on top. The reason why it's a hard problem is because we don't understand what kind of stability are we looking for. Whether you are looking for inflation protection, are you just looking to peg it to $1? And a lot of those problems are different. So I'm not sure if you read about this or not, but Aave is launching a new GHO token, which has a much more complex way in which how it tries to peg to the dollar. The other question itself is a peg to the dollar required? Do you peg to a basket of commodities and then try and make sure that the price of this one thing relative to that basket is the same? So it's a complex problem inherently, and I think over time, as the market and the industry grows, we'll just figure out better ways to solve for this complex problem. Right now, what we are looking for is dollar-pegged or fiat-pegged coins. That's what we are defining as stable. And the best way to do it is just doing it how USDC does it. That's really the only way to do it, as such. Everything else will always depeg, fundamentally, because everything else is not backed by the dollar. So that's my point of view, at least.
Yeah, the reason I asked this is because we have built a decentralized stablecoin right now. It's on Rinkyby network, US DAO. But the thing we are seeing that community doesn't even respond to it. They're like stablecoin, USD ka scam hua hai. This happened. Even I discussed with a lot of people in here. The first reaction, good luck, bro.
Yeah, my friend, you need to work on building the network.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Unless there is someone wanting it, why would your users want it?
Yeah, thank you for answering this question.
Thank you, dude. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Going once, going twice. Oh, there's someone.
Hi, sorry. So it's a big burst. Thank you so much. And I have a very simple question. What do you think about the future expectation for the venture capital? Because Web2 and Web3 venture capital, might not needful rather than Web2 space, because if you can make a incentive mechanism through the crypto, so you can be able to find out the appropriate users without spending any marketing costs, and even you can save the human resource costs as well if you can make some DAO or external members as well. What do you think about the necessity of the
So can you frame the question in like one sentence, just for it to be very clear for the panel?
Yeah. So simple question is what do you think about the expectation or necessity of the venture capital in the Web3 space?
Necessity, expectation from venture capital in the Web3 space. What are some base level expectations from a venture capital firm?
Web3 space, so
Web3
it might
space.
be disrupt, right?
So
the
there are
venture capital might be disrupt.
two parts of that question, right? Expectation and necessity.
Of the venture capital. Venture capital might be disrupt in the Web3 space.
Venture capital could be disrupted in the Web3 space.
Okay. So there are that's a very different problem to solve for, right? Basically, from going back to what you were originally saying, expectation and necessity. Necessity is a function of growth capital required. Web3 helps. In Web3 there are different other ways in which you can get growth capital and accelerate your original early network. So as a result, the need changes, but the need doesn't change or move out completely. The other part is from an expectation perspective. The one main difference is that in Web3 you raise funds as tokens. Tokens don't dilute, and tokens increase in price, right? So as a result, when typically VCs try and raise, they are looking for some allocation, some dilution, some percentage. That math is different. So expectation from the VC end is also different, but at the same time, the expectation from the team or DAO that's trying to raise this is also different, right? They're looking for the early capital to get that push on, because ideally, if your product is truly Web3, then you're able to build that network and able to get those users, and as a result, later on your token and its value and its utility should drive adoption more often than not. That's at least my take.
Oh, Sumit has a question.
Yeah, I want to know.
Privately पूछ लेना यार, क्या है?
What percentage of your net worth is invested into crypto? Everyone.
All I'll say is it used to be higher 6 months ago.
99%.
0. 99.
That is wrong investing advice. You should not do that. So,
though in stablecoin also,
Yeah.
I hold.
Are you also asking what's the total net
So-
worth as well? Is it
so-
like
so-
just the
so just let me-
percentage?
Just
the percentage.
Yeah, let me put it this way. For me, like my time is my most valuable asset, and all of that is in crypto. So that's where all of my effort is.
ये should 99% to 1% fiat रख के क्या कर रहा है? Like what are you
दूध
what are you
खरीदेंगे।
saving it for, man?
अरे दूध खरीदेंगे,
किराने के
दूध।
दुकान पे जाएगा तो चाहिए रहेगा थोड़ा छुट्टा, so that's why you're keeping it. Great nuanced question there by Sumit. Thank you very much, Sumit. Anybody else? What is your percentage of your portfolio is in crypto, Sumit? More than 40%. Even now? All right. That's some trust, man. You got some cuts, buddy. I hope a lot of them are stables, but sure. All right, guys. Anybody else? One last question. We'll do one last question, then we bounce. अब तुम सुमित के सवाल के बाद क्या खरीदूं मत पूछना, ठीक है? अब माइक बंद है, I think. It's a sign from the universe.
Hello. Yeah, so one of you guys mentioned that just hammer the lock every day, right? So like just keep going at a hard problem, right? But what if someone comes along with the key meanwhile?
What if someone comes along with?
With a key in the meantime.
Hammer the lock every day.
Yeah, so like should you have one person hammering the lock while you have one person searching for the key? So like essentially how much do you invest in research versus actually making stuff happen with what you have?
Yeah, so fundraising is an ongoing process, and if you have two co-founders, then one person should actively focus on that, selling your company vision, like, and other person should keep on building and that. So that's a two angle to do it. Yeah.
Okay. I think I implement the Daya method, which is सीधा दरवाजा ही तोड़ दो. You forget about the key and the lock. I'm sorry, I know that wasn't directed towards me at all, and now justified. On that note, is that it? Thank you so much. Please give it up for our panelists. Congratulations, Sumit, Neeraj, and the CoinDCX team for the event. See you guys next year.
Thank you so much. We've unlocked a lot at Unfold, I think. And thank you so much to the very super Tanmay, who's from Super Team. Quick plug for you, Tanmay. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's Tanmay, Superman. And the rest of the panel, thank you so much for joining us. And on that note, I'd like to call up Mr. Neeraj Khandelwal, co-founder CoinDCX, for our closing keynote.
Wait. What an interesting day. What an interesting day. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And the last panel was hilarious and also informative. I have heard Web3 probably hundreds of times today, right? And one thing is very clear. After hearing everyone and after hearing everything, one thing is very clear. That, so Web3 achieving that vision of a decentralized economy is going to be challenging. We will face a lot of hurdles along the way, and the path is not going to be the straight one. It is going to be twisted. So let us shout out for the builders in this space, because they are doing the heavy lifting. I'll say old school, hip hip 2 times, and you know what to say. Hip hip for the builders. Hip hip. Yeah, I guess the builders have got enough motivation, I guess. Right, so yeah, that's it, my short closing note. Thank you everyone, thank you builders, thank you enthusiasts, thank you investors, thank you all the panelists, thank you organizers, thank you Yourstory, Buidlers Tribe, thank you Devfolio, thank you everyone for your time, valuable time today, and for the next time, let us meet again. Now, let us go have dinner and drinks outside. All of us together.